Well, good morning, everybody. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Whilton Mill for the fourth round of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. The 11th of July 2021, potentially quite a big day in British sporting history, and we very much welcome you here to the live coverage provided to you by Alpha Live and your commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you're new here, here's the circuit that we're racing on today, the international layout of Whilton Mill just outside of Daventry. 1,200 metres, 13 turns, 23 feet in elevation change, the regular circuit for our regular viewers that we've done the first 3 rounds of this series. Weather forecast today, cloudy at the moment, very little chance of rain on the forecast, warm as well, not too hot. Pretty much ideal, perfect conditions for karting. I think we should have a very, very good day of racing as a result. Alongside myself, Andrew Mather, in the commentary box is Chris Zora. Chris, welcome back to WMKC.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure to be back here with the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I did a couple of rounds last year, and like you say, Andrew, this is a perfect track today. The weather conditions looking absolutely perfect. I was watching some of the drivers taken out to the course this morning with their practice. The track does seem to be bending in quite nicely, and I think we're in for a very good day's racing.
Absolutely. Well, let's get ready for the first race of the day. We'll be kicking things off with Honda Cadet and the first of their 2 heats out here today. Let's crack on with Honda Cadet. So each class has 2 heats and a final here today. We're going to kick things off with Honda Cadet. Here's your grid for the first race of the day. Callum Wilson has pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Oliver Majewski. Jake Schulz and Mayam Patel are on row 2. Rio Licata and Riley Thatcher are on row number 3. Noah McNicholas and championship leader after 3 rounds, Joshua Bugembi, are on row number 4. Theo Champney and Adam Hill wrap out the top 10. Sebastian G and Sebastiano Tuzio are on row 6. And we've got Hayden Gray and Max Fallon and Kaiser Ryman. Daniel Butcher and Finley Lyons will have work to do there from the 9th row of the grid. Victor Hansen and Alessio Lamalfa are inside the top 20. Jensen Walker and Charlie Wolfett are on row 11. Lorenio Martin and Harry Platak Holland on the 12th row of the grid, and then Logan Giles and John Richardson on the back row. The last 3 of those drivers are all novices. You'll see them denoted by the black number boards on the live timing when we get into the middle of the race. And as ever, all novices, because they're novices and they're getting themselves up to speed, start the heats from the back of the field. So we're just having a slight pause as we get ready for this first race of the day. There is your field in the Honda Cadets class. Always a favourite of mine, Chris. This should be a very good way to kick things off.
Yeah, notably, of course, they've got the one heat, so there's a big grid of drivers on the on the grid. And one thing I'm going to be careful today is I'm usually commentating on the bikes like the year, so forgive me if I accidentally trip into saying riders. It's a slip of the tongue, that's all. But the drivers, of course, a big grid on the field today, so the start's going to be very important through to Oblivion on the run up to Christmas Corner. And like you say, one or two of those championship front runners towards the back of the field, so that first half lap maybe is going to be interesting, and those first few corners are very important. So here we are, Andrew, going out on to the sighting lap, underway shortly.
Indeed. If you are new to this form of racing, sprint heat racing, all of these grids are randomly drawn, but in effect each driver has the same average grid position over the course of these two heats, i.e. if you are Callum Wilson and you're starting this race from the front of the pack, you start the next one, which will be later on in the morning, from the back. And makes that all fair, as I say, apart from the novices who start from the back per the regulations, but actually themselves have that same randomisation. So Harry Platak Holland will start from the front of the novice pack in this first race and then start from the back of the novice pack in the next one. Andrew Mather and Chris Sora on commentary duties for you today.
One thing I did notice actually, Andrew, is this is similar principle. I do a bit of corporate karting sometimes as well in the rental kart series. It's the similar idea, of course, is that you'll have a variety of starting points throughout the day. It's not necessarily linked to qualifying times.
Yeah.
So you've got a bit of everything here. You've got the drivers at the front of the field now. They'll be obviously looking to maintain those positions, but at some point during the day, you're going to have to fight through and get the elbows out, so to speak, and start fighting through the field. Of course, this is the Cadets a standing start here. Interesting
to see how Oliver Majewski does there, the number 40. I was watching him race last weekend in the Super 1 series. Had a very, very strong weekend at Clay Pigeon. If you missed that stream, you can go back and watch it. Make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Click that notification bell and all of that good stuff to make sure that you don't miss a broadcast, and this broadcast as well. You will be able to watch back in full at the end of the day. 8 minutes are on the clock then. It will be the standard 8 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our heats here today, and it looks like we are pretty much ready to go then for Honda Cadet in round 4 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. Away we go. Very even start from those at the front end of the field. Wilson gets ahead of Majewski as they go into the first corner, but as you say, Chris, it's all about getting that run up to Christmas and getting it through cleanly.
Yeah, nice clean start, and here we see immediately Wilson guarding that inside line. Round the outside though, Majewski having a look there, trying to get that outside sweep into the corner. This is always a pinch point, you would say, on the first lap, but they all seem to have got through Christmas Corner okay on the run down towards Ashby. It's a fantastic camera angle here, get a real idea of how tight that corner is. Very clean start here though, everyone gets through the first few corners safely, and a good start off of Mayam Patel still there in third place. Wilson dropping to third. Oh, Patel down the inside, nice little neat move down the inside there. But very exciting start to the race here. Some lead changes already, and it looks like Majewski has got the early jump on the field.
Yeah, the number 40 carrying on that form that Oliver had in the Super 1 doubleheader last weekend. 7 minutes to go. Majewski leads from Patel. Wilson still holding on to third. Riley Thatcher was briefly on the grass as they ran towards the boot, but he's there in fourth. Jake Schulz is up in the top 5. Biggest mover on that first lap looks to have been Max Fallon as Theo Champney goes down the inside in his number 55. That's a move past Jake Schulz. I think for 6th place, because I think Joshua Bagembi has got through as well.
Yeah, Bagembi running well. So we'll have a look at the number 63 of Max Fallon. Excellent start to the race. Of course, these opening couple of laps are going to be very important for those faster guys fighting through the field. And certainly you would say Fallon running well, as the drivers now battling for position in these early stages. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this first race. Here they come into the boot, getting a bit tight there as 55. Theo Champney having a look down the inside of the 52 of Bagembi, who's made the move stick. And look at Bagembi there, 52, running well and starting now to put him under pressure. Callum Wilson, Joshua Bagembi on the move, and still Noah McNicholas dropping down the field a bit there as well. Here comes the run up to Christmas Corner, and again down the inside is the 55, Theo Champney. These drivers having a real fight for position now as they make their way through Christmas Corner, and yeah, it looks like some real position some change of position there, I would say, Andrew.
Yeah, Jake Schulz just got by Riley Thatcher for 6th position on the run through Christmas Corner. A good textbook manoeuvre there, getting it done nice and early, making his intentions clear, and getting that move done. Here's the number 6 of Hayden Gray. Nice move up the inside of Thatcher there as they approach the back straight. But the form drivers, the regular drivers that we've seen in this series so far, as the number 27 hops up the inside of the 11. So Jake Schulz really is on the move on this particular lap. Let's just take stock as they come over and finish lap number 3. So it's Majewski leading from Patel, Bugembi up to 3rd, Champney following through in 4th place, and I think those two will continue to work together. We always talk about momentum in Honda Cadets. These karts don't have massive amount of power. You've got to keep that momentum up and work together as drivers and then battle it out for those positions at the end of the race, even in a 8-minute heat such as this. Charlie Wolfert's going pretty quickly, Chris. You can see he's just done a 53.56 and is starting to move up through the field. Yeah,
down in 12th place at the moment. Look out for the number 95 making his way through the field. Interesting to watch here, of course, is Joshua Bugembi and Theo Champney. Like you say there, Andrew, not really racing too hard for position. They're trying to close up on Patel and Majewski, the race leaders, and make their way through Boot once again. Very close by. There's the number 80, Riley Thatcher, and the inside. Looks like he's made the move on the 95 as they make their way over the line to complete another lap. Majewski just increasing the gap to 1 second. But Joshua Bugembi, the driver, in 3rd place. There he is, number 55. Grey helmet with the green kart, setting the fastest lap of the race and really starting to put the pressure on that lead group. A very clean race so far. It's fast pace as well. That midfield, as they make their way down to Ashby, running very close indeed. This is a difficult corner, of course, to make the move on the inside. And as they make their way down towards Thatcher, the left-hander, in just a moment. I think this is quite an interesting corner here, though, because again we see 66 down the inside there, Adam Hill. You've got to sacrifice the speed sometimes to get the good exit drive, and then, like we saw there with Adam Hill, you can just nip down the inside and make the move.
Yeah, it's one that drivers can commit to and get that overtake done. We're having a little look here at Alessio Lamalfa in the number 17. As we cut forward a little bit, a bit wide there from Finley Lyons in the number 9. Taking a big chunk of the curb on Paddock Bend. 3 minutes 15 of this race to go. Great scrap going on now up towards Christmas Corner. I think this has got Adam Hill at the front of it. Yes, it has, the number 66. Down the inside of Riley Thatcher goes Finley Lyons. So that's Lyons up to 11th place.
Almost looked there like Adam Hill just like urging other drivers along there almost, didn't they? I think they just want to try and keep that position and just move together as a group almost.
Well, especially as Charlie Wolfert is starting to pull away from them in 9th place, the number 95. He's now got past Callum Wilson as well for 8th. I think Adam Hill's looking at the rear bumper of that number 95 and thinking, that's a quick kart. We want to be on the tail of the number 95.
Yeah, just tagging onto the back here now. We've got Callum Wilson in there as well. Of course, young drivers, the racecraft they demonstrate here, it's very strong as well, because these drivers, like you said, they're not really buffing and banging, as it were. They're fighting, they want to get a good position, but at the moment it's just tactical now. They just seem to be closing up on Wilson. Here we go, up to Christmas Corner. Wilson guarding that inside line, and let's see what Hill does. Always tries to force the issue down the inside there, but backs out. Got to be careful there, though, now, because we've got 2 or 3 drivers behind him as they make their way down to Ashby. He's going to have a look again down the inside. Oh, is he going to make that one stick? Running each other very wide there, and this could allow the ones behind to close up. They've got Adam Hill in there as well, and the number 80. Riley Thatcher getting involved. So this one's starting to hot up now, Andrew, as they make their way back towards Boot. And again, you see Wilson defending that inside line as they go through to the apex, through the Boot complex now. And right on the tail, contact warning there for Riley Thatcher in the middle of all that little melee. So Majewski clear at the front at the moment. But all the action here, Andrew, is in this battle.
Yeah, Finley Lyons dealt with the situation very nicely out of Ashby there. Just held back a little bit, knew that the 2 drivers ahead were going to run wide, took one of them, and now he's going to try and get past Callum Wilson. Goes to the outside, not getting through there. But Wilson's defending very nicely here.
When you look at Wilson there, taking that extreme inside line into Christmas Corner, he's sacrificing the exit speed, but of course nobody can really get past him, so that's effectively bunched these guys up once again. And we're getting this effect as they go through into Thatcher.
This time, though, Lyons is going to be down the inside into the left-hander. Has got the move done. Very, very good stuff from Finley Lyons up to 9th position. Further forward, looks like Theo Champney has got past Mayan Patel, so the 55 ahead of 20. Theo, who's raced through the Bambino ranks at both a club and national level, now here in cadets and running very nicely, if I may say so. Here comes the number 27 of Jake Schulz, trying to get past Mayan Patel there in the 20.
Backed out of it there. I think he realised the move wasn't on, so opted just to tuck back in there and not lose the exit speed. He's having another look down into Ashby. Begemby just a little bit further ahead. The gap really close at the front here. There's Begemby in second place now. Just trying to look down the road here, look ahead, as we see the number 20 of Patel just starting to put the pressure on. Thatcher, nice exit speed out of the corner to boot, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to go for the pass. Majewski's just a bit further ahead in the number 40. Here they go through the boot once again. Nice move out of the corner from Begemby, just checking his progress just behind him. And there we go. So this is the last lap now, as Majewski just lapping one or two of the tail enders, but this battle for second place here, Andrew, starting to get a bit close.
Begemby's right on his tail, though. This is a good chance for Joshua Begemby to get more points on the board. Majewski defends that really well. Sticks to the inside line. Begemby looking down the inside once more.
Having a peek there, wasn't he? Now, this is going to be important. I think here's Begemby just taking the outside sweep. Let's see what he can do as we go into the double apex left-hander into Thatcher now, as Majewski got it the inside, but Begemby down the inside. Nice little move there. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, he is. Fantastic move there, Andrew, as they make their way down towards boot for the final time.
Majewski's going to try and go around the outside there and get the inside line for the toe. Brilliant stuff from Oliver Majewski, who's going to continue this great form from last week and take the first heat of the day. Theo Champney got through into second place in all of that. Begemby's not too happy in third, but it's good points still. Mayan Patel fourth, Jake Schulz in the top 5. Kaiser Ryman had a really strong race there in 6th. Hayden Gray, Charlie Wolfett, Finlay Lyons and Adam Hill is your top 10. Riley Thatcher 11th. Victor Hansen 12th, Sebastiano Tuzio, Callum Wilson and Alessio Lamalfa is your top 15. Good drive from Harry Platak Holland as well, your top novice in 16th place overall. Noah McNicholas, Daniel Butcher, Lorenio Martin, Jensen Walker takes us to 20th, John Richardson 21st, Sebastian G 22nd, Logan Giles in 23rd. And unfortunately, despite the really good start for Max Fallon, in the end there was a problem out there, and Max Fallon in the number 63 was a retirement. But your winner, first winner of the day, is the number 40 there, Oliver Majewski. And we'll see the Hondas for their second of their 2 heats back out on circuit later on. We're going to take a short break. Next up out on circuit is the first heat of the day for IAME Cadet. Moving on to IAME Cadet then for their first race of the day. Here's Chris with your grid.
So Max Mason sitting on pole from Henry Clark, Levi McGrath in 3rd, Kian Amy in 4th, St Marnie Kira 5th from Donnell Stratton. Further back we have John T. Restrick, Simeon Stone, Aston Brown, Liam Welsh and Enzo Butterazzi rounding out the 11 driver field. These IAME machines, fantastic. One of the things coming from a motorcycle background is these are 2-stroke air-cooled machines, and sort of the mainstay of bike racing in the 70s and the 80s. And I think it's still great that you see the air-cooled kart still competitive in top-line contemporary motorsport, you would say.
Yeah, IAME Cadet is another class that I really, really like. Some great machinery and some great racing. There they are, ready to go. Our front runners in the championship not here today, so this is actually a really good opportunity for a new winner to come forward and take a round victory. But we're still a way off that, and that'll all be sorted out at the end of the day.
I always think, to coin a phrase that's been bandied about everywhere recently with the football, you can only beat who's in front of you, really. So if you're coming to compete in all the rounds, on a weaker field like this, you would say, or lower field, you would say, this is a good opportunity to go out there and get some points. And,
absolutely. And we should mention as well, our pole sitter is a very good reason to shout out for Max Mason today. You were telling me earlier, Chris.
Yeah, he's 10 years old today, so happy birthday to him. Max Mason, of course, the 71, easily recognisable with the orange and black livery on that kart. Max Mason, yeah, he's just turned 10 years old today, so he'll be looking, I would say, to use a bit of a cliche, you would say here, but he'll be looking to get the ideal birthday present and some good rounds in the championship as the drivers just start to get into position. Of course, every other class here today is a rolling start, so they've got to make sure they're nicely on the tram lines. We'll look out for that full start flag and hope we don't see it as they make their way round the final corner. So here we go, and the IAME race number 1 about to get underway.
Is the yellow flag out? No, I think we are good to go.
Yeah.
No, we are full stop. The yellow lights flashing on the gantry there, so we'll go round again. Another formation lap. Best results so far this season for our pole sitter on his 10th birthday. Was last time out 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? Felt like 2 weeks ago. All the weeks are merging into one in my brain at the moment. It was at round 3. That's what we can say. And it was a 3rd place in the 2nd heat of the day. Had a decent final as well. Did Max. Was 12th in the final last time out.
I have to say it's great that the weeks are merging into each other now. We had 2020 where it was a really slow start to the season, of course, with the pandemic. And like yourself, you're commentating on various series, and it all just seems to be picking up now, which is good to see, and good for the competitors on 2 wheels and 4. So here we go again through boot, and let's hope we get a clean start this time. We'll look out for that yellow flag and the yellow and green full start flag. Again, we hope we don't see it. So the drivers now around the final corner. And
this time we do go. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap is away and running here in IAME Cadet. I think one of our drivers at the front of the field was missing. That's what was causing the confusion. But Max Mason leads away then into Christmas Corner. Kian Amy in the number 46 is up to 2nd place.
Here we go, then down to Ashby Mason leading the way. Amy just having a look there, but not close enough to go for the pass. Another good, clean start as they all get through Ashby cleanly. This is always good, of course, for the guys at the front of the field as well, because if there is an incident... Oh, right on cue, there's trouble there. 86, that was Donald Stratton. And
didn't quite catch which the other number involved was, but it was someone on the yellow plate, so it wasn't another novice.
Fortunately, nothing serious, so all back in the race. There we see the 44 of Sukhmani Kira. Right on the tail there is the 68 of Levi McGrath. So Max Mason leads, Amy 2nd, Kira 3rd, McGrath 4th. We'll get an idea who that spinner was. It was Henry Clark, who was caught up in the melee with possibly Butterazzi, but all drivers okay. And actually Henry Clark not too far behind, actually. He's about 5 seconds adrift from the rest of the field. So I'd say there, Andrew, he's still got potential to do something in this race.
Yeah, get the head down, get some good laps in, pull yourself back to this pack. There's still time to do so with 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Hello to everyone in the comments. Can see you all coming in. Hello to Lewis Paynton. I think there's a bit of chat about karts in the commentary comments as well. Brad Philpott in there. Of course, we saw in the DHR kart in the last round. Did a very nice video, pulled a video together with his experience for round number 3. Do go check it out.
Runs, of course, the excellent British Indoor Karting Championship in the winter down at Milton Keynes. So certainly involved in all levels of motorsport, you would say.
6 minutes to go then.
Max Mason just started to pull away as we focus on the 68. Contact warning there for Stratton. I wonder if that was something to do with that first lap melee, possibly.
Yeah, quite possibly. A couple of moves being looked for here. The number 88 of Liam Welsh, just behind the 99 of Simeon Stone. I think Enzo Butterazzi in the 20 was trying to gain a position past Aston Brown there in the 57. So that's all over the novice positions.
Donald Stratton working hard. He's got that OMP kit on there, and as a supporter of Shrewsbury Town, like the blue and yellow or blue and amber colours there, so we'll keep an eye on him in the Ricardo liveried kart. But he's got a whole train of drivers behind him here. We've got the 99 Simeon Stone just starting to put him under pressure here. We see Stratton just taking that sweep into boot, trying to get the exit speed, which he does so, and fortunately for him, looks like Liam Welsh is going to have a look around that final corner, and look at that side by side as they make their way through to oblivion. So this is good news for Stratton, of course, who is starting to pull away a bit there in that 6th place.
Is indeed. Max Mason, though, is looking comfortable out front. Here's the number 57 of Aston Brown. Slips back into position behind Simeon Stone there in the number 99. Enzo Butterazzi still looking pretty racy as well. What's happened to Liam Welsh? Liam Welsh is now showing behind Henry Clark. So I don't know if that's a transponder error for the number 88. I think it is actually, because the number 88 is quite clearly shown there at the front of this, or just ahead of the group.
Looking at the track position. So just looking at the track position, Henry Clark is starting to catch up with this group. Well, they're having a pretty fierce battle here, you would say, and this is allowing Clark to close up. So certainly gets the opportunity to grab some more points. This is great news, of course, for Max Mason, who's cleared away now, 2.4 seconds at the front. So establishing a decent gap here in these early stages.
Yeah, he's managed this race very, very well, has Max Mason. What you want to do when you have pole position in one of these heats, get forward, get a gap, and let everybody else fight behind. Clark having a little wonder, perhaps, of trying to go up the inside of Enzo Butterazzi, but thinks better of it. Halfway through this race then, 4 minutes gone, 4 minutes to go on the clock.
Back down into Ashby, and still very close in this midfield battle. There's the 57. Aston Brown just starting to put the pressure on Simeon Stone, number 99. Through Thatcher they go. Got to get the exit speed out of that corner. Meanwhile, we just saw the leader going over the line as, again, Brown has a look going on the inside towards the boot complex, this final part of the lap. And really starting to put Stone under pressure here. Around that final corner they go. It's almost like a train of drivers behind here as they make their way through Oblivion on the run up to Christmas corner. I think as we make our way to this top corner, Andrew, this is going to be quite a tight move here. These guys looking to make the move, and here they come into Christmas corner.
Yeah, and Henry Clark will be thinking as well, a group of novices ahead may not be as predictable in terms of what they're going to do, how they're going to defend, how they're going to tackle corners. So this is actually quite a bigger test than it looks on screen for Henry Clark to get through.
I think what he might do here is just almost take opportunity when one of these guys goes for the position, for example, just trying to slip through there. So they're not that much slower, of course, are they?
No.
These engines still fairly evenly matched as well, as he has a little peek down the inside. No, just backs out of it there. He's just taking his time here a bit, and he's still got a couple of laps to go, so certainly not pushing things too hard, you would say.
It's what I would say with it is, when you're a more experienced driver trying to get past some drivers who are a bit newer to the game, you've got to make it uber clean. You've got to be absolutely sure that you know what you're doing and that they know what's going on as well to make sure that there's no incident. Meanwhile, the number 88 of Donald Stratton down the inside of Jonty Restrick in the 67. So Jonty must have got by Donald well, they must have been side by side over the line, but Donald has got back through and is into 5th place.
Actually, there's maybe a transponder here, because it's showing us Liam Welsh, of course. So we just saw him going, there he is, the 88, and he's showing has only completed 2 laps. So whether there was an issue with the transponder possibly, I don't know, but nonetheless he's still racing in the midfield.
Yep, still pushing on. That's not going to bother Liam at the moment. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Max Mason still leading and pulling out that lead. 4.25 seconds now the gap at the front of the field over Kian Amy and Sukmani Kira, who's showing, I think the number board is showing black out on the kart, but Sukmani is now off novice status. He's still having a very good race there in 3rd place. Still doing great stuff in that number 44.
Still this battle rages here with Henry Clark, who can't quite find a way through at the moment. Still on the tail of Aston Brown, but it's getting a bit lively on the downhill into Ashby. Nothing going into the corner. It's a difficult corner potentially to make a move. So again, Henry Clark looks faster than these 3 novice drivers, but he's just trying to find his way of getting through. They're running very well, actually, these novices. They are battling hard for position, just waiting for a small mistake, which we saw there from Stone, sacrifice the exit speed, and here they come into boot. This could be the moment that Clark, no, not quite down the inside. Yeah, it's getting a bit tight now, of course.
Nearly tripping over one another, and the 99 is going to lose out here, unfortunately, to Brown and Clark.
And of course is the bad luck sometimes in karting. He just seemed to lose a bit out of Thatcher, and down that straight he was like a sitting duck really, and then like you see just losing 3 or 4 positions.
Welsh down the inside of Stratton. Contact between the 2 of them. Stratton's just about held it together and is going to recover, but he's not going to be too pleased about that.
No, he was a bit unlucky there. He made the move, cut the line into the corner, but it's one of these races, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, you would say there, and Welsh is through.
We'll leave that one to the stewards. That's why we're commentators and commentators only. 5 seconds on the clock. So where is Max Mason? Max Mason has just started a new lap. So there'll be 2 more for the drivers.
This is, of course, the thing with, just to explain, of course, that 8 minutes 1 lap, for example, if the driver goes over the line and there's still 2 seconds left on the clock, that effectively adds another lap to the race.
And I actually saw a piece of confusion regards that last weekend. I saw a driver, I won't mention which race it was, thought that they'd seen the last lap board when they'd actually crossed with about 0.5 seconds to go, and as a result came in before the actual last lap went out and lost a win as a result. So That was a bizarre moment when that happened last weekend on the event that I was on. But here comes Max Mason. We'll see the final lap board this time.
That even happens at the top level. I think it happened in MotoGP 3 or something like that, where a rider went over the line, he was punching the air. And
thinking he'd won the race. But no, this driver actually came into the pits. It wasn't even a slow down over the line. So Max Mason, on his birthday, 10 years old today, is going to start things off very, very well indeed. Down the inside goes, that's Stratton on Butterazzi. So Butterazzi is improved here. Yeah, he's got past Brown as well.
He got caught up on the first lap, didn't he, Butterazzi? Having a nice battle there with Donald Stratton. But Max Mason, of course, has done everything right. All the action has been behind him, but that won't bother him at all. He's just running his own race. Down the back straight now, into boot for the final time. Just got to keep it neat around these final few corners. Got just over a 5-second gap going into the final lap, and there he is, nice and smooth around the final corner. And Max Mason will take the checkered flag for the first heat race of the day for the Armies. Great race there, Andrew.
Very good indeed. And Max Mason puts in a performance that we may see across the course of the day. Could that be our favourite now for IAME Cadets here today? Kian Amy, second place. Sukhmani Kira, third place. Levi McGrath is going to be across the line in fourth. Top novice will be the number 88 of Liam Welsh. There is a transponder issue there. Then Jonty Restrick, Donald Stratton, Enzo Butterazzi, Aston Brown, Henry Clark in an out of sorts 10th place, and then Simeon Stone, the last of the 11 runners there in IAME Cadet. But that's a very good way to start your birthday, isn't it? A victory from pole position. And Max will be back out later on for the second heat of the IAME Cadets. We'll be very, very pleased with that. We'll have the post-race scrutineering checks, of course. Make sure that everything is correct and legal. And we'll move on then from the IAME Cadets. As I say, we'll see them out again later. And next up is the first heat of the day for X30 Mini. Race 3 on your schedules today here at Whilton Mill. It's the grid for Heat 1 of X30 Mini. Jensen Pugh has pole position, Jack Hobson alongside on the front row. Riley Bishop and Charlie Mills start this race from row number 2. Jack Mowat and Morgan Hill are on row 3. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Freddie Lloyd have good chances here from row 4. Finn Leslie and Charlie Locker on row 5. Fred Green and Ashton Wiggins on row 6. Amelia Pennington and Lucas Field start the day on row 7. Thomas Cucurolo Yeoman sat out round 3, is back now here for round 4, starts the day on row 8 alongside James Kell. Luke Fleming and Joshua Jones are on row 9. And that is your field, 18 runners in X30 Mini today. Very intrigued, Chris, to see how Thomas Cucurolo Yeoman does today. Was our winner in round number 1 of the championship. Sat out round 3, back here for round number 4. It's got work to do, though, from that starting position.
Yeah, this first race, I think, will be very interesting. As you say, it all balances out throughout the day. But for this first heat race of the day, buried quite far down in the pack. So the first lap, as you would say, very important indeed as they make their way through boot for the first time. As we hope to get a clean start, everyone assembling in position quite nicely around the final corner. And here we go, heat number 1, about to get underway. And that looks good to me. Yep.
Lights. No, we are good to go. No, we're not. False start. It's caught us out again. The yellow lights on the gantry once more. We'll go round for another formation lap. No Aidan Hassan, no Macaulay Bishop here today. So they sit out round number 4. There are drop scores across the course of the season, of course. It won't affect them in terms of championship permutations. It's still very early to talk about championship permutations. We're only in July. But for what it's worth, Jack Hobson is currently 3rd in the championship. This is a good chance for him to get some points on the board.
I think what you would say here, Andrew, as well, is perhaps with some of the main rivals out, this is a good chance, of course, for these guys who want to get themselves up in the championship to make the most of it, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know from a bit of racing I've done myself, it's always one that you've got to take those opportunities with. Typically the racing that I do is when we go out to Wales. People don't like going to Wales. I like going to Wales. Wales is a beautiful part of the world.
Can't go wrong with Wales. Definitely not.
Yeah, it's always a good chance to get points. Anyway, 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again here. X30 Minis, their first heat of the day. This is looking a lot better, and away we go for the race. Solid start from Jensen Pugh at the front of the field. Jack Hobson's having a little nibble there and loses out almost. The 37 of Charlie Mills looking for a good start as well. Down, or I said up into Christmas Corner we go. Looks like all 18 drivers are through safely.
Jensen Pugh was brave through oblivion there for the first time. Made that move stick with Hobson really putting the pressure on as they make their way through Ashby for the first time. A good clean start in that first half lap, but Pugh with the jump on the field just trying to get away. Hobson down the inside though, makes that move stick again. We see the race leader just, spinner there. That was the 23, I believe, Jack Mowat.
Yeah, so problem there for Jack.
Again, we just see that into Thatcher, that wide entry into the corner. It's a good place to make a move down the inside. Really lends itself to some good racing. So that means, of course, that Jack Hobson leads the way. Mills in second. Morgan Hill in third from Riley Bishop. Jack Owen Drawbridge in fifth place. Lucas Field, Fred Green, Charlie Lockyer, Freddie Lloyd and Amelia Pennington rounding up the top 10 as the pack make their way through to Christmas Corner for the second time. Focusing now on the number 77 of Lucas Field, currently in sixth position. Fifth now, battling with Jack Owen Drawbridge.
And gained 7 positions on that first lap, so very good stuff early on from Lucas Field in that number 77 there. You're having a look at the number 29 going through shot, with Riley Bishop and Lucas Field just behind. Morgan Hill down the inside of Charlie Mills, the two Jack Dex Racing teammates based here at Whilton Mill. Don't want to get too aggressive with one another, but Morgan Hill, very experienced driver around here at Whilton Mill, has come through the ranks. He's up to second.
And Jack Hobson just starting to break away now as they make their way up to the top into Christmas Corner. And it certainly looks like Morgan Hill's made that move stick in second place, just starting to break away as the 29, just making his way through the field, Finn Leslie.
Transponder issue as well,
not
I think.
Showing up on our of course, these are manually scored as well, so they'll pick up Finn Leslie later on. Bit of bang in there, you would say, as 32 onto the grass there. Riley Bishop loses a little bit of time. That allows the number 15 of Fred Green down the inside into Thatcher. Down the back straight they go, and the 29 of Finn Leslie fending off now the 37 of Charlie Mills as they make their way through boot, closely followed by Lucas Field, Fred Green, Jack Owen Drawbridge all in there. Jack Hobson with a 47.94. Contact warning for the number 30 of Charlie Lockyer as they make their way through. He drops to 9th place. As we look at the 77 of Lucas Field, not quite close enough to go for a move into Christmas Corner. Really quick through that corner there, not much racing going on, you would say. It's all just starting to jostle the position going into the second half of the race there, Andrew.
Yeah, these drivers a bit more experienced than the cadets that we saw earlier in the racing programme. And they'll know that there's plenty of opportunities at the end of the race, but you've got to be there, you've got to be in it to win it, to use that cliche. It's down the inside, Lucas Field looking to get by Charlie Mills, and that is about as good a move into the boot as you'll see.
Very neat move there. It can be difficult to make the pass into, but it's a very quick entry into the corner, and if you're defending the position, you can take that extra wide line into the corner and aggressively defend that corner, get the apex. You're still carrying that entrance speed, so I think you really got to be committed down the inside into boot to make that move stick, and he did very well there.
Fred Green by Charlie Mills now as well. This is all over, add one position to all of these because we've got Finn Leslie in there as well. Contact warning though for the number 15.
Just keep an eye out here actually on the second place driver Morgan Hill. At the fastest lap of the race, 47.42 last time round. Only a few tenths quicker than Jack Hobson, but he is starting to close up slightly, of course. This battle behind him with Lucas Field, Finn Leslie and the likes fending off those leaders just might help the second and third place drivers. Actually, Finn Leslie is on the tail now of Morgan Hill as they go screaming over the line once again up to Christmas Corner. And there we see the 22 of Hill just looking to defend the corner, but Leslie down the inside. So Finn Leslie up to second place.
Well, that was quite shrewd by Finn Leslie, because there was a point there from Morgan Hill to say, let's work together, which kind of initiated to Finn Leslie that Morgan Hill was not going to defend that corner. Backed himself, got the move up the inside, and is rewarded with second place as a result.
So let's see if Morgan Hill will tag on to the back of Finn Leslie as well as the battle rages for that will be fourth position, of course, in the race itself. Having a look down the inside there was the 15 of Fred Green. On 32, Riley Bishop makes the move on the outside of the corner, And there again we see, Andrew, it's just sometimes that pass in boot, it's a real complex of corners, and the pass sometimes can be 2 or 3 corners in the making.
It is. It's what I love about the boot, is you can overtake in so many different ways, and you can really set a driver up to get them offline and take the advantage and be patient to get the move done later in the boot.
I think sometimes I almost sacrifice the first part of the boot and just focus on that second part, and that's where you make the move.
So Jack Hobson continues to lead. Finn Leslie up to second place now. Morgan Hill third. But Morgan Hill has just gone purple through the first sector. This is your battle for fourth place on your screens. Lucas Field in the 77. Fred Green in the 15. The 32 of Riley Bishop, and then Charlie Mills hanging on there as well. Amelia Pennington, by the way, has just got past Charlie Locker, is now into the top 10. 2 novices that we should mention in this race as well. Joshua Jones in the 84, currently the better placed of the 2.
Look at Morgan Hill here, setting the fastest lap of the race, 46.94, on the tail of Finn Leslie down into Ashby. And these two just seem to be, like you said, just pushing each other along here, trying to catch up on Jack Hobson. The gap goes down to 1.2 seconds. And again, just look at Hill number 22 again, just tagging onto the back of that number 29, Finn Leslie. Both drivers now closing up on the race leader, and we've got, well, 1 minute 45 on the clock, plus that 1 lap. So still a bit of time to go in this race, Andrew. Yeah,
this could be a bit of a close finish. And this is, I've got to say, this is a good response from Morgan Hill. Lesser drivers would have been a bit rattled, perhaps, by being overtaken, as Finn Leslie did a few laps ago. But Morgan's identified as like, this is an opportunity to work with another driver who's got a little bit more pace at this stage. As down the inside looks the number 17 there. To just think, no, this is actually an opportunity, if I work with Leslie, to pull Hobson back in and fight for the win on the last lap of the race. It's very, very mature driving.
And you can really see how much they've pulled away from the battle of fourth place. As a bit further down, we see the number 14 of Luke Fleming, one of the novices. Oh, nice move there. Is he going to make that stick? Oh, it's a shame that he almost had it made there. James Kell retakes the position. Potentially can be very difficult to make a move into Ashby.
That's a good one as well.
That was nice. So Luke Fleming, one of the novice group drivers here.
Yeah.
Putting some nice moves together.
Very, very nice stuff indeed. 40 seconds to go. I didn't quite clock where the leaders were. There they are. And look at this. It is a top 3 battle now. 30 seconds to go as they come into Ashby Corner. I think they may get another lap in.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very close indeed. Here they go then through towards Thatcher once again. And, well, Jack Hobson, he's led pretty much the entire race, but now coming under some real pressure from Finn Leslie. Morgan Hill right on the tail in third. 2 abreast into boot. Oh, and a brave move down the inside from Finn Leslie. Makes the move stick going into boot. Now, can he hold on? This allows Morgan Hill to have a look into the final corner. Here we go. Oh, look at the clock here. 2 seconds. And they go again. Yep.
Yep, I think they just sneaked over. Now, whatever you do, Finn Leslie, don't pit in, because the final lap board has not come out here. Play to the whistle. Play to the checkered flag. Jack Hobson down to third place then. Can Jack respond here?
I'd almost think, of course, these 2 drivers under the same awning here, they perhaps really do want to work together here just to pull each other along, because Finn Leslie looking strong on this penultimate lap. Aggressive into the corner there, guards that apex. And, well, Finn Leslie, number 29, just trying to break away into boot for what will be the penultimate time. Oh, a bit loose onto the curbs there. Now, we're going to lose time coming out of the corner. This might allow Morgan Hill to close it. Here they come round the final corner, and this will be the last lap. Finn Leslie a bit ragged round boot there, and this opens the race back up again.
Last lap board is shown. There's been a problem out there for Thomas Cucurello Yeomans. He's currently down in 16th place. Finn Leslie will have to defend into Christmas. In fact, was able to sweep back across and retake the racing line. Good scrap going on for 4th place as well. Riley Bishop and Fred Green are the 2 drivers still standing down into Ashby. Is that Hobson looking down the inside of Hill there to retake 2nd place? They're back and forth. Yes, Hobson has got 2nd place.
And again, Finn Leslie driving defensively now on this final lap. Really tight entry into the Thatcher corner there, so he's going to lose some exit speed. And again, defensive into boot. A bit neater this time though, so here they come. And this is going to be close, Andrew, around this final corner.
It is. Finn Leslie, though, is going to take the victory. And we'll see more of this later on, I do hope. Finn Leslie takes the win. Jack Hobson 2nd, Morgan Hill in 3rd. Fred Green 4th, Riley Bishop in 5th. Freddie Lloyd next up in 6th. Lucas Field Charlie Mills, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Amelia Pennington there wrap out the top 10. Jack Mowat recovers from the first lap spin, finishes P11. Joshua Jones is your top novice there in P12. Jensen Pugh, Luke Fleming, James Kell, Charlie Locker will be the last of those to finish on the lead lap. Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans had issues out there, finishes 2 laps off the lead. Well, what a race. I think that was the race of the day so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. It was good tactical driving there from the top 3 drivers and really went to it on those final 2 laps. So you have to say congratulations to Finn Leslie. And we look forward to more of that a bit later on today. Of course, this is the first of 2 heats, but congratulations to Finn Leslie. And, of course, to Jack Hobson and Morgan Hill for a fantastic race as they make their way towards scrutineering. It looked like, of course, Fred Green, Riley Bishop with that fantastic battle as well. So plenty of action there in the X30 Minis there, Andrew. And a bit of a problem there with the accelerator pedal
of Riley Bishop. I'm sure they'll get that fixed. We're going to take another short break here on the commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Next out on circuit on your schedule, race number 4, which will be the first heat today for Minimax.
Here we are then with Minimax heat number 1, and we will have a look at how they line up. We've got Michael Dalton on pole position from Harrison Morrow, Mac McFarker in 3rd, Sasha Bagley in 4th, Charlie de Moncos in 5th place from Callum Gosh in 6th with the number 88. Taking us further down the pack, we have Romy Coburn in 7th place from William Ray, Woody Radford in 9th, Oliver Smith in 10th, George Barker and Edward Rose in 12th place, Devon Nolan 13th from Ben Crossley, Damien Barros-Haggett in 15th place, Finn McIlwraith in 16th, Connor Dolan and Nathan Traverse in 18th position, 19th for Wilf Butler, 20th Oliver Smith, Josh Cook and Ollie Naylor rounding out the field in this first heat. 22 drivers lining up and they're now on the sighting lap down to the grid.
They are indeed. Good grid this, and very entertaining so far this season in the Minimax class. Daniel Amore is your championship leader on 322 points. Ronnie Smith and Ronnie Coburn 2nd and 3rd. Woody Radford in 4th. Oliver Smith was your winner last time out in round number 3. But always a very close class. Lots to play for. 2 heats plus a final as we go across the day. The first one here, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. A little bit of bumping and barging, and number 38 is forced out wide there. That is Oliver Smith. So Oliver Smith not having the best of starts there, having to do a little bit of rallycross to start his race.
Yeah, cutting the grass. They just got crowded out going into oblivion, opting just to steer it up. There he is in the 2nd to last place, just ahead of the 85 of Ollie Naylor. So did well to recover from that. Very easy to spin. Oh, as one driver goes very wide into Ashby. That was Mac McFarker.
Yep.
I don't know what happened there. Just seemed to outbrake himself almost, but loses the 3rd position to what will be Sasha Bagley.
It's a very tricky corner. Not you've mentioned it being tight, but also being downhill. So Mr. Newton and his gravity very much works against you, and the kart goes all weight forward. If you just put a bit too much energy into the front tyres, especially if they're cold, it's very, very easy to snatch a break and run on, as we saw there with McFarquhar. But Michael Dalton leads, Harrison Morrow 2nd. Here they are going up to Christmas Corner. Woody Radford's had a good start, up 4 positions to 3rd place now. Ben Crossley involved in there as well in the number 5. Look out for him coming through.
Harrison Morrow, they're picking up a contact warning on the first lap, so the steward's not too happy with what they've seen on that first lap, but he recovers well and really starting to pressure Dalton. Into the left-hander they go, and this is actually looking a bit further back. McFarker starting to close up. A nice move down the inside there from William Ray, fighting through the field in the number 14. Here they come to boot once again, and Morrow looks quicker at the moment, just trying to find a way through. He has a peek down into the final corner, but Dalton's got the line. Nice sweep on the outside, and Michael Dalton, the 44.
And the 61 is off, and that's a lot of damage as well to Sasha Bagley's front left corner. So something has happened there into the boots.
Actually, George Barker involved in that. I was wondering, perhaps it was maybe a faulty stub axle, but I think there might have been a collision, possibly looking at the timing chart, just happened out of our view.
I think so. That's a real shame for George. Was another driver who had a very strong run at Clay Pigeon in Super 1 last weekend, but has not had a good start to the day here in the 4th round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships.
That's the 54 there of Devon Nolan. The yellow flag's out, of course, going into boot because of that incident, so the drivers will hold position momentarily. Back into boot we go. Oh, and a little bit messy into the entrance there from Michael Dalton, but holds on to the lead. Doing very well here, the race leader, Michael Dalton, actually. He's getting some nice lines out to Woody Radford and Max McFarker all closing up. It's a four-way battle for the lead now as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Let's have a look at Michael Dalton trying to guard the inside line. He had to be brave there because Harrison Morrow having a real look. And look at 87 there. McFarker down the inside on the exit to Christmas Corner. Harrison Morrow going for the pass going into Christmas, lost the exit speed, and that allows McFarker through in the 87. Now it's his turn to try and battle for the lead. Here they come, and there he goes, 87. McFarker, some great driving there, and has gone from third to first.
Yeah, really good recovery here from Mac McFarquhar. This is what we want to see. Michael Dalton having another good race here. Best results so far this season in the heat was 6th in one of the races last time out in round number 3. But Mac McFarquhar confirmed then as your new leader of the race. It's still all to play for here in Minimax.
And they're going to have to be careful, these top 4 drivers, because look at this group here, headed by the 54 of Devon Nolan. Some very quick drivers coming through the field. They've got Rain 6th place, Crossley in 7th with the fastest lap of the race. And there we see, look at this, there's the top 4 going through. Down to about 10th place, they are closing up on the leaders as they battle and scrap for positions here. This is allowing these guys from 4th down to about 10th position to get involved in this one. We've still got 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Yeah, there goes the number 28. The number 23 of Finn McElwraith. I think that was down the inside of Callum Gosh for 9th place. Warning for Michael Dalton for driving standards. So something has caught the attention of race control. All to play from. Look at Ben Crossley as well. Another position for Ben Crossley on that last lap. Up to 6th place in the number 5.
Yeah, Ben Crossley motoring at the moment, starting to make his way through the field as we look at the... It's 27 on the kart there, so... There's Ben Crossley. Still McFarquhar leading the way, but as you can see, the rest of the field really starting to close up here, and with 3.5 minutes to go, we could really be in for a close finish here in this first heat of the day for Minimax as they make their way down the back straight. McFarquhar leading, still there on the 87 as 27's having a look down the inside of the 75, Harrison Morrow. Here they come, and here we look at this, Andrew. 3 minutes to go, and I would say any one of about 7 drivers could. But this is where the experience, I think, will come in.
Yeah, and especially some of those drivers with British Championships experience as well. But Mac McFarquhar continues to lead from Michael Dalton. Woody Radford having another strong run there in 3rd place. And in fact, all the way down to Edward Rose, really. The top 13 currently covered by less than 4.5 seconds. George Barker, by the way, we mentioned him earlier, having had the incident, we think, with Sasha Bagley, has got going again. Down the inside, looking there on the number 66. I think that was Morrow going through. So Radford still holding up there in that top 5. The number 54 of Devon Nolan we've not talked a lot about today so far, but there is Devon in the green and black helmet coming over start finish now. Ben Crossley, new fastest lap of the race, 47.43. Very good stuff.
Michael Dalton just trying to break away there now, but down the inside, looks like Radford going down into that 3rd place. So McFarquhar with a half a second gap at the moment. He's just trying to break away from this battle, which is 2nd down to about, well, like Andrew said, about 13th position, all very close indeed. One incident on a corner here would blow this wide open, so the drivers just using cool heads here, just keeping their nerve here. We've still got 1:45 to go, still a couple more laps to go in this first heat as the 27 just trying to close up on that race leader McFarquhar, coming round the final corner now. Let's have a look at the gap as they make their way through once again. McFarquhar again just pulling a couple of tenths, just trying to break away. I think this battle's 2nd through to about 13th. He wants to be clear of this.
Josh Cook having a good run in this race as well, and the number 12, one of our novices. There is Ben Crossley continuing to work through. That's getting past Devon Nolan now. Oh, very nice from William Ray as well, taking advantage of the situation, going round the outside.
Getting close here for the lead as they make their way down into that left-hander. Really long left-hander. Also dogleg corner into the right-hander, which you've got to get the exit speed bang on, you would say. Let's have a look at that clock as they make their way around through Boot for the penultimate time. It's going to be, I think they will go 2 more laps after this one because we have 55 on the clock. The driver's lapping about 47, 48, so going to be close there. Well, we'll have a look at the clock when they come back round once again, but McFarker looking to wind this down as down the inside into Christmas corner. Lovely move there.
Yeah, so Damien Barris-Haggett, I think we've got a little issue with the transponder out there, but it is Damien Barris-Haggett down the inside. He takes the lead of the race.
All the action. Oh, look at this, very close out of Ashby as Ben Crossley fighting his way through, gets past the number 44 of Michael Dalton. Look at this train of drivers behind. Oh, and one loses out. That's the 66 of, looking at the timing charts there, that was Woody Radford that lost out. A bit of a shame for him. He was running strongly in the top three.
And big save as well from the number 28, Oliver Smith, who's fought back nicely here, having been down the back of the field earlier on. Last lap board is out. Can Damien Barris-Haggett race through here to take a second race victory of the year so far? We've got to go back to round 1 and heat number 2 for the last time that happened. Here comes the number 77 of Ronnie Coburn down the inside of Michael Dalton. Michael Dalton defending well again here.
So 27, Damien Barris-Haggett, not showing up on new transponder systems, but will be picked up by the lap scorers as he makes his way around for the final lap. But all the action
3
behind.
wide.
Somebody's going to come off worse here, and it's the unfortunate Michael Dalton. He doesn't look happy. He's lost out the last couple of laps here, hasn't he? So just the way it goes, 3 wide into the corner. That was always going to be difficult, but here comes our race leader.
Damien Barris-Haggett takes a second heats victory and the first one since round number 1 here in Minimax. A very, very good victory and a strong field. Ben Crossley finishes in second place, 5th in the British Championships last year, showing good form again and the fastest lap of the race to boot right there at the end. Ronnie Coburn in 3rd, Devon Nolan 4th, Oliver Smith 5th. That is a very strong top 5 there. Also, apologies, Mac McFarker is still in there as well in the top 3. Nathan Travers in 7th, Harrison Morrow in 8th, Callum Gosh 9th, William Ray in 10th. Michael Dalton fought hard there. In the end, it's 11th for the number 44. Then you've got Edward Rose, the other Oliver Smith. Of course, it's the heat that's got 2 Oliver Smiths in it. But that's the number 38. Good recovery into 13th. Connor Dolan in 14th. Josh Cook, the top novice there, in 15th. Charlie de Moncos, Wilf Butler, George Barker, Ollie Naylor, Woody Radford with the spin there late on in that race. Finn McElwraith with problems as well, and Sasha Bagley was a retirement. Well, Minimax, I think, is going to be pretty good today based on that first heat, and we'll see them out again for their second heat later on in the day. Do stick around for that. We're going to take another short break here on the commentary. Next out on circuit will be the first heat of the day for Junior Max. Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 5, which is Junior Max Heat 1. Bobby Rosier has pole position. Jack Cooper alongside on the front row. Ronnie Smith and Oliver Kerr are on row 2. Noah Hadley and Spencer Brown are on row 3. Lexi Belk and Freya Belk line up alongside each other on row 4. Jessica White and Jacob Rhodes are on row 5. Daniel Sabula and Miles Dawn on row 6. Jensen Giles and Luke Ringham start in the mid-pack there on row 7. Max Lee and Rory Burke, row 8. And then Rowley Brown and Jensen Mason on row number 9. Ollie Ward and James Jackson on row 10. Ben Cook and Ronnie Mansfield, row 11. Benjamin Ballou and Murphy Aldridge on row 12. Ollie Stevens and Alexander Adams-Acton are on row 13. Jacob Jukes and Alfie Bray, row 14. William Young and Alex Warnaby, row 15. And that is your field. 30 karts here in Junior Max today.
Here we go then as they line up in position for another one of the rolling starts, of course. Drivers slowing down, getting into position. And the last thing they want, of course, is that full start. So they'll make their way around. And just noticed actually a shout out for some of the people talking on the social media today, looking to get into karting. And Whilton Mill, of course, is an ideal place to do it. Go to the website at wiltonmill.co.uk. You can turn up here and arrive and drive as the 62 hits trouble. That's Ronnie Mansfield. Some trouble there on the back straight leading into boot. The kart has expired, so the marshals straight onto the scene. Looks like the start is still going to go ahead. And here we go around that final corner. That looks good. Yep, we are underway with 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the first heat of the day. Here they come. through Oblivion up towards Christmas Corner, and a great jump on the field there for the, looks like the number 49 of Bobby Rosie. Got a nice run here as they always getting tight into Christmas Corner. Will they get through cleanly? The answer is yes. Everyone just holding back there. Of course, it's a relatively long race, you would say. Don't have been it on the first lap, but Bobby Rosier with a fantastic start there. Got a real jump on the field going through Oblivion. It looks like Jack Cooper's got away as well. And then right behind in third place, the battle begins.
It does indeed. Just caught a sight of Ollie Stevens trying to work his way through the field there. Another driver who's raced in Super 1. I should mention there's a good reason why we're seeing a good number of Super 1 Series drivers here this weekend, because their next round in Super 1 is here at Whilton Mill on the 31st of July and the 1st of August. The round on the 1st of August you'll be able to follow here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. 7 minutes of this race to go. There is Ollie Kerr just ahead of Ronnie Smith, the 22 and the 96.
So Bobby Rosier, 49, with the great start to the race here, just trying to break away from this battle, starting to develop a third place. Jack Cooper still there as the rest of the pack make their way through Thatcher, heading towards Boot once again. And Oliver Kerr, Ronnie Smith, Jessica White, Lexi Belk, all in there.
There's a good move there from Spencer Browham, the former Honda Cadets champion here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So there's a driver with plenty of experience around this circuit.
One thing I noticed there, just to pick up on the social media again, somebody commenting, Giff Pichero, saying it looks a bumpy circuit. Now, it is a bit bumpy in places, and one thing you don't always get on the camera angles is it is quite a gradient here. Christmas Corner, it's a very steep run into the corner, and as they go down into Ashby now, this track, it is quite physical in places, and as the day goes on, of course, that's where the fitness comes into it as well.
It's true. I'd say there's bumpier. I was on one yesterday.
Yeah, there's bumpier ones, I think.
6 minutes to go then. Quick shout out to Flycard 555 as well, cheering on the Belks here, Freya and Lexi. Lexi currently in 7th place, Freya in 14th.
So, yeah, Bobby Rosier, 1.5 seconds. Here they come into the top corner. There, he's having a glance over the shoulder just to check the progress of the chasing drivers, as Jack Cooper just trying to break away from that battle with Ronnie Smith, as down the inside goes Spencer Brom on the 65. Jessica White losing out of it there. Bad exit out of Christmas Corner, just losing a bit of momentum, but still well and truly in there as they make their way down towards Ashby. Nice little camera angle, getting a real idea of how tight that Ashby Corner is, but some great battles here. Down the inside there goes the 27 of Daniel Kabula, which immediately allows 32 to get through as well. This battle just on the edge of the top 5, getting very close indeed as they make their way through Boot once again. None of this, of course, bothering Bobby Rosier. Jack Cooper still there in second, and let's watch the timing chart have a real shuffle here as we see that great battle on the edge of the top 5. Lexi Belk, one of the beneficiaries there as well. Jessica White dropping to 7th place now, but this race still wide open, Andrew.
So early down the inside once again, very experienced around this circuit. Oh, the 53 of Riley Brown nearly got into trouble there with Jessica White. And this race quickly going on by. We're already almost down to halfway on time. So it'll be quite a run for Bobby Rosier. Not seen Bobby for a couple of months. Best result so far this season was from round number 1, which was an 8th place in heat number 2.
Moving nicely already clear, isn't he, as we watch 74. Noah Hadley having a look as well on the battle for 9th place. Riley Brown drops to 10th. Very close here on the edge of the top 10 here, I would say. They really are battling for position here, Andrew.
Yeah, all very experienced drivers, jostling for position, trying to get those points on the board and start this day well. There is your leader, Bobby Rosier.
Now, I think Bobby Rosier, we saw him glance behind a couple of times. He knows he's got that gap on the rest of the field now. So what he's doing here, he's just looking to try and put a couple of fast laps in, get those corners right, just try and get that break from this battle of a second down to about 10th place. He wants to be clear of all this.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question in terms of the psychology of these races. If Bobby Rosier can get a big enough gap, you know, the likes of Jack Cooper and Oliver Kerr in 2nd and 3rd probably will think in their minds, he's too far away. We can't catch him up. Right, let's now start battling for 2nd place. And that only benefits a race leader even more, because it allows them to get even further ahead. These are some really good laps from Bobby Rosier. Here comes the number 98 of Lexi Belk down the inside of Spencer Browham, side by side. That's a really nice move. Really, really good move. Spencer Browham didn't give that one up easily. But Lexi Belk is through and into 4th place.
this group from about 3rd to about 12th place, all running very strong actually, because we got the fastest lap there tumbling. Several drivers very briefly setting the fastest lap, and 12th position number 12 Max Lee now going fastest. So that whole group is running very quickly indeed as we watch the 74 of Noah Hadley make the move into boot on the number 96. So Hadley on the move.
It's the number 13 of Jacob Rhodes, unfortunately, is out of this race. Looks to have had a mechanical. We saw Ollie Stevens moving through the field as well. I think Ollie Stevens getting past Jacob Dukes that last lap.
Jacob Duke, so just going to enter the first of the novice drivers,
yeah,
strongly in the midfield.
Great response from the DHR team, obviously based here at Whilton Mill, to do the necessary repairs to the 81, because Ollie had quite a significant incident last weekend at Clay Pigeon in the wet conditions.
Just looking at the front there, Bobby Rosier has pulled to, there he is, coming around the final corner, pulling down 2.5 seconds, which is, it's miles away in karting terms, isn't it?
I don't think the likes of Cooper and Kerr are going to be able to pull that back.
Just running his own race here, just trying to break away still, as we still get this great battle of a second. And now Jack Cooper coming under some real pressure there, Andrew, from Oliver Kerr.
Yeah, and Noah Hadley gains another position. In fact, retakes that position away from Daniel Sabula for 6th place. And now the battle for 2nd place is really starting to hot up. But here come as well the likes of Belk and Browham.
Oliver Kerr with a nice move into Ashby there and made it stick as well as they make their way back towards boot once again. And just pulls a very small gap from Alexi Belk and Spencer Braum all in there as well.
Belk got through past Cooper as well, so Cooper's been shuffled back at least 3 positions, I think, on this lap. 60 seconds on the clock. Still quite a few laps in this one to go.
Bobby Rosie taking advantage of this battle of 2nd place and continues to pull away. The gap goes up to 3.2 seconds as the 2nd place fight goes into Christmas corner. Alexi Belk, Jack Cooper, Spencer Braum, Noah Hadley, Daniel Kabula, all in there and just trying to find a way through as they make their way through Ashby once again. That whole train of drivers, it's almost, to paraphrase, almost a bit like cycling here. Nobody really wants to make that move just yet because they know the race is drawing to a close, and this is where it's going to be important.
Especially with a big pack behind you. Hello to Alan, by the way, from Karting 1, who's commented on the stream. He says, I don't learn the track learns me. Very good. Very good. 15 seconds to go. Bobby Rosier has started a new lap. There'll be 2 more then here.
Again, Bobby Rosier, just saw him, he's not looking out of nerves, he's just glancing again, just keeping an eye on that pack. He's
a bit of a comfort for himself. And I'd be happy to see that pack fighting. Just need to bring this one home. Ollie Stevens has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 45.35. There was a move going on there. I think it may have been Max Lee trying to get past Jessica White. Down the inside goes Belk. Another really good move. Nice. Lexi Belk has been putting in some great overtakes in this race. And there's another one. But Oliver Kerr is going to try and fight back here, and does indeed fight back. Retakes 2nd place into the boot.
Again, he just loses that exit speed sometimes, or making that dive down the inside. That's what we saw Oliver Kerr do there, to make their way through to the last lap. So Alexi Belk with a nice move down the inside, but that allows, of course, Kerr to get back through. Here, this run up to Christmas corner going to be important now as Kerr goes defensive. But, lovely move there from Lexi Belk. Really made that one stick. And the unfortunate Oliver Kerr, he just seemed to lose just left a small gap to open up that corner, and Belk was right in there. Lovely. Nice bit of racing there.
Yeah, I think there was a kart width and about 15 centimetre ruler as well there, and Belk placed the kart perfectly. There's more overtaking going on out there that we can keep track of, but Bobby Rosier is going to come round the final corner to take a first victory of the season. Bobby Rosier, brilliant heat victory. Lexi Belk is going to take one of the strongest results of the season for the number 98 in 2nd, Jack Cooper 3rd, Max Lee 4th, Oliver Kerr finishes in 5th, Daniel Sabula 6th, Spencer Brown 7th, Ronnie Smith, Ollie Stevens, Jessica White is your top 10. Noah Hadley in the end got really shuffled back on that last lap, finishes in 11th. Rory Burke, James Jackson, Murphy Aldridge, Riley Brown take us to 15th. Miles Dawn and Ollie Ward 16th and 17th, and 3 novices take us to 20th. William Young, the first of those, ahead of Jacob Dukes and Alex Warnaby. Alexander Adams Acton was 21st, Ben Cook, Freya Belk, Jensen Mason, Alfie Bray, Luke Ringham, Jensen Giles, and very unfortunate Jacob Rhodes retiring there.
I think he may actually have.
Or did he get going again?
Get going. He's
yes,
lapped
he did.
down, of course, but should get some points, shouldn't he? 28.
Yeah, he should do indeed. Another very entertaining race here at Whilton Mill. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here for round 4 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Big thanks to FastR, our sponsors, once again here today. And we're going to take another short break here on the commentary. Next out on circuit will be X30 Junior.
Here we go then with the X30 Junior Heat number 1. We'll have a look at how they line up. Jaden Gregg, number 34, on the pole position from Zaki Hussain. Gabriel Stilp in 3rd. Jack Collins 4th. Remy Gilbert and Sam Baker in 6th position. 7th for Micah Taylor from Sam Longley. Archie Heron. Luke Taylor in 10th place. Jude Fernihoe in 11th from Leo Brown. 13th we have Dayton Coulthard from Kian Leon Gamio, Kian Garrity, Henry Gregory, Gracie Mitchell and Reese Lomax in 18th position. Benjamin Doughty, Luke Sindler, Thomas Reddy in 21st from Kira Harris, Oliver Harris in 23rd from Benjamin Rowe. And rounding up the field is the number 99 of Jake Bell as the drivers make their way out of the waiting zone onto the track for their sighting lap. Of course, the rolling start getting underway in just a few moments' time. As we said, of course, if you want to get involved in the karting, of course, come along to wiltonmill.co.uk. And during the week, of course, these... Oh, it's trouble.
That's the wrong way for Zaki Hussain in the number 13.
Well, for me, just seemed he's on the infield there, wasn't he? Just by Christmas corner, they had a trouble getting away, possibly. But I would say, of course, if you want to get involved in the world of karting, come along. The cart and the kit's all provided for you. Come along for some arrive and drive. And sometimes it's the gateway into this sort of, when you look at the owner-driver aspect with Whilton Mill Kart Club, it's the way to get into the sport as well.
We had a question in from JB. Is 32 years of age too old to start Club 100? Absolutely not. We've got Club 100 streaming down at Rye House, also on your Alpha Live network today. Recognised as part of the Motorsport UK karting pathway now, of course. Very quickly before this race gets underway, your highest ranked driver in points today is Henry Gregory, the number 77, so look out for him. But away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. X30 Junior are underway, except they're not, because that was a false start.
A bit messy in the midfield, it appeared. So look out, of course, you'll see the green flag with the yellow chevron on it. That basically indicates a false start. What that means, basically, the starter not happy with the formation of the grid. They've got to stay reasonably, would say, within those tram lines when they cross the line. But the grid just drifting out of position there. So we're going to go again. The drivers will make their way around to the back of the circuit now. We'll see them form up in those 2 lines once again and go again. There you see the flag. If you're new to this, of course, that's the green flag with that chevron indicating to the drivers that we are under a full start, and we're going to go again. Here we are, back into position. Tactics, of course, here, Andrew, you've got to, of course, stay in the position to make the start good, but you don't want to compromise yourself either.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to Debbie Burston, by the way, who's cheering on the Pro Train team. We've got a few runners in this race.
There's an issue there as well. I think that's the number 31, Benjamin Rowe, on the infield, just on boot, so looks to be out of the race as we go again. And this time it looks good.
It does look good indeed. So on the run up to Christmas Corner, it's been a good start for Jaden Gregg, but Gabriel Stilp, so I'll correct myself, Gabriel Stilp is here today. A late entry. He's had a very good season so far. He's second in points.
He moved down the inside into Christmas Corner there to take the lead back again from Jaden Gregg as they fight through into Ashby the first time. Always getting close there in the midfield, but they all get through safely. So Remy Gilbert, Sam Baker, Sam Longley, Micah Taylor, Zaki Hussain had that trouble at the start in 8th. There's one driver hits trouble there, number 12. Just seemed to lose it going into heading towards Thatcher there, but nothing too serious. The race goes on, of course, and the number 48 of Micah Taylor battling with the 55 of Remy Gilbert as they go charging through. Stilp then leading. Greg from Taylor, Gilbert, Jack Collins drops to 5th position. Jude Fernihoe, Sam Baker, Sam Longley, Kieran Geraghty and Leo Brown rounding out a very close first lap.
Very close first lap, full of experience. Down the inside goes Henry Gregory, looking for a move on Leo Brown for 10th place. It's all getting a little bit squirrely as they go through the corner with no name that we colloquially call Boxing Day. It's the one after Christmas.
I love that little section. You got that little flick into the right-hander down to Ashby as well, and to get that right, it flows so nicely as well. Leo Brown with a contact warning. 10th position on the first lap as we look at the number 36 there, Sam Baker, just starting to put the pressure on Jude Ferniehoff as everyone watches on from this very impressive new race control. Now, are we looking for a reason?
There's a certain father of note there, Dayton Coulthard, who's actually moved up here, we should mention, into X30 Junior.
I think we should say at this point, if you're new to this and you're looking at Dayton Coulthard and you're asking yourself, yes, it is.
Yes. Raced very well last time out a few weeks ago. In my opinion, was quite unfortunate. Deserved a much better result in the final than he got, so fingers crossed this will be a strong run through all the races for Dayton Coulthard today. It's been a decent start. He's in 18th place. We're looking at the battle going on with Sam Baker in the number 36, Sam Longley in the number 11.
Gabriel Still just going through here. Well, Micah Taylor is starting to close up now. I was wondering there if Still might be like a repeat of the last race, almost just trying to break away from this battle of a second place. But look out for the number 48 of Micah Taylor, who's made the move stick now into second place and just starting to slowly pressure the leader as Jude Ferniehoff, again having looked down the inside into Christmas corner, makes the move stick on Jack Collins. Down to Ashby they go.
Yeah, Cian Geraghty getting past Sam Longley as well. I said there's a lot of overtaking going on in this race. Benjamin Doherty, you should mention, also put a big move on Cian Gamio. Down the inside goes Sam Baker quite forcefully. Gets the move done, but that was that was borderline for me. But maybe that's again why I'm in the commentary box and not in race control. Down the inside, look at this, there's just overtaking everywhere. Henry Gregory, we said to watch out for him. That's another position for the number 77.
Still the race leader again, just trying to put the fastest lap of the race there, 45.3, trying to break away from Micah Taylor in second. The gap goes up to 2.1 at the front as again we watch this superb battle into Christmas corner. Oh, and the 52 there, brave move down the inside and made it stick, I think, as well. That was Reece Lomax running very well in just on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, got to say this is classic Gabriel Stilt though. Driver who's raced at a very, very high level. Really putting a mark on the rest of this field. Down the inside goes the number 92. That was Thomas Reddy.
Bit of rubbing there through Thatcher, I would say. Both drivers recovering though.
It's often the very tricky aspect of racing in a pack. Yeah, when you've got a driver that you're trying to overtake and there's a bit of space in front of them, you can go for a bit of a dive, but when it's tight like this, you've got to be so precise with where you place the kart because you don't want to run into the driver ahead. That's perfect from the number 77 of Henry Gregory.
It's just like an assertive move down the inside. You've got to keep it clean though as well, and of course the important part, especially with Ashby that we're looking at now, is you've got a bit of an off camber and a slower exit, you would say, so you don't want to compromise yourself on the exit either.
3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Cian Geraghty having a look there for another position. Although, saying that, is the number 77 got a bit of damage to the front? The Nassau panel's looking a little bit loose there on the number 77.
Hopefully that shouldn't affect him too much. It's it looks like a loose bracket or something, doesn't it?
I just hope the front wing hasn't dropped either, because of course that would be a post-race penalty, but we'll leave that again to the scrutineers. Here comes Cian Geraghty down the inside. Whoa, heart-in-mouth moment there. Two teammates here for the JDR squad.
You do wonder perhaps there with the 36 of Sam Baker there under the same awning. I think he may just have backed out of that one just slightly and go again.
Well, we have seen teammates clash so far this season. I remember the PMR team having some troubles in the IAME Cadet earlier in the year. But the JDR team, very well trained, run by Jack Dex, a former racer himself, of course.
Just tagging on here around that final corner and having another run perhaps into Christmas corner. Still leads the way from Taylor. Jaden Gregg in third. The race just starting to spread out with the top three, but here's all the action as we see 53 down the inside there, Ferniehoff on Remy Gilbert. That is the move for fourth position.
Yep, good move there from Ferniehoff on another driver who's having a good season, Remy Gilbert. So I asked whether it's Remy Gilbert or Gilbert, French or English, doesn't mind.
Oh, it's okay.
Which I'm now starting to find, especially junior level, is a common thing. And I'm going to start, and down the inside there goes the number 52. That's Reece Lomax getting past Sam Longley. And in fact, Longley gets back through in the latter part of the boot.
classic boot corner dice there, you see, very quick on the exit, but
Yeah.
he was so aggressive, he lost the exit speed there. Like you say, Andrew, it's a lovely section of track there, boot. It really does lend itself to some close racing because it's very hard to make the move sticky. Again, he fights again through Christmas corner.
Yeah, he's got it done this time. Reece Lomax will maybe defend a little bit. In fact, no, he'll get a bit of helping hand from Benjamin Doty behind, who overtakes the number 11 into Ashby Corner. The number 11 simply cannot fight back. Now, to finish the anecdote about names, I've decided now that with juniors, if I'm unsure, don't ask the junior. They don't mind, they don't care, they don't want to be asked questions. Ask mum and dad. What do mum and dad want the pronunciation to be?
On a bigger level, that's like with the old Murray Walker story with Ayrton Senna. He realised Ayrton was the name, and
it was the proper pronunciation of it, but English viewers didn't like it, so he changed it back.
So let's have a look at Gabriel Still, 2.85 seconds. He's pretty much gone away at the moment, barring disaster, as the battle now rages down into Ashby once again. We're looking about 5th, 6th position, very close here. Henry Gregory, Sam Baker, Kieran Geraghty, Leo Brown, all very close indeed. There's the 36 Baker. Oh, and a nice move there from Kieran Geraghty. Now, can he make it stick? Yes, he does, as the 133 of Leo Brown gets 2 wheels on the grass. I think he was a bit crowded out there. Through boot they go once again. So it looks like we're going to have 2 laps to go with 19 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, to be fair, Leo Brown had his hand up there, but I don't think Sam Baker will have known he was there. But respectful driving between Geraghty and Baker.
Oh, look at that panel there, running very loose on, I think that's the 77, wasn't it?
It's getting worse, isn't it?
So there's the 52, Reece Lomax. He's put some good moves together throughout the race. Just starting to pressure the 55 of Remy Gilbert, or Gilbert. Looking neat on the 55, still pulling away at the front here again, down the inside. Oh, on the left-hander there, heading towards Thatcher. 26 having a look, but again, the 52 of Reece Lomax, another move there. Making a good way through the midfield there.
I think this is going to be a theme throughout the day in X30 Junior. If you want an overtake done, you've got to do it quick, because there's a lot of very strong drivers looking to make progress in this class here today. We are on to the last lap. Gabriel Still calmly out front, I think just pacing himself at the moment. Doesn't want to take too much out of the kart, out of the tyres at this stage of the day. He'll be focusing on that final later on in the afternoon. Should know that our producer James Fitchie has put in the chat, clouds looking ominous. Don't do that, James. We don't want any rain today.
I've moved to Northamptonshire recently, and I don't know what it is with the weather here. It just seems to do the opposite of what the forecast says sometimes.
Absolutely. But here comes Gabriel Still round the final corner to take another victory here at Whilton Mill. A comfortable victory ahead of Micah Taylor by nearly 3 seconds. Jaden Gregg, a strong result there in 3rd. Jude Fernerhoff wins the Jack Dex Racing battle there in 4th, ahead of Henry Gregory, Kieran Geraghty, Sam Baker, Leo Brown, Reece Lomax, Benjamin Doty fights into the top 10 there. Sam Longley, Remy Gilbert, Gracie Mitchell, Thomas Reddy, Jack Collins take us to 15th. Kira Harris, Zaki Hussain, tough race that for Zaki Hussain in 17th. Luke Sintler, Kian Gamio and Archie Heron is your top 20. Jake Bell, Dayton Coulthard, Oliver Harris and Luke Taylor wrap up the 24 runners who took to the start in that race.
Just an interesting point there on the social media, the karting1.co.uk, the Nassau panel. Always wonder where that came from, named after the capital of the Bahamas,
yes.
And I've no idea why.
I know, well, I've never been to Nassau, but my uncle lived in Nassau for a while. That's another story for another time. We're going to take a short break and be back very, very shortly for the first heat of the day for X30 Senior. Let's have a look at the grid then for this first heat of the day for X30 Senior. Lucas Ellingham, a real force in this championship so far this season, starts on pole position. Oliver Henwood alongside him on the front row. Cameron Coombs and Vishal Patel are on row 2. Kieran Ragg and Brandon Matchell are on row number 3. Archie Forber and Benjamin Watts on row 4. Ellis Bourchier and Nathan Amos on row 5. Alex Johnston and Archie Garlick on row 6. Mason Weir and Benjamin Southgate start this race on row 7. Ty Stansfield and Thomas Massarella on row 8. Jordan Brown and Caelan Burbridge on row 9. Christian Brooks and Hugo Gilbert, the other Gilbert, are on row 10. Benedict Davies and Thomas Pugh on row 11. Jacob Stilp and Curtis Louis on row 12. and then Martin Auger by his own on row 13, 25 runners in the field.
Just to recap, of course, if you are new to this and didn't watch it earlier, the grids, of course, they vary throughout the day. So effectively, the drivers at the front of the field now, they'll have to have a lower grid position later on. It's not always exactly the same, but effectively, you say it evens itself out through the course of the day, that the guys at the front will start to back later. That's always embarrassing.
For the number 36 of Nathan Amos. That's very uncharacteristic.
Easily done, though, on cold tyres.
It is.
It's you sit there watching, it looks like a bit of a schoolboy error, so to speak, but you see them swerving about on the first lap. You've got to get the temperature into these competition tyres.
Alan's hitting us with the Nassau panel facts. Keep him coming in, mate. More technical this time. Nassau panel cannot be above the horizontal plane of the steering wheel not be above the horizontal plane of the steering wheel and be closer than 5 centimetres to the steering wheel. That's why you see that little gap between, well, not little gap, it's a 5 centimetre plus gap. But keep your comments coming in on the stream. Sorry, I'm getting technical and engineering here. I should stop. That's the Monday to Friday job. Lucas Ellingham then leads this one from pole position. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for Lucas Ellingham. Will lead through the first corners, and there's drama at the back.
Oh, that's 27. Kieran Ragg.
Kieran Ragg off as they go through Oblivion.
2 or 3 just seem to get a good start going into Oblivion there. They're almost 3 wide. I think one was always going to come off worse, and the unfortunate Kieran Ragg just seemed to be the loser in that one, but has got going again. There you see him right at the back. About 3 or 4 seconds adrift, so still could do something in this race, but the race goes on with Oliver Henwood, Lucas Ellingham, the tell-all very well placed. And nice little dive down the inside from the 304 of Alex Johnston. So quite a close start to the race here, Andrew.
Indeed. I was being asked whilst I was down at Rye House yesterday about Lucas Ellingham, and is he that quick? And in my opinion, yes, he is, because I think the key thing for me this season with Lucas Ellingham, we've seen drivers step up from juniors before, many times. Lucas, of course, our reigning X30 junior champion, is down the inside of Oliver Henwood goes Brandon Matchell, but isn't able to hold on to the position on the exit of Christmas. What's impressed me with Lucas this season is just how quickly he's got to the front of this still very strong senior field. For me, this senior field across the board is no weaker than it was in 2020 or 2019. And the fact that he's there at the front of every single race and pulling away from the rest of them it's been very, very impressive throughout the year so far.
And looking very smooth at the front as he takes the second lap. Archie Forber second, and Forber just trying to get along in that tow, get pulled along by Ellingham and away from this battle for third place, as you see Henwood, the helmet down there, just trying to pull away from this very close battle for fourth place, and Alex Johnson on the move there as well. Vishal Patel, look out for the number 304 here, made some good moves on the first lap, now in 7th place, and looking just to fight his way through the field. Contact warning there for Nathan Ames, the number 36 in the midfield scrap there, just in 10th place.
I think Benjamin Southgate may be in some bother, has fallen down to the bottom of the order, and I did have a quick flash that somebody has broken down in the middle of the circuit. Apologies, can't quite see it from our commentary position.
That is Southgate.
And it is Benjamin Southgate. Thank you guys on the cameras for picking that one up. I also saw Jordan Brown get past Benjamin Watts on that last lap. He's up to 8th place. He's having another strong season, is the driver with the number 80.
Ellingham just breaking away at the front here. The gap goes up to 2.6 seconds for, but just in that tow there, just trying to get pulled along. Still the action for third place. Henwood, Brandon Matchell, Vishal Patel, all very close through Christmas Corner. Down the hill they go into Ashby. O'Shea and Johnston just tagging in there in 7th and 8th position as we look at the number 46 there, Mason Weir, Christian Brooks and Jacob Stilp, all very close on the edge of the top 10. Here we see, as we head towards boot, once again 88, Brandon Matchell in 4th, but getting close to 5th. A bit of bar banging there, I'd almost say trading paint, as the 17 of Henwood, but then you get that backlog effect there, just pushing the other drivers up, and that allows Johnston and Jordan Brown, I think, to trade positions.
Yeah, Nathan Amos had to check down there to make sure that there was no contact, no dropping of those front bumpers. 4 minutes 40 on the clock here. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships here on Alpha Live.
Almost line astern there through Christmas Corner as they make their way down towards Ashby.
Big off. Almost a big off there.
He saved it as well. That's what happens sometimes out of Ashby. sometimes, unless you're on the track itself, it is a bit off-camber there. And a bit of unhappiness there with number 95, Vishal Patel, with Oliver Henwood for whatever reason. Going to try and fight again out. Well, they see Patel looking very quick through boot there into the final corner. And you're really seeing now Henwood having to defend now through Oblivion, which he can be brave down the inside there and make the move sometimes. Here they come up to Christmas corner. Henwood again driving defensively. Patel just trying to find a gap down the inside and makes the move, makes it stick. Nice driving there from Vishal Patel, getting up to 4th place. Really have to be committed into that inside line there sometimes, Andrew, because you've just got to open a gap to get that entrance to the corner. And like we saw there, Patel just sticking it down the inside and making the move stick.
Number 22 of Ty Stansfield makes a move there. Gets past the number 36 of Nathan Amos. All of this battling, though, is definitely helping Archie Forber. Best result so far this season for Archie was a 5th place last time out in round 3. So he's on for the best point score in a heat so far this season. Should be a big confidence boost of the driver in the number 14. Up the hill we go again. Is Alex Johnson going to go down the inside of Oliver Henwood? Yes. And a move there between Croc Promotion teammates. Here comes Jordan Brown. That's lovely, lovely stuff from Jordan Brown. Taking that opportunity, gains another position. But down the inside, here comes the number 36. Poor Oliver Henwood is getting a bit punch drunk out there. He's got attacks from all angles. And here comes another one and another one. Christian Brooks takes the opportunity to go down the inside. I think Jacob still followed through.
This is the bad part sometimes. You look at Oliver Henwood, the thing happens in karting, it's just you'd lose that flow for about half a lap or so, and one guy gets through and then there's a train of people coming through and it just feels like you're in an old turbo diesel almost, doesn't it?
Five positions lost for Oliver Henwood on that last lap. 2.5 minutes of this one to go.
Plus he didn't do much wrong there, did he?
No. Not at all. Simply got off the line. And every driver and his dog came through on that one. Lucas Ellingham, though, look at this, 4.76 seconds out ahead of the rest of the field. We're looking now at the battle between Alex Johnson and Jordan Brown. So Jordan Brown's got past in the first half of this lap, so that's Brown now up to 5th place.
Nathan Ames is having a look there as well, closing up into boot as well. Alex Johnson having a nice race so far, made some good moves in the early part of the race, as Archie Forber setting a very good lap time there. Looking at Archie Forber, the number 14 in 2nd place, has done everything right so far. Just trying to get a toe from Lucas Ellingham. Not really close enough to go for the lead, but just trying to pull away. But look out for the number 88 in 3rd place, Brandon Matchell, who's starting to break in 3rd and close up on Forber.
Yeah, very experienced driver is Brandon. He's been putting in those PBs. He's done another one through Sector 1 on this lap. Chipped another 10th away. He's got time on his side as well. He can get into the toe of Archie Forber. There is the number 88 going into the boot now. Well done, guys. Good pick up there.
Just going to have a look now and just see how much it's closed on Forber. There is Forber in 2nd in the number 14.
Martin Auger in the number 76 to the right of your screen is out of this race. Being recovered there by one of the marshals. But what's the gap between Forber and Matchell now? It is
1.3, I believe.
1.3. Matchell took 0.3 of a second. live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. If you've got a second device at home that you can pull the timing up on, it's a very good resource to have.
As we watch Brandon Matchell,
contact between the number 42 and the 36. So that was Jacob Stilp going down the inside of Nathan Amos.
So that'll be one for the stewards perhaps to decide. It was a bit of, again, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, you would say. But one thing here with Matchell in 3rd, as we focus on this battle with the 22 and 27 there, just on the edge of the top 10, Kieran Ragg and Ty Stansfield in there.
Yeah.
One thing here, of course, with Matchell, he just closes the gap slightly, is in any form of motorsport or bike racing as well, is when you start to psychologically see yourself closing up on that driver in front or rider in front, whichever the case may be. It's almost, it just feels like an extra push in your head as well, I think. So we'll watch how Matchell gets on.
10 laps completed then by our X30 seniors. This is the last race of this first rotation, by the way. We will be going back to the Hondas next. Good move down the inside by the number 27 of Kieran Ragg. He's had a good recovery here. Remember, he was facing the wrong way on turn 2 of lap number 1 of this race. As the number 48 now looks down the inside of the 46. That's Archie Garlick going past Mason Weir for 12th place. Last lap board is out then for Lucas Ellingham, championship leader at the start of the day, on 308 points over Alex Johnston in second place. As then there's significant damage there to the 58 of Ellis Bourchier. That Nassau panel is definitely not to the karting 1 regulations of what a Nassau panel should be doing. But here comes Lucas Ellingham, who we've not really seen much of in this race, and we haven't needed to because he's been dominant again out front. Lucas Ellingham takes another victory in this brilliant X30 Senior season that he's having for the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Archie Forber, best results of the year so far, in second place. Very good drive, as off on the last lap is Oliver Henwood, and he's absolutely furious. There's been an incident there going into Osiers.
Looking at the front wing there, picked up looked like some tyre marks there. Yeah. So whether there's been a bit of rubbing on those final couple of corners. Was it Osiers, wasn't it?
Yeah. Let's go through the rest of the order. Brandon Matchell, very solid result in third. Vishal Patel fourth. Jordan Brown, Alex Johnston, Jacob Still, Christian Brooks, Nathan Amos and Archie Garlick. It's a top 10 for all of those drivers. Ty Stansfield had an eventful race. In the end, it's 11th for Ty. Kieran Ragg had an incident on lap 1, recovers to 12th. Thomas Massarella 13th. Mason Weir, Ellis Bourchier, Benjamin Watts, Benedict Davies, Hugo Gilbert, Caelan Burbridge and Curtis Louis are all in the top 20. Thomas Pugh 21st, and then a few retirements out there. Oliver Henwood on the last lap, Martin Auger and Benjamin Southgate. But another very good result for Lucas Ellingham. We'll see the X30 Seniors out again for their second heat later on in the afternoon. But for now, we're going to take another short break and rotate things back round to our cadets. Honda Cadet will kick things off with their second heat in a short few moments' time. Apologies, I've got ahead of myself. Apologies, folks, I've got ahead of myself. I'm getting through this too quickly. We've got Senior Rotax out next. Here's their first heat of the day. Harrison Crook and Catherine White on the front row. Joshua Valance and Tommy Edmonds, row 2. Carl Dunford and Johnny Elliott on row 3. Elliot Pickard and Rob Ellis, row 4. Archie Elliott and Lucas Ivaskevicius on row 5. Hayden Carter and Mikey Austin on row 6. Jaden Neil Holder and Joshua Pickford, row 7. Joshua Taylor and Luke Wooder on row 8. Sean Berry and Harry Canham on row 9. Ethan Ling and Jamie Rogers wrap out the top 20. Jay Lewis and Alex Jackson, row 11. Millie Hart wraps out the 23 runners in what will now be the last race in the first rotation. First race of the day for Senior Max.
Yep, this is the 8th and final race of the block. Just recovering, that was the number 15 Southgate from the previous race, wasn't it? And let's hope that's the only time today we say bad day for Southgate.
Absolutely.
Just looking at the forecast, looking at some of those ominous clouds, but at the moment there is a possibility of rain a bit later on. We are talking into the evening, so let's hope that stays away, because like we said at the start of the programme, the track here at Whilton Mill, I'd say, looking perfect for racing today. It is warm out there, but it's not all too. It's not over the top, you would say, for the tyres to go off as any stretch, would you?
I'm conscious I've not stepped out the box for the last nearly 2 hours. But racing yesterday, as they would say in my way of the world, it were rate muggy. It was horrible. The air temperature wasn't that high. It was only 17, 18 degrees, but it was so humid. And so I was racing on another physical circuit yesterday down at Rye House, and it was tricky, most difficult run of the year so far, and it only got worse and worse as the day went on. Just had a note as well, shortage of D5 tyres at the moment in Senior Rotax. I think that's a bit of a national thing. So we have got some drivers running on old tyres here in this first heat of the day. So bear that in mind as we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap again. Away we go, and that is a false start.
Yeah. You see there, of course, the one driver down the middle, almost, it was a strange thing to do there, you would say, almost. But yeah, definitely a full start, as again, the driver's hands up, just back out of racing conditions, you would say. The flag's immediately up for the full start. And it'll be interesting if, you say, running on old tyres today, the track temperature fairly warm. I would say, Andrew, I think I'm a bit sadistic sometimes. When it's warm and muggy like this, I love it when I'm racing. It's I much prefer that to when it's cold in December.
Oh, yes, I'm with you on that one. When you can still feel your hands.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's
I've had that in the past.
Uncomfortable in that manner, but
after the race, you sat in the transit with your fingers jammed in the heater outlet, just trying to get some feeling back. Here we go then. So we're going to try again with this start, and down the final corner we go. Good grid of drivers here, everyone getting back into position. Let's hope we get a clean start this time. This looks better to me, and will it be good? Yes, that looks like they're all the way well, and a good start there from the number 33 of Catherine White. We saw again just trying to position that kart aggressively into the first corner, get the lead as they go to Christmas for the first time. So White leads. Tommy Evans with a good jump as well from Joshua Valance, Kyle Dunford and Johnny Elliott as the leaders make their way down towards Ashby. Again, White guarding that line. Runs a little wide on the exit, but should have the momentum to hold on to the lead, and she does indeed. So Catherine White, your race leader, Tommy Evans in second. White with a good exit out of Ashby, you would say, as they go through towards Thatcher. And just pulling away slightly as they go towards Boot for the first time into that left-hander. And again, we just saw Tommy Evans there just lifting the flap on the radiator. Just to explain, of course, what that's all about.
Yeah, so obviously the air-to-fuel mix, very important in terms of power. Tommy Edmonds wanting a bit more cool air, or the flow rate of the air into the radiator. Wants that to be a bit higher. Makes that adjustment, which you can make at this level. See, I'm not used to doing that. I'm not allowed to touch the flap when I race in the Rotax powered series that I'm used to. Oh, side by side there, that was a forceful move. I think that may have been Rob Ellis going for an overtake on Hayden Cater.
Yeah, down about 7th place, wasn't it? All very close on the edge of the top 10. There's a bit of banging and buffing there through Thatcher. Two or three drivers battling for position there as we see the number 46. That's one of the Praga karts there of Rob Ellis. Just starting to put the pressure on the 86 of Hayden Kart around the final corner. Always very neatly turned out, those Praga machines, aren't they?
Yeah, and championship leader, of course, at this stage of the season. Another driver who had an absolutely brilliant weekend last weekend at Clay Pigeon in Super 1 Series is down the inside now and takes another position there off Hayden Cater. Very different conditions last weekend at Clay Pigeon. Very wet, especially on the Sunday, and he dealt with it very well as Jaden Neil Holder is trying to get involved now. Cater's got back past Rob Ellis.
This, I think, will be good news for the race leader, of course, Catherine White, with that great start. Did a couple of very strong opening 2 laps there, 45.46 last time round. There's a bit of pressure from Tommy Evans and Kyle Dunford. But, of course, with those strong early laps, they're just trying to break away from this field as Catherine White again leads by just under 0.4 of a second. There she is, the race leader into Christmas corner. Again, it seems very nip and tuck here, just trying to pull away slightly from Edmonds. And the good news for Catherine White here is that Kyle Dunford in third is looking strong and starting to battle for second place as we see that battle on the edge of the top 10, all very close there. There's Kepius and Johnny Elliott, Jamie Rogers all in there, very close on the edge of the top 10 as again we see Rob Ellis having a look as well.
Yeah, back down the inside of Hayden Cater, gets the move done. There's Joshua Valance, the number 28. Very experienced driver around this circuit. He's been racing in WMKC competitions for many years.
Tommy Evans just trying to pull away slightly now from Kyle Dunford and putting the race leader Catherine White under pressure. He just seemed to be strong through oblivion. Again, he was very close to the back of White, who again pulls away going through to Christmas corner. Ethan Ling on the move, fastest lap of the race, number 31, currently in 9th position. So Catherine White does seem to have some good lines coming through that whole Boot and Oblivion section. Just seems to pull away again slightly from Edmonds. Not close enough to go for the pass.
Karts with the E-plate of, being piloted by Luke Wood, who made a good move there. It's got past Johnny Elliott, I think, for 13th place. And another great little insight there from Alan and the Karting 1 in the chat. That's down the inside goes the number 78 on the 75. That's Joshua Taylor getting past Jaden Neil Holder for 8th position.
Good lap there from Joshua Taylor as it goes, and Ethan Ling as well.
But no, that the point from Alan. Cheers, mate. Keep them coming in. Rotax coming back big time at the moment, even with a tyre shortage, a decent grid. And I'll point out as well that you've got MS UK and Motorsport UK O-plate going on today for Rotax up at Warden Law. So big thanks to all of these drivers for turning out here at Whilton Mill today.
I always think as well, when you look at the Rotax, of course, very old name, you'd say the Austrian manufacturer. There is the parity out there as well. I mean, there is a cost element to karting as well, but you're looking at these sealed engines. It's fairly straightforward, you would say, to get involved in it in a sense. And that parity does really create some good racing. And again, we see that battles on the edge of the top 10 all looking very close. There's not much to say between these cars. There is variances in setup, of course, but they are essentially very similar power outputs.
Good move there from Mikey Austin down the inside of Alex Jackson for 17th position. Ethan Ling is currently your fastest driver out on circuit, 44.79 seconds for the driver in the number 31. And closing onto the back of the 46 of Rob Ellis. Those drivers know each other well. As, big send round the outside. Jamie Rogers take a bow there. Is it going to work? No. Oh, he's going to try to squeeze him. Yes, that was forceful stuff. Great racing.
I'd put that down as move of the day there, actually, because you've got to carry so much speed to get round the outside. He's going to lose on the exit of the corner there, so you've just got to carry that speed round the outside and make it stick. And that's my pass of the move there, I would say, on the 59.
Another fast lap from Ethan Ling as Rob Ellis looks down the inside of Archie Elliott. Oh, doesn't quite get the move done. Elliott holds it round the outside. This is all around 5th place, 5th, 6th and 7th. Ling down the inside this time of Ellis. My goodness, that is a good move. That is a great move from Ethan Ling.
Ethan Ling looking strong, actually. Put some good laps together, of course. Hoping to get perhaps a better grid position next time round as it's getting close at the front here. 1 second covering the top 4 as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Catherine White has pretty much led the entire race. We're coming under some real pressure now from Tommy Edmonds, Kyle Dunford and Joshua Valance. Leaders up to Christmas Corner. Here they go. And we're actually just picking up there Archie Elliott, Ethan Ling and Rob Ellis battling for 5th position.
Big incident. And that's between Wooder and Cater. Looks like both of them are okay.
Surprised that didn't damage the axle on that car. There was a hefty whack on the inside there. Both drivers appear to be okay. Harry Canham and Harrison Crook, incidentally, dropping out of contention in the pits. So those two hitting trouble.
Well, Wooder had been making some great progress through the field, but that's rather arrested any positions being gained. 1 minute 10 on the clock.
This last lap's going to be good. I think we should have 2 laps to go after this, I believe. But 1 second covering the top 4 drivers. Got Ethan Ling with that great move through the field up to 5th place. 4.9 seconds adrift of the race leader. So realistically, we're looking at a 4-way scrap for the lead here. Ethan Ling still charging hard in 5th position. Rob Ellis, Archie Elliott, Jamie Rogers and Jaden Neil Holder. Joshua Pickford up to 10th position. The mechanical flag there for Ethan Ling.
Yeah, so Ethan Ling's progress is going to be stopped as well. Was up to 5th place, but something has gone awry on the number 31. Is a safety concern for the driver and others out there, and is going to have to pull off the circuit. So if we've not mentioned it already, Harry Canham and Harrison Crook have had issues that have put them out of this race already as well. Ling does indeed come into pit lane, observes the meatball flag, and that's a real shame. Ethan Ling is out of this race.
Yeah, cruel luck there for Ethan Ling. He was running so well. As we now on to the penultimate lap of the race, and Catherine White, as we said, of course, has led pretty much the entire race, but the victory by no means guaranteed as we start to see the battle of the 3rd place here. Joshua Valance and Kyle Dunford trading positions there. Valance up to 3rd now, and they have pulled each other back a bit, so we're looking at a 2-way fight for the lead now between Catherine White and Tommy Edmonds. Again, Dunford and Valance fighting through boot for what will be the penultimate time. Round the final corner, the leaders go. Catherine White, your race leader. Tommy Edmonds has been right on the tail for several laps now as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the final time. This could be an important part of the race. White not too defensive then. Keeps it. That's confidence there from Catherine White, taking the racing line through the corner. And Tommy Edmonds still there in 2nd place now. I think that was good driving there from White.
Yeah.
The temptations there just to steam down the inside and be ultra defensive.
There's good work still to do, though. There's more opportunities for Edmonds to get through. Is Edmonds going to be down the inside? No, well blocked off by Catherine White there. Hasn't had a race victory so far in the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Into the boot now. Just got to get round the toe of the boot. Shut it down before the last corner. And Catherine White is going to take a first victory of the season under great pressure. A fantastic drive. Wins Heat 1 in Senior Rotax Max here today.
I would say there as well, notable there, Catherine White just seemed to almost park the kart on the apex because Tommy Edmonds went wide in boot. You could see what was going on there. He was just going to get the outside sweep. But White, very wise there, you would say, just seemed to know the kart was there, just parked her kart on the apex and prevented Edmonds from making the undercut.
Tommy Edmonds second, more good points for the number 23. Carl Dunford third, Joshua Valance fourth, Rob Ellis fifth, Archie Elliott sixth. All top runners there in that top six. Jaden Neal Holder, Jamie Rogers, Joshua Pickford and Sean Berry in the top 10. Luke Wooder recovers to 11th, but is there any damage to that kart after the incident earlier in the race? Joshua Taylor 12th, Lucas Ivaskevicius is 13th, Mikey Austin 14th, Alex Jackson was your top novice runner in that race in 15th, Jay Lewis 16th, Hayden Cater we'd be a little bit disappointed there with 17th, 18th for Millie Hart, John 19th place. Ethan Ling was mechanical flagged with 3 laps to go. Harry Canham and Harrison Crook were retirements from the race as well. Well, that does now complete the first rotation of races here at Whilton Mill. Apologies for getting myself a little bit too eager earlier on, but we are now going to reset and go round again, starting the second group of heats with Honda Cadet. They'll be out next.
Here we go then with our second block of heat races for the day, starting of course with the Honda Cadets, and heading the grid this time is Lorenio Martin on the 69, Charlie Wolford in 95 in second place from Jensen Walker, Alessio Lamalfa in 4th place, Victor Hansen and Finley Lines in 6th place. 7th for Daniel Butcher, 8th is Kaiser Riemann, 9th Max Fallon, Hayden Gray in 10th, Sebastiano Tizio in 11th place from Sebastian G, Adam Hill 13th from Theo Champney in 14th. Joshua Begemby, of course, down in 15th place from Noah McNicholas. Riley Thatcher, Sergio Wirtz in 18th position. 19th for Rio Licata. Mayan Patel in 20th place. Jake Schulz 21st. Oliver Majeski in 22nd. Callum Wilson and John Richardson in 24th place. Logan Giles 25th. And Harry Platek Holland running up the field in 26th place. And now, of course, we're looking at this switch grid throughout the day here, Andrew. 1 or 2 of the top names starting quite far back in this race, so these first couple of laps in the Honda Cadets I think will be very important indeed. Yeah, and it's a real challenge. You know, you don't want to be too eager, I think, in the context of this race. If you're a Oliver Majewski or a Joshua Begemby, it's still quite a long race, 8 minutes to work your way through. You've already got some good points on the board. You don't absolutely need to win this race. Remember, it's all about getting a good position for that final. 36 points available for a heat victory, 60 available for a final victory. These engines, of course, these Honda Cadets, it's almost like the Duracell of the motorsport world. It's these tough, very similar principle, of course, to what you get in the corporate karts, but these engines basically there's scope for tuning and improving them as well. And you see, of course, in pro karts as well, very similar engines. Fantastic little 4-stroke things, and they really are tough, reliable engines, you would say, as well. We're under starters orders then for the second heat in Honda Cadet here at Whilton Mill today. Eyes on the lights, away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Solid start from those at the front. It looks like Charlie Wolford has got the best start of them all and will lead them up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. 24 karts, can they all work their way through this first lap? They did a great job earlier on in heat number 1, and it's all looking pretty good so far, Chris. Yeah, everyone fairly defensive, you would say, into Christmas Corner for the first time as they make their way through. A bit of banging towards the back there, but nothing too serious. The drivers make their way down towards Ashby for the first time. 1 or 2 brave moves. Oh, but a spinner there. That, I think, may well have been Champney. Yeah, Champney went down the inside, just seemed to lose the back end, and I think has he picked up damage? I think he's okay. He has. Yeah, there's a bit of damage to the front wing. The 33 of Logan Giles was in there, and was the 80 held up in there as possibly. Well. We'll find out as they come over the start-finish at the end of lap number 1. But Charlie Wolford was very quick in race number 1. He's had a good start here in this one. Leads by 0.37 of a second over Lorenio Martin. Alessio Lamalfa there in 3rd. Finley Lines is up to 4th. Who was our biggest mover? It looks like it was Majewski. So Oliver Majewski up 6 positions on that first lap to 13th. Jake Schulz, it was Riley Thatcher involved as well, the number 80. In that incident at Ashby on lap number 1, but the race continues with Wolford out front. And there we saw the classic example, of course, Andrew was talking about at the start of the race. You want to be careful sometimes on the first lap. Champney going for the move down the inside. It just seemed to go wrong for him, and right at the back of the field now with a lot of work to do. Kaiser Riemann, number 83, running strongly as we look at the number 17 of Alessio. Lamal for now in third place, coming under some real pressure from Findlay Lines. Victor Hansen, Riemann in there as well. The fastest lap last time round. Max Fallon, Jensen Walker and Hayden Gray as they make their way out of boot round the final corner. Oh, and you know it when you go wide on that corner on those curbs. It's very bumpy indeed, you would say. You want to keep it nice and neat almost on that final corner sometimes. I think the faster line is to stay on the track.
It's the way this circuit flows as Alessio Lamalfa goes defensive into Christmas corner. You can be coming round that final corner thinking about an overtake, not into turn 1, not into turn 2, but up into Christmas corner, especially as that whole flow goes through those corners. And if you get it right, you get the line right, and big off. And in the grass there goes the number 26, which is Victor Hansen. Did very well to hold on to that, but unfortunately he's going to lose a stack of positions there. You know, you want to get that line right, get the momentum, ride on the rear bumper of the driver ahead to then get the move done into Christmas corner. And it all flows from this very point of the circuit that we're watching the drivers navigate now.
And you just saw there, Alessio Lamalfa just losing out slightly, I think, Findlay Lines and Kaiser Riemann going through. Now look out for the number 83 here. This is a driver who's running quite neatly at the front. Charlie Wolfett, your race leader. Findlay Lines up to second place here. They all coming up as... Now we saw Riemann just gesticulating. I wonder if he's just saying just to, you know, play it cool now and try and catch up with the leaders.
Bagembi goes past Lamalfa there, so that's the championship leader up to 5th place. Big thanks to the team at Alpha Timing. Results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC. All the latest results, even as we go through the day, are being posted up there on the website. Majewski in the number 40, navigating through this field.
Coming through the field quite nicely there with Hayden Gray and Mayan Patel, the number 20, also in there. Look out for the white helmet. As Lamalfa loses a few positions, just dropping a couple on that previous lap. Wolfie continues to lead the way. Findlay Line still second. Kaiser Riemann, another fast lap in third place in the number 83, and looking threatening as they make their way through Oblivion and moving up now towards Christmas corner. The rest of the top 10 screaming up the hill as that looks like Lamalfa going ultra defensive into Christmas corner. The rest of the top 10 go through just on the edge there. Adam Hill and Victor Hansen having a good battle. Hansen hit trouble early in the race and fighting back well. Leading novice at the moment is in 18th position, the number 7 of Harry Platek, Holland, who I believe of course started at the back of the field, so running through quite nicely at this stage. Charlie Wolfett continues to lead the way. Here they come in less than, well, 0.6 of a second, covering the top 3 as Riemann neatly gets the cart down the inside into boot, and this could be a battle for the lead here with Findlay Lines, and Riemann down the inside into the final corner. Lovely bit of driving and another classic Whilton Mill boot move there to pass. It's 3 or 4 corners in the making.
Yeah, that was really nice from Kaiser. Worked with Findlay Lines initially to get through past Charlie Wolfett, but in doing so had Lines offline for the remainder of the boot and got at the inside as they approached the final corner. Very, very clever racing for such a young driver. Having said that, has just had a contact warning as the number 83.
Well, of course, that is just a necessary evil sometimes. You'll have to bear that in mind for the rest of the race. He's trying to now try and break away as the battle starts to develop. The second place, Majewski running through the field into, I believe, 4th place. I almost think sometimes, I come from a motocross background, and it is a bit like a motocross track sometimes. The best circuits, they really do lend themselves to passing 3 or 4 corners in advance, and Whilton Mill's got that element to it, I think, sometimes. We see this cadet racing, especially with the 4-stroke engines, also evenly matched. We do see some moves, and like you say, of course, sometimes you're making a move into Christmas corner, you're starting half a lap before the boot complex.
Majewski through past Lines there is now up to 3rd place and setting about Wolfett and Ryman. Oh, Ryman getting very defensive there into Christmas corner. And that's going to offer the opportunity for Majewski to get really, really close to them now. Majewski looking down the inside,
that's brave.
Forcing his way through there into 2nd place past Charlie Wolfett.
Makes the move stick as well. That was impressive there because he was very aggressive into Ashby, and I think now we just saw Majewski there, just seemed to be gesticulating there just to, like, you know, let's work together now, because Riemann's just pulling away slightly. Majewski up to 2nd place. He won the first heat earlier on, of course. Here they come through boot once again, and Majewski closely followed by the number 95 of Charlie Wolfett, but Majewski, the race leader, just starting to put the pressure now. 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go Kaiser Riemann, the 83, the race leader's done very well so far, but here we go, Andrew. He's coming under some real pressure up to Christmas corner.
Yeah, he's got to play this sensibly because there's a lot of drivers queuing up behind. Majewski's down the inside, surely will take the lead here. Very nicely done once again from Oliver Majewski in the number 40. Kaiser Riemann didn't fight that too hard, and I think that's with the knowledge that there's a lot of drivers. Again, momentum is the key word in Honda Cadet racing. There's a lot of drivers there queuing up to take his position. Wolfert's still there in third. Bugembi in fourth. Max Fallon having a much stronger race this time around. Didn't have a happy time at all in heat number 1. But here comes Riemann again down the inside of Majewski into the boot. Majewski deals with it well. Just leaves him a cart width on the inside. Retains the lead.
And he did well there just to block the exit of boot as well, because you can see Riemann there just trying to get the exit speed there, but Majewski just parking the cart there on the exit. Charlie Wolfert's having a look as they make their way up towards Christmas corner once again. The leader's going defensive, and Riemann this time having a look down the inside. Oh, not quite enough there. Holds on to that second place. Look at this, though. We've got about
top
five, six drivers now.
Yeah, Hayden Gray has slipped into this one again. Wolfert looking down the inside of Riemann as they go into Ashby Corner. This has turned into a classic Honda Cadet race where battling at the front of the field has enabled other drivers to come into this. Down the inside of Fallon goes Gray, into Oziers, gets the move done. But look at what's happened there, Chris. They've dropped off the back of Joshua Bugembi now in the battle for fourth.
Yeah, it's starting to split it as we head towards the final lap now, as we look at Majewski, the race leader. Riemann in second around the final corner they go. This will be the last lap, and this is where it all comes to fruition now. This run up to Christmas corner is going to be incredibly important now, and watch Riemann round the run up the hill. Majewski goes defensive on the inside. Makes sure that Riemann can't get through down the inside. We've got Charlie Wolfert, Joshua Bugembi, who's fought through very well up to fourth place from Hayden Gray. Here they come down to Ashby. Look at Riemann down the inside there, forcing Majewski to take some real defensive action there. Are they going to sacrifice exit speed, and could Wolfert and Bugembi get involved, because these two are really duking it out at the front?
Bugembi's got through past Wolfert for third place. That's given a bit of breathing space to this top two. There's a great battle going on between Finlay Lyons and Mayan Patel as well for seventh place. But can Oliver Majewski hold on here for another victory in Honda Cadets here at Whilton Mill Kart Club? Was great in round 1, is having a great round 4 as well. Oliver Majewski to the line, yes, does take it by less than 0.2 of a second. Kaiser Riemann with a great drive there into second place. More points on the board for the driver in the number 52. That's Joshua Bugembi. They're in third. Hayden Gray fourth. Charlie Wolfert fifth. Max Fallon should be pleased there with sixth place. That's a good recovery, a good comeback from the disappointments of heat number 1. Mayan Patel does take seventh place in the end there, ahead of Finlay Lyons, Alessio Lamalfa and Sebastiano Tuzio is your top 10. Victor Hansen, Adam Hill, Lorenio Martin, Daniel Butcher, Jake Schulz all in the mid-pack there, down to 15th. Another really good drive from the driver of the number 7, Harry Platak, Holland top novice in 16th. Theo Champney had an incident on lap 1, finishes 17th. Noah McNicholas 18th. Riley Thatcher was also involved in the incident on lap 1, and it's 19th for the number 80. Sebastian G in 20th. John Richardson 21st, Callum Wilson, not a good race there, in 22nd unfortunately. Logan Giles 23rd, and Jensen Walker the one retirement in 24th.
So a good day so far, I would say, for Oliver Majewski, the number 40, the double heat winner today. And notably there, half a second covering the top 4 drivers on that final lap. It was a very close finish, as you would quite often expect with Honda Cadet racing. Kaiser Riemann perhaps a little unlucky not to take the checkered flag as well, but all bodes well for an exciting final.
Absolutely. I think there's a couple of bumper checks going on down there, so keep an eye on the results page for the final result of that one. But we're going to swiftly move on across to IAME Cadet. Their second heat is out on circuit next. Let's have a look at the grid then for IAME Cadet and their second heat. Sukmani Kira on pole position alongside Kian Amy on the front row. Levi McGrath and Henry Clark on row 2. Max Mason and Enzo Butterazzi on row 3. Liam Welsh and Aston Brown row 4. Simeon Stone and Jonty Restrick row 5. Donald Stratton completes the 11 runners in this field.
So the air-cooled, of course, of the IAME two-stroke machines making their way round on this formation lap. So Max Mason, the birthday boy, of course, who ran away with that first heat race earlier on today with a bit of work to do, of course, down in 4th place, as IAME leading them through boots, closely followed, of course, by Levi McGrath. Here they come up towards the start, and of course we are back to rolling starts for the rest of the race groups. Here they come around the final corner, and well, we'll have a look at the flag there. I think it looks like it's it is a full start. I was going to say, almost thought it had gone there, but they would look a bit messy towards the back, I believe, so we are going to go again.
Need to correct myself on earlier. This is being a 2-heat meeting as opposed to a 3-heat meeting, means these individual heat races do actually have a little bit more in points. It's 54 points. The total number of points across the course of the heats is the same as we have on a 3-heat day, but it means, more points on offer for each individual race.
Actually, Jan Ackerman posing a question there. What's checked after the race before entering the pit lanes? This is almost like post-race scrutineering, something we get not quite so much in bike racing, but especially in karts. So this is just effectively to make sure that everything's all legal and running to regulations.
Exactly that the kart comes back in the same ready-to-race condition that it went out with and is compliant to all the regulations. The one that you often quite see them checking is that front bumper, which we'll talk about later, because we are ready to go then here for IAME Cadet in their second heat of the day. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go for the start of this one. Looks like IAME got a good start. Sukmani Kira. No, we're going to go around again. I was going to say, because Sukmani Kira is meant to be at the front of the field for pole position, but it's currently out of position.
I don't think IAME's realised this just yet. Charging through Christmas Corner, and I think, seen the flag now.
We'll see the flag when they go through Marshall Post E and F.
We're not going to get speaking of the post-race scrutiny, do you remember the old water-cooled brakes skullduggery in Formula 1 back in the 80s, which was supposedly water to cool the brakes down?
Yes, so this was all about meeting the minimum weight. As I say, it's one of those classic motorsport ones. My favourite one is still the Toyota flex plate on the turbos in the mid-90s in the WRC. Go check that one out. And we're not encouraging this kind of behaviour.
Definitely not.
Absolutely not.
Didn't Toyota get absolutely hauled over the coals for that?
Yeah, they got excluded. Oh, we've had a spinner. I think it might be IAME. No, it's spun round. No, it's Levi McGrath. It's Levi McGrath who's gone round in the number 68. So that's unfortunate because the race has false started again. Yeah. That's a lucky one.
It just seemed again a bit messy towards the back there. So a bit of a save by the flag there, you would say, for Levi McGrath. Just seemed to lose traction on that final corner. The back end stepping out almost, and McGrath should be able to. This would be a case now just retaking the position at the front of the grid.
Formula Tube actually makes the very good point that one of the main things that for newer viewers, one of the things that's been checked post-race is the front wing, the front bumper. These karts have a system on them now that to discourage loading of other drivers into corners, i.e. bumping them at the rear and forcing them through the corner. They have a clip on them. If you exceed the force of the clip unlatches, the front bumper drops, and it's a 5-second penalty should that happen in the middle of the race. Of course, it gets checked post-race. So this time, hopefully, we are ready to go. Still don't see a number 44 at the front of this field, but away we do go. Max Mason and IAME out front. Time has been reduced on this race as a result, so it's now 6 minutes plus 1 lap. But Max Mason to the front again here in IAME Cadet.
Lovely start there, and unfortunate for Levi McGrath, who had to rejoin at the back of the field. 10 drivers at the start of this race, so McGrath had a bit of work to do, but Max Mason, of course, the birthday boy, 10 years old today, and we were saying about almost the cliche, he would say he wants the perfect present, and it's going his way so far. Took the first heat race earlier on today, has got to the front of the field very early on from that 4th place. Of course, there was one driver out of the way, you would say, once the race got going, but Max Mason has got through to the front very early indeed, and now can try and run his own race at the front, just try and break away, because it's still looking quite competitive behind him.
Yeah, the 82 of Henry Clark had problems in heat number 1. I think we've got one kart out there that doesn't have a working transponder, so we'll try and pick who that is in a moment. It's the 88 again. It's the same one as we had in the first heat.
The 68, Levi McGrath starting to get to work now, goes down the inside of the 57 of Aston Brown into Christmas corner. Donnell Stratton currently the first of the novice drivers, 4th position. Simeon Stone, 6th position. Enzo Butterazzi, Aston Brown and Jonty Restrick. Rest of the novices out there, look out for the white numbers on the black number boards denoting the novice competitors, but Max Mason, 71, your race leader, trying to break away from the pole sitter Kian Amy on the 46. Round the final corner, out of boot they go. We've got an 88 in there as well. Then we've got 82 of Henry Clark, Donnell Stratton, Sukmani Kira and Max Mason, fastest lap of the race with a 52.98. Enzo Butterazzi on the move, moving up to what will be 7th, of course, with the driver minus the transponder. Simeon Stone, Jonty Restrick, Levi McGrath and Aston Brown rounding out your field as they make their way through Christmas corner. All very close indeed as Max Mason tries to pull away through Ashby, taking a very wide sweep, carrying a lot of exit speed out of the corner as the rest of the top 10 make their way through. Kian Amy just 1.2 seconds behind at this stage. There's a bit of bumping there in the midfield, and that was Jonty Restrick, Simeon Stone, Enzo Butterazzi all in there. That battle towards the back of the field. And the unfortunate Levi McGrath here, who span out on the previous full start, has not been able to get back through the field just yet, and coming under some real pressure as he tries to deal with Jonty Restrick.
Absolutely. So they come over the line. Mason leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of Kian Amy. Henry Clark there in 3rd place. He's confirmed it's Liam Welsh, the number 88, who's got that issue with the transponder. Here comes the number 57 of Aston Brown, looking down the inside of Jonty Restrick. Not quite able to get through there, but it was a good attempt. Levi McGrath. That means McGrath has got through, so McGrath back up to 9th place now once we put the number 88 back into this pack. So apologies for that on the timing. We'll try and keep you as updated as we can with the situation.
Just starting to hustle the number 99 of Simeon Stone here down into boot, but this allows Jonty Restrick to have a look as they make their way through boot once again. McGrath with a wide sweep on the outside here, just trying to make the cut through into the final corner, but some nice driving there from Simeon Stone out of the corner. Maintains that momentum and making life very difficult. This battle at the back of the field actually fairly close at this stage. It's still Max Mason, Kian Amy, Henry Clark, then it's our number 88, I believe, in there just after there. So Sukmani Kira, I believe, in 5th. Donnell Stratton on the 86, our leading novice so far. Stratton, number 86, currently, I believe, in 6th position, bearing in mind, of course, the transponder issue. Further up the field, Enzo Butterazzi. And then this very close battle. This, of course, is, for want of a better phrase, for last place here, and it's pretty close.
No, I'm really enjoying it. Some great racing between these 4 drivers. Oh, McGrath makes a little error there. Nearly offers the opportunity to Restrick to get back down the inside. Fastest lap of the race so far, Max Mason 52.8. Here comes down the inside this time. McGrath has got the move done on Simeon Stone.
That's a classic move out of Thatcher there, getting the exit speed just right to make that move into the boot corner. It's sometimes you do have to sacrifice that entry speed as we cut back to Max Mason. Our race leader is already going through Christmas corner, leads the race by 2.91 seconds. They can see the gap between the first few drivers as Mason goes through the Ashby right-hander complex. I love this camera angle we've got on the stream today. It really shows you how tight and technical that corner is. And almost that downhill sweep, you'll see quite often it's more off camber than it appears.
Yeah. It's in some ways, I think it's probably not the trickiest corner on this circuit, but it's one of to get right, and get right consistently as well. 52.52 seconds, by the way, is the fastest lap of that anyone in this class has done so far today. So Max Mason being in the 52.8 is pretty good.
Just looking at Donnell Stratton there, the 86 who we're looking at the moment, having a good battle with Sukmani Kira. And the 86 actually your leading novice driver so far, and I believe that will be 6th place, won't it, not 5th, but running very well. And he was just starting to put Kira under a bit of pressure there as we look at Kian Amy, our early race leader, now in 2nd place. The clock ticking down, so I think next time round we should be close. I think we should see the last lap next time round.
And some PBs going in from Kian, 53.40 last time round, and also a purple sector 1. So the number 46 going very nicely at the moment, consolidating that gap back to Henry Clark behind. Time has expired. Leader will see the last lap board go out next time over start finish. And right on cue. Thank you, Max. There it is. So final lap is out, 52.76. A new fastest lap in this heat. And a 4.15 second gap is the advantage for Mason going on to this last lap. Levi McGrath and Jonty Restrick still fighting here over 8th place.
I think an honourable mention here, Andrew, would have to go to Levi McGrath here. Of course, you've got that trouble of spinning on the formation lap, which is always going to knock you off kilter a bit. And he's had this very close battle with drivers towards the back of the field. Now, 7th place won't be the result he would have wanted, really, but it's all about sometimes fighting through and getting those positions, and he's fought very well so far up to 7th place. But at the moment here, Andrew, I think Max Mason has been faultless so far today. He's through to boot for the final time.
Absolutely. He's going to take pole position for the final grid. 2 wins out of 2 on his 10th birthday for Max Mason. A really good drive again for the number 71. IAME finishes in 2nd place. 3rd place for Henry Clark. 4th will go to Liam Welsh there in the 88. Sugmani Kira is 5th. Donald Stratton, Enzo Butterazzi is 7th, then Levi McGrath in 8th. He's very pleased with that. That's always good to see. I always like to see that. Drivers, irrespective of where they've finished, if they feel like they've had a good race, they celebrate it. Jonty Restrick, Simeon Stone and Aston Brown finish off the 11 runners in that IAME Cadet heat.
And you know what, Andrew, I always think it's an old saying in motorsport, you don't win the championship on your good days, it's the bad ones that count.
Yeah.
And when you look at McGrath there, really could have faded away in that one and battling through to 7th place. Again, not the best result in terms of points, but he made it stick and he's made it work, just squeezed a few more points out of this one.
And was happy about it as well. Into the pit lane comes the race winner. And we will see the IAME Cadets back out later on in the day for their final. Next up out on circuit for their 2nd and final heat will be the X30 Minis. They're up next. Let's have a look at the grid then for race 11 on your schedules here at Whilton Mill today. James Kell has pole position for the 2nd heat in X30 Mini. Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans will be looking to bounce back from a disappointing heat 1. Starts on that front row. Lucas Field and Amelia Pennington are on row 2. Ashton Wiggins and Fred Green are on row 3. Charlie Locker and Finn Leslie start on row 4 for this one. Freddie Lloyd and Jack Owen Drawbridge are inside the top 10 looking to move forward. Morgan Hill and Jack Mowat is an interesting lineup there on row 6. Charlie Mills and Riley Bishop start on row 7. Jack Hobson and Jensen Pugh are on row 8. Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming are on row 9. And that is your grid. 18 entries in X30 Mini here today at Whilton Mill. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Coverage brought to you by Alpha Live. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Andrew Mather and Chris Sora in the box for you.
Track looking in great condition, of course. Whilton Mill, incidentally, celebrating its 30th anniversary. The track starting in 1991. At the Mill circuit, which you'll see in the overhead shots behind the very impressive new race control and cafe area. It was a dirt track back in them days with the Honda Pilot style vehicles. Now, of course, over the years, establishing itself as a very impressive motorsport venue. It's on the edge, of course, of Motorsport Valley here in Northamptonshire, not too far from the likes of Silverstone and all the big name teams and so forth. So we are very much in the heart of motorsport community as the race gets underway. And James Kell with a great start. You can see the premix there running a bit rich into that first corner almost, but running strongly as round the outside there. Nice move from Lucas Field. So Finn Leslie, the winner of the first heat, starting in 7th position, crossing the line there. So a good getaway as they go down to Ashby for the first time.
They do indeed. There's a spinner in the mid-pack there. It's the number 23 of Jack Mowat again. So 2nd race in a row. Mowat has a spin on lap number 1. Jensen Pugh in the 60s involved as well and has got damage to the front end of the number 60. Mowat is not happy. It has not been a good day through the heats and he'll have work to do in the final.
Here they come in through boot for the first time. The rest of the field charging on, unaware of this incident. James Cullen, your early race leader. Around the final corner they go and down the finish line straight. So Lucas Field now into the lead from Fred Green. Amelia Pennington up to 3rd. And of course the incident on the first lap, a real shuffle of positions here with Jack Mowat and Jensen Pugh dropping out of contention. Morgan Hill, the 22, making a move down the inside of Charlie Locker. with a great start there. And oh, that was aggressive there. You'd almost call that a block pass, you would say, to use a bike racing term. Very aggressive but fair move, I would say.
Yeah, Morgan Hill definitely on the move, one of the biggest improvers on that first lap. Gained 5 positions. Well, there's another one. Hill now up to 4th place, going for 3rd on Amelia Pennington. And the number 21, yeah, I think that move stuck. So Morgan Hill up to 3rd. Here, there's a change for the lead at the front of the field. Well, that's where it would be. Fred Green leads over Lucas Field. Finn Leslie's round.
Finn Leslie, yeah. He's had a difficult start to the race, hasn't he, Andrew? He dropped down the field, and now there's the 60, and 72 doesn't look too happy there of Jack Owen Drawbridge.
Yeah, and they were together on circuit, so I think that's been a coming together between the 29 and the 72 that's resulted in those two falling down the order. Jack Hobson now makes an overtake for 5th place on Thomas Cucurelli-Owens, and out is Charlie Locker from this second heat of the day.
Another driver off the course there, hitting
Hobson.
Yeah, hitting mechanical trouble. So, this is a bit of a drama-filled race, you would say. And notice there, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Jack Mowat, they're almost, Finn Leslie, they're almost like footballers there when they look at the ref after a foul. They're looking across to the stewards there. Both of them think the other one was at fault, I think. Classic racing dispute, I would say. So in this rather drama-filled race here, Fred Green still your race leader, just under 8/10 of a second covering the top 3 with Lucas Field and Morgan Hill. Amelia Pennington in the 21 kart, just a little bit further behind in 4th place. There she is, and Thomas Cucurelli, there's the 86 with the move down the inside of Riley Bishop. Oh, he tried to go through down the inside there, but just ran out of momentum.
As well defended by Thomas Cucurelli-Owens. It's something you can do through Christmas Corner. It's quite positively banked. So when you're on the outside, take that wider line, carry a bit more speed, use that banking to hold yourself around the outside of another driver. Just to go back to that Jack Hobson retirement, it looked very strange. I mean, he was looking down at the right-hand side as down the inside of Cucurelli-Owens goes Riley Bishop, takes 5th place. Initially, I was going to say chain failure, but it's going into a braking zone. Normally, when we see chain failures around here at Whilton Mill, it's on a corner exit as you're getting on the power.
Yes.
There are a few corners where you can load up the right-hand side, drop off the backside of a curb. It's clearly something's gone wrong there with the number 6, and hopefully they can get it repaired before the final.
Pure speculation. Wonder perhaps maybe the carb or something like that on the square.
Could be, yeah.
Isn't it? So Fred Green with a new challenger now, of course. Morgan Hill up to 2nd place, still very close on the edge of the top 10. Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming. Look at the that's the one with the Ralph Schumacher sort of livered karts there from Luke Fleming. Quite distinctive, number 14. Running well with Joshua Jones. There is Joshua Jones right on cue, the number 84, our lead novice in this race.
And has just got past Charlie Mills for 9th place overall. Yeah, they all flow into the corner. So
that was tight into boot there with 29. Finn Leslie fighting through the field. And Finn... there's a loose Nassau panel there as well, I think, in the middle of all that.
There's a problem for the number 52 of James Kellen there. Was slow off the toe of the boots. Has unfortunately fallen 7 positions on that last lap. Is now in 15th. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Here are your leaders going into these 2 tricky left-handers through Osiers now. Fred Green ahead of Morgan Hill. Lucas Field still not too far behind as well. Freddie Lloyd is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. The number 27 in 7th position. 47.54 last time around.
So these leaders, of course, having quite a, you would almost say, a sedate race at the front, away from all the barging and banging further down the field. And, of course, Fred Green with a bit of work to do now, because Morgan Hill is starting to look threatening as we go in towards the final 3 minutes of the second heat, plus the 1 lap, of course. Down the hill towards Ashby. Hill not opting to go for the inside there, just tagging onto the back of Fred Green. 2 leaders pulling each other on quite nicely, but look out for the number 77. Lucas Field just starting to close up slightly here in 3rd as, Morgan Hill, nice little move into boot there down the inside. Fred Green taking the outside sweep, but I think Morgan Hill has done enough to make the move stick, and a lovely move there from Morgan Hill.
Very interesting phase of the race this. Morgan Hill has clearly backed himself to go into the lead and then pull away, because otherwise you'd sit in 2nd place and try and get that gap back to 3rd even bigger. Fight for the win on the last lap, but Morgan Hill has gone, no, I want to lead this race, I want to do this solo from the front. Can Fred Green stay with him? Just having a quick look there at Riley Bishop. And Freddie Lloyd still putting in some really good lap times, 47.86 last time around, 2/10 quicker than Riley Bishop, but he's now got to try and overtake. Here are your leaders going into the boot, and so far, Chris, it does seem like Fred Green can hold on to this pace of Morgan Hill whilst he's in the slipstream.
Yeah, absolutely, in second place, running quite, a bit ragged out of boot there, but doesn't lose much time. Lucas Field, with 1.5 minutes to go, still could get involved in this one. Here they come up towards Christmas Corner now. Morgan Hill taking that extreme outside sweep, carrying a lot of speed through the corner. Fred Green a bit tighter on the entry there. May close up under acceleration out of the corner. Riley Bishop, incidentally, 6th position is your fastest lap. 47.33, but it's all very close. All the drivers lapping well in the 47 so far. And Fred Green, well, I think here, Andrew, was saying, of course, that Morgan Hill was looking to make that move and try and break away, but I may not have factored here that Fred Green has pulled in there quite nicely. I think maybe perhaps has looked at the lines here and perhaps just copying the race leader, just trying to stay involved there. Learning what works.
Keep an eye on this group for 5th, 6th and 7th. They're running very, very quickly. At the moment, they're actually quicker than the race leaders. And they're trying to close down Amelia Pennington there in 4th. There we go again. Freddie Lloyd has just put in a new fastest lap of the race, 47.23. As look at Green really, really haranguing the back of Morgan Hill's kart.
And again there, Andrew, like you were saying, the outside sweep into Christmas Corner. It's surprising how much speed and how much aggression he can carry and defend that corner from that outside line, because Green went down the inside, but he had to back out there. It's an interesting corner, and that camber, I think, really does make a big difference.
Does indeed. Keep an eye on the clock. It should tick down and hit 0 before the drivers cross start finish. 5 seconds to go. So we should be going on to the final lap of the race. Yes, we will do. Morgan Hill and Fred Green. I think they've got the gap back to Lucas Field big enough, so they will fight now over the race victory and the 54 points on offer for winning a heat here today.
That wide sweep out of oblivion up towards Christmas Corner. Here they go once again. Both drivers taking the aggressive outside line through Christmas Corner. Down the hill we go towards Ashby. Hill defensive on the inside, preventing the block pass down the inside. Now, has he compromised himself on the exit? No, and it's a good line there from Morgan Hill, the race leader. Rose is heading towards Thatcher, and Green down the inside, goes for the move. Now, is he going to lose out on the straight? I think that might have given Hill the advantage there, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 40-60 attempt there from Fred Green. Wasn't fully committed to it. I think knew that he didn't want to give it too much. Didn't want to lose at least a second place. Morgan Hill is going to take victory in X30 Mini in the second heat of the day. Fred Green second. Lucas Field strong again in third. Good response from Riley Bishop. Finishes in fourth. Amelia Pennington, Freddie Lloyd, 5th and 6th, and something has happened, I think, to Thomas Cucurello Yeomans. I didn't see whether the 86 came over start-finish, but he's falling down through the order. Oh, that's a real shame if that is a problem for the 86 on that last lap. Lloyd, Leslie, Pugh, Jones, Joshua Jones, top novice there, 9th overall. Jack Moat recovers to P10 from the spin on lap 1. Jack Owen Drawbridge, 11th. Charlie Mills, 12th. Luke Fleming, 13th. James Kell, 14th. Thomas Cucurello Yeomans still hasn't come through Sector 3 according to timing. Jack Hobson and Charlie Locker were retirements, but Morgan Hill, that was a very, very good victory from the driver in the number 22. We'll be very happy with that. It's got 2 very good scores in. Will definitely be at the pointy end of the field when we start the X30 Mini final later on this afternoon.
I think a brief shout out there as well for Finn Leslie, finishing 7th after that difficult start to the race. The first 3 or 4 laps were rather tricky for him, and recovers through first heat winner up to 7th position. So I think there, Andrew, bodes well for a good final later on.
Absolutely, we will see that final later on. Keep it locked here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you have a like to give, please tick that or press that thumbs up button. So make sure you're subscribed as well. We're going to move on to the next heat, the next race in our agenda, which will be the second heat for Minimax.
Here we go then with our second heat of the day for the Minimax, and this is how they line up. Oliver Smith on row 1 from Wilf Butler. Third is Nathan Traverse, Connor Dolan. Row 3, Finn McIlwraith and Damien Barris-Harrett. Ben Crossley 7th from Devon Nolan in 8th position. Edward Rose 9th, George Barker in 10th. Olivia Smith in 11th. from Woody Radford. William Ray, Ronnie Coburn, Callum Ghosh, Charlie DeMoncos in 16th, Sasha Bagley and Max McFarker 18th position. 19th for Harrison Morrow, Michael Dalton 20th, Ollie Naylor and Josh Cook rounding out the 22 driver field. So Barris Haggett, winner of the first heat, of course, starting a little bit further down, still would say fairly towards the front, so a good first lap, and I say that first lap's going to be very important there to try and get through to the front.
Good news, his transponder is working this time as well, which
there
confused us last time.
27, so we'll look at him, won't we?
In the helmet, the kind of pinstriped helmet, as I like to term it.
That's what they call it. It almost looks like a Nardo grey from a distance. It's a lovely helmet design, isn't it?
Away we go then. 8 minutes on the clock for Minimax Heat number 2. Good start for Oliver Smith there in the number 28. Winner of the last round of this championship. Had an okay first heat. Be looking to move through now for the rest of the day. And they're all through the first couple of corners. Been very good starts so far today from all the drivers. Hope they keep it up. The 22 drivers are through Ashby Corner, Chris, and away into this race.
Yeah, another good clean start to the race there. Everyone just taking it easy through Christmas and Ashby, the 2 pinch points you might say on that first lap. Well, right on cue. Somebody goes off as 2 into 1 wasn't going to work, and I think that was 70, might have been 75 Harrison Morrow possibly towards the back of the field. We'll have a look on the lap chart when they come around for the first time. So 2 into 1 wasn't going to work there, but Oliver Smith, your race leader from Nathan Traverse. Ben
Wolf Butler, the number 70. I think Wolf Butler has fallen down the order.
Hopefully should get back into the reckoning, just a spin out, that's all. So Traverse second, McElraith in third. Ben Crossley, of course, who ran so strongly in that first heat, he's up there strongly in 4th position. Damien Barris Haggett, winner of the first heat, currently in 5th position, getting a couple of positions as Connor Dolan drops to 6th place. But Oliver Smith coming under a lot of pressure here. The yellow flags, oh, it looks like Butler is out of the race, unfortunately, so that's bad luck for him. And the 28 of Oliver Smith continues to lead the way. We're coming under some pressure here from, looks like Nathan Traverse in 2nd place.
Damien Barris Haggett might be in a bit of bother there, because I think that was an overtake under yellow flags on Ben Crossley, but that's not for us to adjudicate. I'm sure the Stewart and Race Control have their eyes on that situation. Big moment there for Finn McElraith as they went through Christmas Corner. Back end stepped out in the number 23, 6 minutes to go. Clouds still looking a little bit ominous, but for the moment, rain holding off here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, it is scheduled to rain here about 5, 6 o'clock, so let's hope that is the case and it stays off till the racing has been completed and everyone's on their way home. Not least, of course, for the marshals. They always do a great job out there on the track. So Oliver Smith, your race leader, as we look at this fabulous overview of the Whilton Mill circuit. There's the leaders going over the line now. Smith, your race leader. McElraith second. Traverse in third. Damien Barris Haggett, your winner of the first heat, has set the fastest lap in the 27 in 4th place. Ben Crossley still strong in 5th place. The top 5 just seem to be breaking away now from the rest of the field. William Ray, Edward Rose, Ronnie Coburn, Woody Radford and Max McFarker moving up the field in the 87 up to 11th place now. But this seems to be turning into a top 5 scrap as Barris Haggett goes down the inside of 67, Nathan Traverse. So Damien Barris Haggett, and another great move there from Ben Crossley down the inside, and the unfortunate Traverse 67 loses 2 positions in 2 corners.
Does indeed, but there's still good chances for points here. This is a great return to form from Damien Barris Haggett. It was a bit out of sorts at round number 3. Was great in the heats at round 1, was in the top 3 in every single race, and then it all went a little bit awry in the final. He's definitely back on form here and has got that support from Ben Crossley. Racing with Vision Motorsports once again this year, just as he did last season when he went to that top 5 ranking in the British Championships in Minimax.
It's a very fast pace at the start of the race. Just looking at some of these lap times here, Finn McElraith in 2nd place, 23, setting the fastest lap of the race. Ben Crossley setting an identical lap time in 4th, and Damien Barris Haggett, the 27, in 3rd, just 1/1000th of a second behind. So they are pretty much identical on pace and running very quickly. as we look at the number 50 of Edward Rose, closely followed. Oh, trouble here though, further down we've got the 75 of Harrison Morrow and one of the novices, number 12, Josh Cook. And, well, Morrow doesn't look too happy. That's coming out of Christmas Corner, so of course then we missed that one out. Whether they tangled on the, presumably of course they did tangle on the exit of the corner there, back on the green flag conditions at the front. Oliver Smith maintains the lead as they make their way through Ashby. Still very close behind, and these three drivers chasing McElraith, Barris Haggett and Crossley, all running a very good pace. And oh, it's almost like a game of poker here. No one really wanted to show their hand just yet. We still have 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Oliver Smith continues to lead the race, number 28. He'll be looking to try and break away as we look at the 66.
Yeah, they can't. Sorry, Chris. They can't fight too hard because you've got. Interestingly, Devon Nolan, oh, down the inside there. Was that Barris Haggett looking for a move on Smith? Yes, it was, and he's got it done. And Crossley's going to follow through. Devon Nolan, just see him at the back of the shot there, the number 54, as Finn McElraith has gone past Oliver Smith as well. Has Oliver Smith got a problem? Because he's all of a sudden, his pace has just gone.
Red flag.
And there's a red flag, and that is why the number 50 of Edward Rose has had an incident coming out of the last corner. So the race will be stopped. And the number 23 has realised that, so everyone will just come to a safe stop here on the back straight. And obviously we hope that Edward Rose is okay, but good response there from our marshals and race control to stop this race. Yeah, the second heat of the day in Minimax for an incident there on the last corner.
Looks like that facilitated the red flag very quickly. The marshals straight on that one, and let's hope that can be dealt with promptly. Of course, the marshal straight on. Let's hope that's nothing too serious. So we got just under 3 minutes left in that race, and it was starting to develop quite nicely there. But of course, our thoughts with Edward Rose bringing out the red flag, and we'll hope that will be there'll be nothing too serious. But the marshals and the medics straight onto the scene. We have unfortunately our first race of the day, and we'll give the medics and marshals the time they need to deal with that incident. I believe we will be taking a brief pause, and we'll get back to racing very shortly.
So just to go through that order, as it was at the end of lap number 6 when the red flag came out. Finn McElraith was your leader ahead of Oliver Smith, Damien Barris Haggett 3rd, Ben Crossley 4th. So when we do get back underway in this race, those positions will remain because it's the last point at which everybody crossed the line. Nathan Traverse 5th, Devon Nolan 6th, William Race 7th, Woody Radford in 8th, Ronnie Coburn 9th, and Callum Gosh was your top 10. We're going to take a short break. As Chris says, we'll be back shortly with more racing here for the 4th round of your FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to round number 4 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And my name's Chris Sora, taking you through the afternoon's race action. Unfortunately, we are under a red flag situation due to an incident in Minimax heat number 2 involving the number 50, Edward Rose. Medics and marshals are on the situation at the moment. This is just on the exit of boot on the final corner, so the medics straight onto the scene dealing with the injured driver, and we'll give them the time they need to deal with the incident out on the track. Don't forget, of course, there's plenty going on with Alpha Live here today. This 4th round of the championship taking place throughout the afternoon, so available on the live stream. Don't forget, of course, that Alpha Live are also with the NATSCA, National School Karting Association from Fulbeck in Grantham. And the 5th round of the very popular, of course, Club 100 Championship down at Rye House. Billed, of course, the fastest arrive and drive kart championship in the UK. That's taking place today here on Alpha Live. And I would say on a personal shout out, if you like the two-wheeled variety, that British Mini Bikes will be back next week at Pembrey. I'll be taking you through the action. We're coming down here, of course, to Whilton Mill next month as well. But we have a pause here momentarily at this Whilton Mill circuit, and the overview here giving you a great idea of the developments that are taking place here at Whilton Mill in the past 12-18 months or so. Of course, the circuit bouncing back after a tough year with the pandemic, and we've got this spectacular new race control and cafe area. Really is a real credit to the crew here at Whilton Mill. A lot of money has been invested off the track, and this is the kind of thing, of course, where you would see the corporate events taking place during the week. A great place for businesses and for people looking to get involved in karting to visit, and really has grown in. This is the 30th anniversary of Whilton Mill, of course, started in 1991. All of what you see in front of you, this very impressive national race circuit, was all fields back then. The track take the form of the mill circuit just behind the race control area here, which was a dirt track back in the day, and the drivers using the old Honda Pilot off-road machines. Pleased to say, looking from my viewpoint here, that Edward Rose is back on his feet. It was a nasty looking incident, certainly, and full credit to the marshals and the medics for being straight on that one. Edward Rose certainly looks a bit shaken, and looks a bit battered and bruised, you would say. The kart looks a bit second-hand as well, but pleased to say, initial reports, and certainly you saw it there with your own eyes as well, Edward Rose appears to be walking away from the incident, so you would have to say full credit to the marshals. So we'll give everyone a moment to get back into position, and we should be able to get the race program underway. There is the number 50 of Edward Rose. You can see the NASA panel looking a bit bent and battered, and look at the steering column there. He really must have taken a big hit. We saw that out of camera shot, of course, but Edward Rose, it would appear, to have taken quite a hefty hit going into that final corner. It's a very fast part of the track, so the kart looking second hand. The driver's gone into the medical vehicle and will be evaluated further at the medical zone, but encouragingly he was walking away there, so let's hope that's nothing too serious, Andrew.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Edward back out later on today. If not later out on today, then back for a future round. Big thanks to all of our medical team and their response here at Whilton Mill. We'll just wait a few moments to have confirmed from race control what the agenda of events going forward is, because we did have a similar situation like this at round 3. The Minimax drivers have gone back into pit lanes. That's why you can't see them on the back straight anymore. May mean that their race is called at 5 minutes and 11 seconds gone. May seem we see them come back out again later on for the remaining time. What we do know is that the Junior Maxes are set up in dummy grid, ready to go. I'd had a quick run out just to see those guys, see them all ready to race. Keep your comments coming in, keep your support, let us know who you're following here today. Chris may have mentioned it already whilst I was running around. We have got a couple of other streams.
Yeah, we mentioned the
on the go.
NATSCA to shorten it in the Club 100. And I got a sneaky mention in for the mini bikes next week as well.
Good, absolutely.
Always back here at Whilton Mill next month as well.
Race has been declared. Thank you very much, Race Control. Race has been declared for Minimax based on that results that we read out earlier, and it's on live.alphatiming.co.uk. Obviously, there will be the post-race checks for Nassau panels and all of that business. Results.alphatiming. In fact, do you know what? I'll just put another link in the comments for you on the YouTube stream for all of those results. But that is it for Minimax Heats Racing. We'll see them back out again for their final later on, and we'll move swiftly on to the next heat on the agenda, which will be Junior Max Heat 2. Moving on then to the next race in your agenda, race number 13, Junior Max Heat 2. Alexander Adams-Acton and Ollie Stevens is your front row for this one. Murphy Aldridge and Benjamin Ballou are on row 2. Ronnie Mansfield and Ben Cook on row 3. James Jackson and Ollie Ward, good starting positions for them on row 4. Jensen Mason and Riley Brown on row 5. Rory Burke and Max Lee on row 6. Luke Ringham and Jensen Giles on row 7. Miles Dawn and Daniel Sabula are on row 8. Jacob Rhodes and Jessica White on row 9. Jacob Rhodes hopefully with a bit of better luck this time around. Freya Belk and Lexi Belk on row 10. Spencer Brown and Noah Hadley row 11. Ollie Kerr and Ronnie Smith on row 12. Jack Cooper and Bobby Rosier on row 13. Rosier, your Heat 1 winner. Alex Warnaby and William Young row 14. Alfie Bray and Jacob Jukes on row 15. And that is your grid, 30 entries in it.
I think now would be an opportune time, you would say, whilst we've got a break in racing, just to say a big shout out to the Marshall crew here at Whilton Mill and our medical teams. It's not always the easiest job in out there in all weathers, but as we saw there with the incident with Edward Rose, they were straight onto it. The red flag came out very promptly as well, medics straight on the scene as well. We always hope, of course, that the medics have a quiet day, but in those incidences where they are needed out on the track, they are straight on there. So without the Orange Army, you might say, these sorts of events simply could not go ahead. So I think now's a good time to say shout out to the medics and the marshals. And there's one of the Alpha Live team. Who's that on the? That was on the boot complex, wasn't it?
Gets windy up there. It's pretty cold sometimes. But yeah, our hard-working camera team out there bringing all these shots in for us, and critical to this operation because where we are, commentary box, they are our eyes and ears out on the circuit. So big thanks to all of them. So you're seeing the Junior Max runners in dummy grid. The pause in proceedings will be for making sure that the circuit is safe and ready to run, and that our medical crew are ready to respond to any future incidents. We hope, of course, that there are no need for the medical crew to come out, but we can't start a race when the medical crew are not quite ready.
Didn't appear to be any debris on the final corner either, so hopefully the track should be fit to run very shortly as well. Of course, kart's quite different, of course, but one of the problems you have with the bikes quite often is if there's an accident on the track is the issue of fluids being dropped onto the circuit, but that doesn't appear to be the case here. I think that was more the driver injury more than any kind of issue with the safety of the track, so it is looking ready to go.
Thank you to Race Control. 4 minutes till the next race, so 12:35 BST will be when we begin. Make that 3 minutes. Let's just have a rundown of the results so far today whilst we await for the Junior Max field to come out. Honda Cadet, Heat 1, Ollie Majewski was your winner in that one, ahead of Theo Champney and Joshua Bagembi. Then we moved on to IAME Cadet. Max Mason, on a wonderful 10th birthday for him so far, won the first heat ahead of Kian Amy and Sukmani Kira. All of these results, by the way, results.alphatiming.co.uk/. WMKC. X30 Mini, Finn Leslie was your winner in heat number 1 for them. Jack Hobson and Morgan Hill wrapped out the top 3 there. Minimax, race number 4, Damien Barris-Haggett raced through, took the win ahead of Mac McFarquhar and Ben Crossley. Moving on to Junior Max then, so this is the heat, this is the group going out next. Their first heat result looked like this. Bobby Rosier winning by 4.31 seconds ahead of Lexi Belk, who had a great race, some fantastic overtakes in the number 98. Jack Cooper 3rd, Max Lee 4th, Oliver Kerr 5th. That was your top 5. I think there was 1 penalty to, actually no, there were quite a few penalties for front fairings, which will move on from because they're quite numerous, and we want to get on to the result for X30 Junior Heat 1. Micah Taylor was your winner in that one. This was changed as a result of a front fairing penalty, so Gabriel Stilt was classified 2nd in the end there. Jaden Gregg 3rd, Jude Fernhoff 4th, and Henry Gregory in the top 5. Moving on to race number 7, which was X30 Senior. Lucas Ellingham winning by 6.65 seconds ahead of Archie Forber and Brandon Matchell in 3rd. Christian Brooks, Nathan Amos, your top 5. And we're waiting on a final confirmed result for race number 8. And all of those results, as I say, keep an eye on the results website. Let's just have another look at the grid then for this next race. Reminders of it: Alexander Adams Acton and Ollie Stevens on that front row. Ollie Stevens, I would say, is favourite for this one. Murphy Aldridge and Benjamin below row 2. Ronnie Mansfield had a tough time in heat number 1. Now on row 3. James Jackson looking to get some good form going. Another driver I expect to see here at the end of the month or going into August for the next round of Super 1 Series, which you can watch here on Alpha Live. Row 4 alongside Ollie Ward. Jensen Mason and Riley Brown on row 5, Rory Burke and Max Lee row 6. But then we really get into the interesting thing for this heat, Chris, because you've got a lot of strong drivers in the second half of the field. Luke Ringham, Jensen Giles row 7, Miles Dawn and Daniel Sabula row 8. Daniel having a great season. Jacob Rhodes looking for a bounce back from heat number 1 alongside Jessica White on row 9. Freya Belk and Lexi Belk row 10, Spencer Browham, and really big hitters coming in now. Browham and Hadley on row 11, Kerr and Smith on row 12, who all ran strongly in the first heat, and Jack Cooper and your heat 1 winner there on row 13 in the shape of Bobby Rosier. Warnaby, Young, Bray, Duke wrap out the 30 strong field. So it's got the potential to be a very, very exciting race.
Yeah, you got the issue, of course, a lot of the top drivers quite far back on the grid, so it's almost not quite damage limitation, but it's a case of just trying to get through this heat, get a strong position, stay out of trouble, and just get a strong finish in the second heat going through to the final as the drivers make their way towards boot now. The wave yellows, the grid forming up around the final few corners. So it'll be interesting, of course, quite a few big hitters in this race coming back from quite far down the grid. So the first 2 laps, I would say, could be very interesting, of course, very important to try and make those moves on the opening couple of laps as they make their way around the final corner. Are we good to go?
We are indeed. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for Junior Max in their second heat of the day. There's some big hitters at the front of the field as well. Can they take advantage of the situation? Looks like Adams Acton has had a good start, but look at that. Ronnie Mansfield trying to go round the outside into Christmas Corner, making it 3 wide with Ollie Stevens. Looks like they've all got through, and Stevens leads as they go through Ashby Corner.
Aggressive start down the hill there to Ashby Corner, and yeah, it looks like Stevens has gone through into the lead. Brave move down the inside, he made it stick, and here they come back towards boot for the first time. Some very close battles in the midfield as they make their way back there. We see the altering of the flap on the radiator cover there. Up towards boot they go once again. So Stevens, your leader. We got second is now, that's Mansfield's second position, and
Ballou up to 3rd as well. So great start for Benjamin Ballou. Who else has made progress? Rory Burke and Riley Brown up 4 positions each to 5th and 6th at the end of the first lap. Not a good lap for Murphy Aldridge, down 7 to 10th place. Down the inside there is James Jackson. In the Harsa entry, the number 41.
So now back up towards race pace on this second full lap. And yeah, looking at Murphy Aldridge there, maybe just one or two small mistakes there and just lose so many places on that hectic first lap. But Ollie Stevens with that great move down the inside on lap number 1 as it gets a bit tight through towards Thatcher.
Yeah, James Jackson was trying to make a move and it didn't quite work. He's going to lose a huge number of positions now because he lost all momentum coming out of Ozies onto the back straight. Ollie Stevens leads by 0.27 of a second ahead of Ronnie Mansfield. A few tenths further back is Benjamin Ballou. This top 3 trying to break away now from the rest of the field. Alexander Adams-Acton there in 4th. Riley Brown 5th. Really close, almost a bit too close to the number 18's rear axle. Cannot get through. Down the inside, change for the lead. Was that Mansfield going past Stevens? Yes, it was. Yeah,
Mansfield made it stick there. Brave move on the inside into Ashby, and again making that cover on the exit to make it stick. Here they come back towards us now. So Mansfield leads, Stevens on his tail in 2nd place. Through they go, through boot. And let's see what Stevens can do now. Can he try and repass? This is all allowing Benjamin Ballou, of course, in 3rd place to close up a bit now. We'll look at the top 3 when they go through the gap. And yes, indeed, 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 drivers.
Big problems for some of our big hitters that we were talking about starting from the back of the field. Jensen Giles, Daniel Sabula and Noah Hadley are all off the back of the field. Well, Hadley's got back onto the field now, but he's going to have to work his way back from 28th position. And with only 2 heats today, that has put the pressure on in terms of trying to get good grid positions for the final. There's a flip, there's a roll, and this is probably going to be another red flag. It's the 74 of Noah Hadley, who we said was trying to make his way back through the field. I think, was there a novice involved there as well? I think it may have been Alfie Bray, who's not come through Sector 1. Daniel Sabula has also not come through Sector 1. So as soon as we're back up to racing action, we may be stopping again here on lap number 4.
Still wave yellows out there. The black
full course yellow, full course yellow, and the Battenberg flag is out. So maybe the sign there that Noah Hadley did get out of the kart himself and stumble away, but obviously a little bit shocked there. So the race is neutralised.
Speculation there. I think that would knock the wind out of it. That would be quite a hefty tumble. So Hadley at least able to get off to the side of the track under his own steam. So let's hope that's nothing too serious. Notably as well, Bobby Rosier, winner of the 1st heat, is only in 22nd place so far. Still got a bit of time to go. Of course, the clock is still going whilst we're under this full course yellow. So isn't going to really benefit the guys further down the field, the likes of Bobby Rosier, because this clock ticking down all the time. The driver's circulating a lot slower, of course, because we're under the full course yellow. Marshall's quick on the scene there up by Christmas Corner. Let's hope that we're able to get the situation sorted as soon as possible. But the Marshall's very busy out on the track at the moment. And as you can see, of course, Andrew, in the interest of safety, only right that the race is neutral. I did see a red flag there, so I'm not too sure.
Race has now been red flagged. You can see the red flags out there, which is understandable. So Ronnie Mansfield is no longer the effective safety kart because the race has been stopped. Drivers will either form on the back straight or go back into pit lane. I think they're going to go back into pit lane here.
Yeah, it looks like we're about halfway through, won't we? So
there is Noah Hadley. That's very good to see on his feet, being talked and attended to by the marshals. I can understand why we went to full course yellow there, because it was off the racing line. It was different to the Edward Rose situation when you had a kart in the middle of the circuit, but obviously more attention is required. The safety of the marshals more than anything to do their job means that we are now under red flag again.
I think the issue there as well is, of course, the clock was running down all the time, and wouldn't really be fair in the course of the race to have them all circulating slowly. Because I think by the time that was sorted out, we would be perhaps having a one-lap dash to the flag realistically. So I think maybe perhaps a common sense just to bring things to a halt, just to let that situation sort itself out. And they're being held there, aren't they, in the pit entrance? So they can speculate. Looks like they're going to be sent back out just as soon as we get the all clear from the clerk of the course.
Yep, I'm sure we'll get the information from race control in due course. And we'll get things back underway here at Whilton Mill. Just another quick reminder, we have got a number of streams going on around the Alpha Live patch here today. You've got the Club 100 Sprints action down at Rye House Kart Raceway, and the Natska National School Karting Association racing up at Fullbeck going on today as well. So do give your support to those streams on the Alpha Live network if you haven't subscribed already. And don't mind clicking that subscribe button on the YouTube site, that would be great. And on Facebook as well, we are streaming across a number of Facebook platforms today at Alpha Live Productions. Also at Double Dash MM. So if you're enjoying the commentary and wouldn't mind, give us a like and a follow across the various social media networks. That would be really, really well appreciated. It does help us out a lot. But we are under red flag conditions here at Whilton Mill to address an incident up at Christmas Corner on lap 5 of the second heat for our Junior Max category. There was the scene of the incident, and I think there is a little bit of oil on the circuit that hopefully we can get attended to, because we don't want a full field going over that and having a further incident. There's Ronnie Mansfield. You see at the front of your shot, had a great start there. Took the lead of the race, gives us a little thumbs up as well.
Just been advised, Andrew, that there will be a short pause to the racing. There are a couple of drivers receiving treatment in the medical centre at the moment, so not safe to continue racing whilst the medics, of course, busy dealing with injured drivers at the moment. So there is going to be a pause until the racing gets back underway. We will get about a 5-minute warning or so once the racing gets back underway. So just to recap, there is going to be a pause in racing for the time being. This is purely because we have got injured drivers currently receiving treatment from the medics at the medical centre. So just to give them the time they need to make sure they can safely cover the course, there will be a pause. And a bit of this is what we see at the bikes here, of course, on Christmas Corner. This is the cement going down because there's a bit of oil on the track. The Kart, of course, was upside down, so naturally will leak fluids onto the track. So the marshals as well, just taking a moment just to make sure that the track is safe and ready to go. Don't forget, of course, if you want to get involved with karting yourself, visit the website here at wiltonmill.co.uk. There's a new fleet of karts coming up, some biz karts joining the fleet in August as well. But all abilities catered for here, not only on the national circuit that you see in front of us today, but also the mill track for beginners just to the left of the main race control area. So if you want to get involved in karting yourself, if you're enjoying the live stream here and you want to get involved, visit the website at wiltonmill.co.uk. So just to recap again, there is a pause in the racing now because the medics do need to deal with a couple of injured drivers. We're going to take a brief pause and be back with you very shortly.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. My name's Chris Sora, and we have a pause in activity at the moment. There was an incident in the previous race, Junior Max, where the red flag came out, a tangle between Noah Hadley and Alfie Bray. Neither driver badly hurt. The track is now clear, but all attention currently in the medical room, where there are 2 drivers currently being treated as I speak. So what this means, of course, is essentially we're not safe for racing to continue at the moment because the medics are busy dealing with the injured drivers and they can't cover the track. So in the interest of safety, of course, we are just bringing a pause to the racing. The drivers in the waiting zone ready to go, and we wait for the racing to get back underway. Hope you're enjoying, of course, this afternoon broadcast here from Whilton Mill. Don't forget, of course, we've got the National Schools Championship over at Fullbeck and Club 100 down at Rye House. So the action taking place today. As you may have seen, of course, we had the advert with the whole variety of formulas of racing that Whilton Mill cover throughout the year. This company has grown in the last few years and covers just not only most formula of karting, of course. We got the rental karting with Club 100 as well, and all different types of formula of kart events in the UK. A lot of saloon car and closed wheel racing as well. And also with the bikes as well, we've got the British Mini Bike Championships, which is coming up next week, of course. And recent addition to the calendar is the MX Nationals, the National Motocross Championship, which will be later in the month as well. So a whole variety of sports here on Alpha Live. And don't forget to follow the channel and get all of your 4- and 2-wheel fixes here on the channel throughout the 2021 season. So we have a pause here at Whilton Mill. The track looking in great condition today. We hope that these pauses won't affect the running of the racing, of course, because we have got some threatening clouds overboard. The weather forecast is that the track is forecast, of course, to remain dry, but as we know, the weather forecast can never entirely be relied on, so we hope that does remain the case throughout the day. There is rain forecast, but this is well into the evening, so one would speculate the racing will be long completed before then, we hope. Track pretty much in perfect condition. This 30th year at Whilton Mill, the Northamptonshire circuit, just on the outskirts of Daventry, sits pretty much in between the A5 and the M1, two of the main roads in the UK. Very central located in the UK. If you're not familiar with the location, the track, as we say, celebrating its 30th anniversary in 2021. Started back in 1991 on what's known as the Mill circuit nowadays, kind of behind this very impressive new race control complex and cafe area that we see nowadays. Really has extended over the years. We've got this very impressive national level track just to the right of the waiting zone, and in the last few years, of course, we've got the new cafe and hospitality area as well down by the finish area, and really is a great place not only for the more professional levels of karting, but of course one of the big things with tracks like this is the corporate side of things as well, and this is really turning into a great venue for companies and families and parties to come along to and maybe experience karting for the first time. Don't forget, of course, if you are watching the stream today, if you like the look of what you see and want to try karting for yourself, get onto the website at wiltonmill.co.uk for more details. Variety of tracks available. Some more novice drivers can take part in events on the Mill circuit, which is a lot shorter than this one that we're looking at now. This is the full national layout, and what we're looking at right now is the very imposing and tricky Ashby corner. This is a very good part of the track here. This angle really gives you a great idea of just how much of a downhill drop there is into Ashby. We see some brave drivers going down the inside, going for the outbraking on the inside, but you really have got to be committed and make the move stick, because it is a bit off camber and you can lose a bit of time on the exit of the corner with the rival repassing you. This Whilton Mill track, it is quite demanding and flows very well. We quite often have seen throughout the day that there are overtaking manoeuvres, 3 or 4 corners in the making, and the track's certainly looking in top condition today. The conditions just a shade under 20 degrees right now as we go in towards the afternoon, and not much wind out there either, so one would say it's a little bit muggy in places, but certainly good conditions for racing. But of course we are paused at the moment, as quite understandably we need to give the medics time they need to make sure that the injured drivers from those previous 2 incidents are safely dealt with. They are of course off the track and currently receiving further medical attention in the medical zone just to the right of the camera angle we're looking at now. So quite understandably, of course, in the interests of safety, we're going to give the medics the time they need to deal with that situation, and we hope, of course, to get racing back underway just as soon as possible. When the red flag came out, we were in Junior Max heat number 2. We're about halfway through the heat program, so we move on to the finals a bit later on today, so stay tuned here on Alpha Live for this 4th round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. And where we saw the flag came out, had quite a close battle, of course, between Ronnie Mansfield, Ollie Stevens and Benjamin Ballou. The race initially went through to a full course yellow before the red flag came out, when it became apparent that more attention was needed for that incident at Christmas Corner. But quite a few drivers still fairly high up the rankings as well, so one would suspect that we've got a good restart to this race in order once we get the all clear from the medics and the marshals, that we can get back underway. At the moment though, as you can see, the helmets are off. A lot of the drivers opting to get out of the cart and stretch the legs possibly, and just taking a moment. There will be a few minutes notice, of course, before the racing gets back underway, because the marshals will need time to get back to their positions. Medics, of course, need to get back to their places as well. So not a case of jumping straight in the cart and getting back underway. We'll need to make sure the track is ready for racing. And once again, though, I think this is a good point to give a shout out to the medics and the marshals for all their hard work. We always hope, of course, that the medics have a quiet day. Unfortunately, the last couple of races we have had a couple of problems, and the medics having to deal with the situation. So thanks for their help and assistance today, and we'll give them the time they need. Thanks, of course, to the marshals and officials here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Always potentially a tough job, of course, marshalling out there on the track. More pleasant weather today, you might say, but they have to be out there in all weathers and out onto the track to make sure everything's flowing and safe out there as well. Without the orange army, you might say, of marshals and volunteers, these sort of events simply could not take place. So shout out to our marshals. I think they are taking a well-deserved lunch break at the moment. Another man taking a break. There looks like it's our hard-working producer, James Fitch, who might be getting a bite to eat possibly, as we do have a bit of downtime at the moment. So 1 or 2 adjustments being made. There he is. He gives us a wave and makes his way back to the production studio. Always hard at work there. So I think 1 or 2 adjustments have been made to the camera angles, and we should be able to bring you all of the action of it later on as we wait for our medical crews to give us the all clear. As we say, we are under a red flag situation. The track is closed at the moment, and basically the reason behind this, if you missed the broadcast a few moments ago, is that we have 2 drivers currently in the medical room, so we're just waiting to make sure that they can be discharged before we can continue. So the medics currently busy dealing with existing injured drivers, and simply would not be safe to carry on with the racing until that has been dealt with. So we'll give the medics the time they need to make sure the circuit is safe and ready to go. As you can see, if you're watching this on the live stream, most of the drivers taking the opportunity to get out of the karts. A few of them do have the helmets off as well. Enjoying the rather pleasant weather, as you said a few moments ago. Of course, rain is forecast, but that is later on today. So, as you always know, of course, those of us in Britain, you can't trust the weather all that much. But here we are then at Whilton Mill, round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. We're still waiting for the racing to get back underway, so stay tuned. We'll have a look in a bit more detail of what Whilton Mill has to offer.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second, and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner, we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb, and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round number 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, and we are still under a red flag situation. Just to bring you up to date, if you just joining us in the last few minutes, we are still under a red flag. I think drivers are slowly getting ready back into the karts very shortly. There was an incident in this junior max heat number 2, a collision between Noah Hadley and Alfie Bray. And one of the karts, I think it was the one of Noah Hadley, went upside down. The driver's receiving some medical attention. They are off the track and currently in the medical centre and being treated. There was an incident in the previous race as well that required some medical attention as well. So medics currently dealing with the injured drivers. Just as soon as they are transferred away, we will be able to get racing back underway here at Whilton Mill. We're just on the outskirts of Daventry in Northamptonshire, right next to the M1 and the main A5 roads, very central part of the UK. This national circuit, 1,200 metres long, 13 turns in total, real variety of corners here, and as you can see on your graphic, there is quite a bit of elevation. The circuit's going into Christmas Corner and the downhill run towards Ashby, very notable part of the track indeed, where that off-camber and that hilly nature really comes into focus. Looking at the weather forecast today, we've got a cloudy afternoon, but it's still fairly warm out there, just a shade under 20 degrees, and not much wind out there as well. You would say it's pretty much perfect conditions for racing. Of course, the factor is of the rain. It's pretty much zero chance of rain this afternoon, but there is some rain forecast for later on in the afternoon into the evening. And the hope is, of course, as we all know, the British weather is never particularly predictable. Let's hope that stays away for the rest of the afternoon. Of course, our thoughts with the medics and with the injured drivers, as we say, receiving some further medical attention. I think they are being taken away from the track for further evaluation. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. But as you can see for yourself, the drivers just starting to get the helmets back on. They are being put on standby. Just as soon as these injured drivers are transferred away from the circuit, we should be able to expect the medics back onto the track, and they should give us the all clear that they are ready to go, and we'll get racing back underway. Of course, if you are watching on the live stream today, give us a shout out on social media, particularly on the YouTube channel as well. We do pick up these shout outs as well. Any particular drivers that you're rooting for as well, give them a shout out as well. And in the meantime, of course, we are hoping that you're enjoying this afternoon's stream here at Whilton Mill. I'm Chris Ora, and Andrew Mather, of course, taking us through the afternoon's race action. It's one of these things, of course, in racing where so the medics, of course, without medics we simply can't have a race. So if they are busy dealing with injured parties, we do have to have this pause in the activities. And hopefully, of course, Andrew will be back underway very shortly. You've been out in the paddock, I believe, so what's the lowdown, what's going on? Yeah,
everyone's fairly calm, waiting for this next race. And I think they're eager to get on with it, but also have a safe race. At the end of the day, there's a football match to watch later on. But yeah, the most important thing, as you say, is making sure everyone and everything is safe and ready to race. Yeah, fairly relaxed down there for the next group due out on circuit, which is our X30 Juniors.
Of course, if you are watching the live stream today, thanks for tuning in. There's not much else sporting-wise on today, so
no,
is there?
But yeah, the wait continuing here. So we have got our other streams going on. So if you are watching from home and you want to watch for a quick 5-10 minutes. It's all going on over there. Make sure you've subscribed to the YouTube channel. And Sparky Eagle Triple says, yes, it is coming home. Maybe not today. Might be a little bit longer than today, but it will eventually come home.
Actually, speaking of Sparky Eagle, did shout out whether we're going to Three Sisters anytime soon with Alpha Live. And I know certainly with the bikes that we have, I'm just going to try and look up the date here with the British bikes. It is in September, because I know I can't make it, because sadly it clashes with another event I'm booked in to do, unfortunately, which is a shame to miss Three Sisters, because I'm sure you've been there before, Andrew.
Yeah, we were there for BUKC a couple of seasons ago, and I really, really enjoyed it. Some drivers didn't enjoy it. There was a whole thing about, it's not a circuit good for heavier drivers. It's
a bit of a Marmite track, isn't it? It's very different, of course, if you're familiar with Whilton Mill. It's really different layout, you would say. That the usual layout is very tight and technical at the start of the lap, and then there's pretty much one big, huge, massive loop that goes around the entire top of the circuit. And it really does turn into almost like a Monza-style slipstreamer sometimes. Yeah. I remember the mini bikes we did there last year, the top 4 or 5 riders were covered by something ridiculous like 0.2 of a second at the flag. So, yeah, look out for Three Sisters on the schedule. As I say, as you can imagine, we're not really able to give any updates on the injured drivers so far. We trust that they're okay, and this is purely a a speculative measure just to make sure they are okay, but we're not really able to speculate on the particular condition of an injured driver, if you are asking. But certainly we do send our best wishes to those injured drivers and hope that they make a speedy recovery. As you can imagine, of course, in motorsport, the medics who come along to these events, they're well versed and they know what they're doing, of course, so they certainly don't take any chances with injured parties. So there are a couple of drivers off the track receiving further medical attention. I believe that they are being sent away for further evaluation, but we hope that it's nothing too serious. As you can imagine, we're not really able to speculate on any particular injuries or conditions, but we certainly send them our best wishes.
Hello to Jake Yanagisawa, a regular racer here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, cheering on the Jackdex racing crew. Quite a lot of them in this next race. You can see Sam Baker in the number 36 to the left of your shot, Leo Brown about halfway down, and Luke Sindler towards the front of the field in this one as well. And then there's a whole batch of them on the right-hand side of this dummy grid that you can't see on the camera at the moment, but trust me, they are there. Hope we see you down here again soon, Jake, for some more racing. Very good driver indeed is Jake.
I believe we are due to be back underway within the next 5-10 minutes or so is the latest I've been hearing. So as you can see, the drivers with the helmets on, ready to go in the dummy grid waiting zone area. They'll be out on track very shortly, just as soon, of course, as we get the all clear from the medics and the marshals that we are indeed ready to continue. We get the word from the clerk of the course. As soon as we get that, of course, we will look to get things back underway. But just a few moments pause here on the grid as the drivers prepare to go back out onto the track. And just looking to recap, I think you were out there, Andrew. Is this the recap of the Junior Max that we're looking to get back onto? Has that been called?
I'm not sure whether it's been called or not, but that is X30 Junior set up in dummy grid, ready to go.
The X30's down there now, then, is it? So they'll be
they'll be the next group out on circuit. What I can tell you, if the computer spins, is that we have a result from race number 8, which was the Senior Max Heat 1. This is the one that we didn't go over earlier. Catherine White was your winner by 0.2 of a second ahead of Tommy Edmonds, Carl Dunford, Joshua Valance and Rob Ellis, the top 5. In terms of penalties, not too many of them in that race, so not really that different to what we saw from the provisional results earlier on. So for all of those results, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021 for the benefit of those on the YouTube stream. I'm about to pop that link in the comments as the DDMM account. Predictions coming in for the football match tonight. I'm making no predictions, and I have not done this. You mentioned Shrewsbury Town earlier, so I'm going to mention my boys now. I have not made predictions for football matches since I've said that Sheffield United would beat Wolverhampton Wanderers 3-0 in the playoff final in 2003. The result was
all the way around, wasn't it?
3-0 Wolves. Yep, spot on, just the wrong way round. But Spark Eagles going for 2-1 England, just no penalties. Penalties is fine.
If it goes to penalties, I'm going to bed. I've got an early start tomorrow.
Pickford's got it covered. Quite literally.
It's, yeah, I'm one of these people who like to see the national team do well, but I'm more worried about the club competitions that are starting off next month. But it is nice to see.
I'm loving this England team, not just because it's doing well, because it's got loads of Yorkshire players in it as well.
Actually, aren't they? Yeah, more than there has been the last few years.
Yeah. Old Slabhead. Been seeing him doing that kind of stuff since he was 17.
Scored more goals than the best footballer in the world, isn't he?
He did.
Mbappe.
He did.
So there you are, some of the shout out for Yorkshire, I think, to big your part of the country up. So, of course, we will be looking to get back on four wheels very soon, of course. But it is a very big day, you would say, for England. And a lot of people, I think lots of people, of course, will be looking to be front of the TV set tonight. After England beats Germany, I don't care who wins, says Jan Echterman. This was an interesting thing on a personal point of view, because my fiance works for a German company. A lot of friends are German as well, so we've been in close contact on WhatsApp throughout the tournament as well. And they weren't particularly surprised that Germany lost, to be honest. I think Yogi Löw isn't their most favourite person in the whole world, we'll put it that mildly.
Sorry, I'm not going to read it out, but Formula Tube HD. That's a very good one. No, I know what you mean. I have a chief engineer at our workplace. He was German, who was taking a very tactical view of well, he's German, but he lived in the UK, so he was happy whoever won that particular match. The German supplier that I work with, though, on a daily basis, not so happy.
Be interesting to find some decent kart tracks in Germany. I'm sure they're out there. I mean, I've been to Genk before, Max Verstappen's home track. I've driven there, and that was a awesome place. And of course, a lot of people have been to the Alain Prost circuit at Le Mans. So we've been to Belgium and France.
You've got Kerpen, of course.
Kerpen,
the one owned by the Schumacher family.
Yeah, it's just over the Dutch border, I believe, in Germany, isn't it? Yeah. So I can add Spain to that list. I've been karting in Ibiza. I think it was about a 300-metre track, and tracksuit and tops were the order of the day. I think it was a bit different to what we're used to, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Of course, like I said, in Kerpen's probably the main one, isn't it? Really, over there.
So we're just waiting to get this X30 Junior second heat of the day underway.
So I think we are a little bit behind schedule now, but we should be back underway within, if you're still watching, waiting for the start, we should be underway within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. It is just a case of making sure that the injured drivers who are in the medical zone at the moment, they are going to be transferred away for further evaluation. I'm sure, as we say, we send our best wishes to the drivers. Not really able to make an individual comment on a driver's condition, but we certainly trust that they're in the right hands and wish them a full recovery. A couple of people awaiting the restart down by the waiting zone down there. Track starting to brighten up once again. We've got a bit of cloud cover out there as well, but we've got a shout out here as well. Predictions for this race with the people in the waiting zone at the moment, and of course I'm sure they can hear this as well, so we have to be diplomatic, I think, as well, and say it's wide open. Anyone could win this one. Of course the grids are shuffled as well, which adds a bit of flavour to things also.
I mean, I think that's actually a fair comment on this one. That doesn't need to be too impartial or that, because you've got some strong drivers towards that front end that will be looking to get good points in here. But I'm not seeing any drivers in that top, 15 who are going to be easy to get by. It's going to be another one of those races where the drivers wanting to get towards the front and having aspirations of being on the top few rows in that final. They've got to display patience, because one mistake, one error, and you're at least towards the back end of the field. So what that, I think, will mean is that those at the front of the field, if they can have a good opening lap or two, bridge a bit, get a bit of a gap that those coming through will have to bridge, gives them a really good chance to defend and get some good points in this next race.
One thing, of course, as well with karting is you got that incredible parity as well, with the sealed engine and so forth. Very tight regulations on what the karts can and can't do as such. I mean, you have got variances in setup which you can do, but the karts are relatively equal, so it means that the drivers tend to run fairly close together. And it can almost be, if you're familiar, of course, with the cycling, that sort of thing. So if you're familiar with that sort of thing, it's a bit like that, almost a bit tactical sometimes.
Karts heading out then on circuit. Next up is the X30 Junior second heat. Quickfire grid then. Kira Harrison, Thomas Reddy on row 1. Luke Sintler and Benjamin Doty row 2. Reece Lomax and Gracie Mitchell row 3. Henry Gregory and Kieran Geraghty row 4. Kian Gamio and Dayton Coulthard on row 5. Leo Brown and Jude Fernahu on row 6. Luke Taylor and Archie Heron start on row 7. Sam Longley and Micah Taylor start this race on row 8. Sam Baker and Remy Gilbert row 9. Jack Collins and Gabriel Stilp wrap out the top 20. Then it's Zaki Hussain and Jaden Gregg on row 11. Jake Bell, Benjamin Rowe and Oliver Harris are your 3 novices in this race. They start from the back of the field. Under starters orders, that's looking a little bit messy and will be a false start. We will go round again for another formation lap.
Yeah, that was pretty fast and furious around the final corner there, so fair to say that is a full start. If you're new to this, of course, that means basically the drivers have got to be relatively within those tram lines that run down the starting grid, and as you can see for yourself there, everyone pretty much under full race conditions on the final corner. So to be fair, I think that was called off as a full start. The drivers will make another sighting lap. There is the cynical part of this sometimes, where they sometimes like to have another extra warm-up lap, but I'm not saying anything.
I don't know what you mean.
I didn't say anything there.
No.
So here we go, we're going to run again. The drivers out on the course again and see, warming the tyres up, getting things ready to go. Yellow flags, as you can imagine, because we are under the sighting light, coming round towards the boot section once again. Let's hope we get a clean start this time. So I believe that, of course, that the red flag, is that going to rerun after this one, I believe?
Yes, yeah. Junior Max will rerun after this one. Let's get this X30 Junior heat underway, though. Good start from Kira Harris at the front of the field. One of the biggest fields of the day. Let's hope they can all get through the first couple of corners and the rest of the race, in all honesty, cleanly. On to Christmas Corner, then. Harris will lead through Christmas Corner. We saw Oliver Harris there working round the back of the field. Here Kira Harris defending down into Ashby. It's all good so far.
So Kira Harris, your race leader, but looking down the inside, looks like the 52 of Reece Lomax.
Yeah.
Great first start. Oh, trouble in the midfield. 2 or 3 drivers going off to the side of the track.
Yeah, warning for Reece Lomax. We'll catch up and see who those drivers are involved with. One of them's the 133 of Leo Brown. It's 2 JDR karts. That's not a good side. I think is Kian Geraghty one of the other ones.
Possibly, it was the number 1 in the number,
Kian Geraghty's come through sector number 2. Might have been Gracie Mitchell. Gracie Mitchell in the 61 has not come through sector number 2.
Yeah, you're right.
Apologies.
61, Gracie Mitchell, not showing on our lap charts here. So, yeah, 2 from the same team there, I believe, wasn't it?
Switch back by Luke Sintler. That's more like it. Going for second place past Kira Harris. Warning for the number 77 of Henry Gregory. Down the inside goes Sintler. That time he does get second place. Yellow flag out. The approach, Oziers. Oh, now
no,
that looked a little bit under yellow flag to me.
I think he's given the place back, though. He's, of course, there is that. Sometimes the drivers will accidentally make the move, so I think what he's done there is concede the place. It looks like we're under a full course yellow, I believe.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Well spotted, Chris.
I think
so
Downey there.
Flag back out.
It almost looked like an accident there. He just made the move, made the pass, and immediately he's slowed back again and given that position back, so he won't get a penalty for that, will he? It's just a case of acknowledging his mistake, you would say, and giving that place back. So
race is neutralised. Reece Lomax effectively becomes a safety kart and will control the pace until the green flag is shown at start-finish. Your order looks like this. Reece Lomax leads from Luke Sintler, Henry Gregory up to 3rd, Benjamin Doty in 4th, Kira Harris from pole position now in 5th place, Kian Gamio 6th, Thomas Reddy, Kian Geraghty, Jude Fernahu and Micah Taylor inside the top 10. Remy Gilbert, Dayton Coulthard, Archie Heron, Sam Baker and Jaden Gregg is your next 5. Gabriel Stilp started to make his way through the field. One of the drivers starting towards the back, or started towards the back I should say, is up to 16th. Zaki Hussain 17th, Jack Collins, Benjamin Rowe, Luke Taylor, Jake Bell. Oliver Harris, although still running, you just caught a quick sight there of the marshals attending to the number 61 and number 133 karts.
There's the man himself, David Coulthard, up on the gantry, watching the pro. Dayton Coulthard, of course, is new to this race class as well.
Yes.
And you'll see the familiar, when we look in the midfield there, you'll see the familiar Scottish flag-inspired helmet that David, of course, ran in his racing career. Running okay so far in the midfield, isn't he? But
yeah, no, it's a tough step up, this. It's not easy at all. We're still going to go around for at least one more lap of full course yellow under the Battenberg flag.
I think those two karts were locked together, it seemed. I think the master had trouble getting them freed.
And I also think, I mean, we've not had a replay. I'd be interested to see one. It looked to me as if the two of them were encouraged by somebody else, locked together, and were kind of just innocent bystanders in all of that. Because that's always the problem with Osiers. That's me sounding negative, which I'm not really. But when we commented earlier about it's very wide on entry, and it's a good opportunity to overtake, but it tightens, and it tightens quick.
Yeah.
And I've often seen, if you're doing a move into Osiers, you've got to get it done and done early. The challenge, as you say, Chris, is then controlling the pace coming off and onto the back straight.
You've got this really inviting left-hander over
Yeah.
you, and you think to get the exit speed, you've almost got to sacrifice your line into the first corner, almost, it feels like sometimes, and that can leave you vulnerable to being overtaken. So it is a bit of a pinch point almost, isn't it?
And I've seen many an incident over the years through Osiers where pod-to-pods have got a little bit interlocked. There's a helicopter. I wonder where he's going. 3.5 minutes to go then. I think we are just about ready to get things back underway. Rhys Lomax will stop being a safety kart, will be shown a green flag. Away we go then for 3 minutes and 30 on the clock. Rhys Lomax did that perfectly. He's got a bit of a gap back to Luke Sintler, but Luke Sintler's had a good turn two.
Almost trying to break
immediately, he's broken the toe to, I think Benjamin Doty's got through and into third place just behind. 3-4 wide nearly as they go into Christmas Corner. And off there is another JDR kart. This time it's Archie Heron. So Archie Heron is now out of this race in terms of any good results. I think he's going to try and get back into the race and going again.
Yeah, he should be able to get that kart retrieved from Christmas Corner. Just seemed to spin out wide. So Rhys Lomax timing the restart to perfection there, just seemed to break the toe from the rest of the field and give himself a bit of an advantage on this first lap, as the 28 of Benjamin Doughty's fought back well up to second place. Always scrap for the lead, it looks
Doughty
like.
needs a good result in this one. Didn't get a good one in heat number one. Lots of position changes to tell you about. Cian Gamio is up to 5th place at the end of that lap. Micah Taylor up to 8th. Here comes the 77 of Henry Gregory, this time down the inside, and oh my goodness me, there's nearly contact there involving Kira Harris. Bad news, unfortunately, for Dayton Coulthard, has come into the pit lane at the end of lap number 4, was in the mid-pack. I wonder if there's some damage to the kart that's forced Dayton into pit lane.
I can only speculate, but it was very close in the midfield where Coulthard was located, so I can only say perhaps he must have got caught up in an incident.
Sorry, Chris. Tap up the rear there between the number 52 of Rhys Lomax and the 28 of Benjamin Doherty. Now, has that dropped the bumper of the number 28? It looked like a firm contact to me.
Yeah, I mean, just of course, to the uninitiated, you would say, if there's a shunt like that, it can potentially have ramifications after the race, of course, if it drops that front wing. There's a pin there, basically, if it breaks, and they're given a penalty because it's a loose fairing, effectively.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to tell because of the compliance between and different panel gaps between these karts, but that will be definitely checked at the end of the race. Every kart will get checked at the end of the race.
Nonetheless, of course, I think Doughty's made a good move then. Into the lead. So we've got the 77 of Henry Gregory in second place. All very close with these top 4. We got 1:09 on the clock, so it's still going to go for a couple more laps here. Over the line we go then with Benjamin Doughty, your new race leader, and fastest lap 56.26. However, Micah Taylor, my apologies, goes fastest in 5th place, 46.1. So the pace of the race really increasing as we head towards the final couple of laps. And Micah Taylor, number 48, just trying to get involved with these top 4 that we should see coming down the hill towards Ashby. Look out for the number 48 breaking away now and trying to get involved in this battle for the lead.
Cian Geraghty fighting with Cian Gamio there over 8th position. The 73 versus the 3 is out on the grass is the leader. Benjamin Doty forced out wide there by Henry Gregory, and that is another one that you could commonly see through Osiers, and it means Gregory is now in the lead.
Yeah, again, just two karts going for the same bit of track there. Somebody's always going to come off first because they really do pinch together on the exit of that corner. So a bit unfortunate there for Benjamin Doherty, the number 28, who drops down to fourth. I think Taylor may well get through. No, he's still there, Doherty, in fourth. Just pulling Taylor onto them now.
Gabriel Stilp is having some really good lap times going in, and that's a move for 6th place on Jude Fernihu. So 45.90 for Stilp last time around.
Stilp, of course, took the checkered flag in the first heat, but was docked 5 points for the technical infringement. But nonetheless, looking to battle back to the front. Up to 7th position now is the number 12 of Gabriel Stilp. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, with a 45.90 as it gets close at the front here with Henry Gregory. 77, still your race leader, Reece Lomax. Right on his tail, though, as we go around the final corner, over the line through to oblivion. Taylor and Stilp pushing hard in 5th and 6th position.
They are indeed. I think they're going to run out of time, though, to make a significant impact on the top 3. Down the inside goes Benjamin Doherty on Luke Sintler, takes 3rd place. But this is good form for both Taylor and Stilp when you consider that you've got the final coming up later. They've both come from the back of the field. They're scoring good points here.
Lovely move there from Benjamin Doughty, going through to Ashby really late on the brakes and made the move stick as we
Micah
see
Taylor through into 4th, and that was very well positioned. That's how you want to do an Osiers overtake. Make the commitment nice and early, and he was even able to get, back up the inside. Gabriel Stilp sticks one down for 5th place, but meanwhile, coming to take the checkered flag, Henry Gregory wins it from Reece Lomax in 2nd place, Micah Taylor 3rd in the end. So I was completely wrong. Taylor could make an impression on the top 3 and gets there. Benjamin Doherty 4th, Gabriel Stilp 5th, Luke Sintler 6th, Jude Fernihu in 7th place, Cian Geraghty, Cian Gamio, Thomas Reddy's your top 10, Zaki Hussain, Sam Longley, Sam Baker, Kira Harris, Jaden Gregg down to 15th. Luke Taylor, top novice in that race, was Benjamin Rowe in 17th. 18th, Jack Collins, Jake Bell 19th. Remy Gilbert 20th, Oliver Harris and Archie Heron were those who stayed on the lead lap and finished. 3 retirements from that race: Dayton Coulthard, Gracie Mitchell and Leo Brown. Right, well, we'll see the X30 Juniors back out later on today. We're actually now going to go back to the remainder of time. Junior Max will go back out now for the remainder of their 2nd heat.
So this is the repeat of the Rotax Maxima. This is the
the grid showing for X30 Senior, but Junior Max are going to be heading out next. So let's have a reminder of what their grid looked like. This was it.
So Alexander Adams Acton will lead them away from Ollie Stevens, Murphy Aldridge 3rd place from Benjamin Ballou in 4th, Ronnie Mansfield, Ben Cook in 6th position. 7th for James Jackson, Ollie Ward, Jensen Mason, Riley Brown in 10th, Rory Burke and Max Lee 12th position. 13th for Luke Ringham, Jensen Giles, Miles Dawn, Daniel Kabula in 16th position, Jacob Rhodes and Jessica White in 18th place. 19th for Freya Belk, Lexi Belk in 20th place, Spencer Braum, Noah Hadley 22nd, Oliver Kerr, Ronnie Smith in 24th. And running at the rest of the field, we've got Jack Cooper 25th from Bobby Rosier, Alex Warnaby, William Young, Alfie Bray and Jacob Jukes. 30 drivers on the grid in total, although I believe 1 or 2 maybe non-starters because of the stoppage earlier on today, and whether they will be permitted to take the restart as well. But
yes. And I'm just having a look at dummy grid there. What I reckon we're doing here, because timing's just flashed this up as well. This is the same race, but part 2. By that I mean the grid, unfortunately, that you expertly read out there, Chris, has completely changed.
Yeah, we've got a pause button, haven't we, effectively?
Yeah.
Restarting.
So this race restarts effectively from the end of lap 4, where your order looks like this. Ronnie Mansfield and Ollie Stevens 1 and 2, Benjamin Ballou 3 and 4, and you can tell this by the carts that you can see there in the middle of your screen. That's basically the odd side of your order. So Ollie Stevens, the furthest right there in the yellow and blue detailed helmet, first. Ollie Stevens off your screen to the right, second. Benjamin Ballou, third. Alexander Acton, 4th, Riley Brown 5th, Rory Burke 6th, Ben Cook 4th, which will be the 4th helmet back from the front of the queue there on your screen. Ollie Ward 8th, Max Lee the number 12, there he is, the 5th kart back on the odd side of the regrid, number 12. Murphy Aldridge in 10th, Lexi Belk and Jessica White up next. Spencer Brown, you can see with the Union flag on the back of his helmet there.
I think effectively what we've got here is, if you're tuning in throughout the afternoon, this is effectively 2.5 races to go for the heats now, because we've got this is the rerun, or the sort of like the conclusion, as it were, recommencement, you would say, of the 5th one. And then we run through to Senior X30 Rotax Max to conclude our 2 groups of heat races today. Then we're right on through to the finals in the same order, of course, as the heats.
Now, the crucial thing with this race to remember in terms of timing and scoring is that the race was neutralised before the red flag. We had a lap of Battenberg full course yellow. So we're not going to have, you know, the famous one being Damon Hill Suzuka 1994, the 2-part race run with aggregate times. Yeah. Thankfully, there will be none of that here in this heat.
I'm thankful that rule has been largely abolished nowadays in motorsport. It's I suppose it's more true to the race, you would say, perhaps more fairer, but as a spectacle, it kind of takes it away a bit, you might say. So this is effective, like you say, it's a
recommencement from the race as it was stopped. So out the karts go for their formation lap. There is Ronnie Mansfield at the front of the field, and we do hope that this remaining time on the clock goes without a hitch. And just as I say that, there's a spinner at the rear of the field, which looks to be the 88 of Jensen Mason. So Jensen Mason's had a spin there.
I would say if you've never driven these competition karts before, you can't really criticise these drivers too much. It does happen occasionally because the driver's just taking a lap to get the tyres back up to temperature now. And the first lap out on the track, the kart really isn't that responsive. It's just a case of getting the temperature into those tyres. They're not just copying Formula 1 drivers. It's a bit flippant to say that, is it? Of course, it's just a case of getting the heat into those tyres, and perhaps in some instances the brakes as well, because they really do take some difficulty to bring back up to temperature. So the grid has reformed as it was when the race was halted. Ronnie Mansfield and Ollie Stevens, and this looks fairly good around the final corner. Let's see how they get on.
Away indeed we do go. Good start from those at the front of the field. Mansfield will lead. Ballou up to second place already. Ollie Stevens has been shuffled down a little bit. Riley Brown's got passed into third place as well. So it looks like the odd side of the grid got a much better run on that restart, and there's a collision there involving the 31 of Ben Cook and the 98, I think, of Lexi Belk.
Oh, and Ben Cook doesn't look happy at all there. I think he's taken exception there to Belk. So under no impressions there whose fault that was in his opinion, of course.
Yeah, that was a lucky one. I thought we were going to see another kart go over there, but the race continues. Ronnie Mansfield will lead at the end of a very long lap number 5, 56 minutes. End of lap 6, that's more like it, 47 seconds. Mansfield ahead of Ballou. Brown looking there to see if there's a move on for second place. Not this time around. The number 137 of Ollie Ward's coming down the inside as Miles Dawn and Jack Cooper get together, and Miles Dawn is round.
Quite a few spin-outs here at the start. I wonder if perhaps, like you say, we've had a lot of downtime here, where the tyres perhaps might not be fully up to temperature possibly, or is it just driver error, would you say?
I think, it's more driver error at the moment. There's a mechanical flag for Lexi Belk, so we saw Lexi involved in the incident earlier on and nearly contact, well, maybe a little bit of contact between, was that Max Lee and Ollie Stevens, or was it Riley Brown? Apologies, got the numbers confused there, but Riley Brown did well to hold on to that one, but he has now got the attentions of Rory Burke and Spencer Brown just behind. 2 minutes to go.
All working very well so far for the 62 of Ronnie Mansfield, as the 65 of Spencer Braun makes a move, goes down the inside of Rory Burke into 6th position. Ronnie Mansfield controlling the race at the front so far, leads by just under 7/10 of a second, but Benjamin Ballou and Max Lee just trying to get involved in that battle for the lead. As we look down the inside there, number 18, Adam Acton and Spencer Braun having a battle. The mechanical flag out, that's the meatball flag, as it were, for Lexi Belk. Now, of course, Lexi picked up some damage on that first lap incident, so the stewards obviously think that kart's too badly damaged to safely continue in the race. Very fast pace at the front here, though. 1.3 seconds covering the top 4 drivers.
Riley Brown has not had, or lap 7 wasn't particularly good. Lap 8 was even worse, has fallen down the order unless it's a timing glitch. We'll keep an eye out for the number 53. 1 minute of this race to go. It's delayed second heat for the Junior Max class. Side by side, the number 44 of Murphy Aldridge fighting with Jessica White. White back down the inside into Ozier's. That was a good attempt there. We'll see if that got pulled off. Back at the front of the field, though, here is a change for second place. Max Lee in the number 12 has got past Benjamin Ballou there in the 87. New fastest lap, big fastest laps, just gone in from Ronnie Mansfield. 46.19. And that's what happens, folks, when you don't pay attention to a mechanical flag. It's now a black flag for Lexi Belk. There's also damage to the rear of Ollie Stevens' kart there. That may get meatballed as well, because the rear bumper is now in, what, 1.5 pieces, and possibly soon will be 2.
Yeah, it depends if that stays. Yeah, that is looking loose.
That is 2. That is
looking very loose indeed. Ronnie Mansfield there with a big lap, as you say, fastest lap of the race, 46.19, but crucially pulls ahead of this battle in the S, right on cue.
Yep.
Mechanical flag for Ollie Stevens, so he is effectively out of the race, and you'll see now when the camera pans through, oh, look at that rear.
Yeah.
God, that is really hanging loose, so he'll...
And the reason, mostly obvious to folks, but just to be absolutely clear, if part of that rear bumper was to fly off and hit anything, doesn't matter whether it's a driver or marshal or another kart or whatever, that is a danger issue, that is a safety issue, and that is the right decision from race control, unfortunately, for Ollie Stevens.
Of course, you'll know as a competitor as well, if you get hit by debris out here on the karts, I mean, I've been out at Le Mans in the past, where they've got the big gravel traps, so you get hit by one of those stones, you know about it. Of course, these drivers don't particularly have any sort of body armor like you do for a sport like motocross, so you will feel all of the debris that hits you. So understandable safety measures there, but Ronnie Mansfield looking strong into this final corner.
And in fact, there is the checkered flag. Ronnie Mansfield takes the win ahead of Max Lee. Benjamin Ballou third. Ollie Stevens crosses the line, did not pit under the mechanical flag, is fourth. Spencer Brown fifth, James Jackson sixth. Although saying that, they're still doing pretty much race pace, but the checkered flag has been shown on timing. James Jackson sixth, Rory Burke seventh, Jessica White, Murphy Aldridge and Daniel Sabulay's top 10, Oliver Kerr, Ollie Ward, Alexander Adams, Acton, Freya Belk and Bobby Rosier. Good drive there from Bobby through all of that chaos to get into the top half from the back of the field. Alex Warnerby's your top novice in 16th. Ronnie Smith, William Young, Jack Cooper and Jacob Rhodes is your top 20. Jensen Mason, Luke Ring and Miles Dawn, Lexi Belk, Jensen Johnson were really into the ones who had trouble across both portions of that race. Riley Brown 26th, Ben Cook, Jacob Dukes, Alfie Bray and Noah Hadley, and those bottom 3 did not retake to the start.
See the unfortunate Ollie Stevens has a look over his shoulder and sees the damage to the back of the kart. So of course he was fourth on the track, but I think that'll be effectively, he'll be disqualified from that position. Because he was under the mechanical flag. Not his fault, of course, it's a bit of bad luck, you would say.
No, but yeah, that result won't stand for him. So at long last we do complete the Junior Max second heat, and we will now get back to our normal schedule. Next up out on circuit will be X30 Senior. At long last, the X30 Seniors have been waiting for a while for their second heat. Here is their grid. Jacob Still has pole position. Thomas Pugh alongside on the front row. Benedict Davies and Hugo Gilbert is your second row. Christian Brooks and Caelan Burbridge is your third row. Jordan Brown and Thomas Mattarella row 4. Ty Stansfield and Ben Southgate row 5. Mason Weir and Archie Garlick row 6. Alex Johnston and Nathan Amos row 7. Ellis Bourget and Benjamin Watts row 8. Archie Forber and Brandon Matchell row 9. Kieran Ragg and Vishal Patel row 10. Cameron Coombs and Ollie Henwood row 11. Lucas Ellingham, the last of those not on a novice plate, ahead of Martin Auger on row 12. And Curtis Louis makes it 25 runners in X30C. And I'll press the right mute button next time. We are under starters orders, although that
66.
is the number 66 of Benjamin Watts will not be taking the start of this race. Mechanical before we even got to lap 1. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap for X30 Senior. They've been very, very patient and they've had a very, very good start. Jacob Still will lead us up to Christmas Corner for the first time. There's lots of jostling around in the middle of the pack. The number 3 or 4 of Alex Johnston's looking for a move down the inside. There is a yellow flag out to cover the recovery of the number 66. And apart from that, Chris, that's a much better and much cleaner start.
Yeah, look pretty clean out there as we see the good move there from Ty Stansfield in the 22 as well. And Alex Johnson, who put in some good moves in heat number 1, already getting to work in these early stages. Jordan Brown hustling the rear of the 82 Christian Brooks as they make their way around the final corner. But Jacob Still with a great start to the race there, 46.6 on that rolling lap. Half a second ahead of Christian Brooks, Jordan Brown, Benedict Davis in 4th place, but Ty Stansfield, the 22, a brave move into Christmas Corner on the first lap and has been rewarded with the...
Oh, spin out there. The number 58 of Ellis Bourchier was trying to get down the inside of Alex Johnston, and that's what we mentioned earlier. When you're going for a big dive move on one driver in a close pack, you've got to check up before the kart's further ahead, and Bourchier's made the error there, and that's going to cost him big time.
Yeah, that's the complete opposite, you would say, what happened to Ty Stansfield on the first lap. That's when it goes wrong, of course, but certainly nothing serious, and the race goes on. As again, Stansfield having a good drive out of the boot complex there, down the inside of Benedict Davis, got a good exit speed there. Now up to 4th place, Jacob still leading the way, but Christian Brooks in the 82, starting to pressure now. Just over 0.4 of a second down as they go charging up into Christmas Corner. Down the inside goes the number 14 of Archie Forber, and a textbook move through Christmas Corner.
Yep, couldn't put it better myself. That was very, very good from Archie Forber, who's clearly on good form here today at Whilton Mill. 6 minutes of this race to go on the clock. There will be the additional lap afterwards, of course, once time has expired. Warning, driving standards, that's what I'm trying to get at. A warning, nevertheless, for Martin Auger in 20th place.
Lead novice as well, so
yeah.
But he has got Curtis Leach behind on the number 26, so pretty close battle with the 2 novices as the field go through. There we just saw very briefly, of course, Martin, the way the communication with the drivers is the digiboard on the finish line, so it is difficult to miss that when you're racing, to be fair.
Yeah, it's pretty bright, pretty in your face. I know we've been waxing lyrical about him so far today in this season, but Lucas Ellingham, started at the back, is already up to P10 here on lap number 4. It will get decidedly more tricky to get through the further up the order we go. It's a good move for the lead. Christian Brooks in the 82. Back to the front of the field. And ahead now of Jacob Still. It's 4 out front. Brooks, Still, Brown and Stansfield, and someone I think has got a broken exhaust out there because that was so loud I could hear it through my headphones. Down the inside goes Jordan Brown on Jacob Still. Martin Auger's coming to the pit lane.
Perhaps that's the one with the damage silencer,
could be.
Possibly.
Could be.
We'll find out, but Ty Stansfield had a great start to the race, of course, looking threatening in 4th place. Going to keep an eye on Lucas Ellingham now up to 9th place. Perhaps here, Martin would say Lucas Ellingham, 9th position now, got a lot of work to do to get up with the leaders. So
down the inside goes Still for the lead, and Ty Stansfield's going to take advantage through all of that and take 2 places for the price of 1. Very good stuff from Ty Stansfield. Saw that coming, read it perfectly.
Ellingham with the fastest lap of the race, 4.2 seconds adrift in 8th place, but that all benefits Christian Brooks now, who pulls away at the front. The gap goes up to 0.8 of a second. Mason Weir into the pits as well on the number 46.
I reckon that's our broken silencer. That's our culprit for that one, because I've not heard it come by again.
And this is turning now into something of a race of attrition, you would say. Quite a few dropouts in this race already, as we see Curtis Lee and Thomas Pugh moving up the field on the edge of the top 20, but Stansfield trying to close up on Brooks, our race leader.
Just to explain for the folks at home, and everyone at the circuit will have heard that and probably have the fingers in their ears, but that kart was so loud that we were able to hear it here in the comms box through noise-cancelling headphones and several layers of brick wall. That's why these cars have silencers, folks.
Yeah, if ever these karts damage a silencer, you'll know all about it. And again, it's one of these things that you've got to bring the kart in purely because of noise control, really, because the local residents at Whilton won't be too happy with a Rotax 2-stroke on full tilt going around the track. So a bit of bad luck there, you would say, for Weir, which we presume is the one with the faulty silencer. But Brooks leading the way from Stansfield. But Lucas Ellingham again, fastest lap of the race, lapping very quickly, 44.70. We'll have a look at the gap when they go through as Christian Brooks expertly leads the race from the fast approaching Ty Stansfield, fastest lap of the race, 44.6. Ellingham up to 6th place, 3.9 seconds covering the top 6 drivers. But Ty Stansfield with 2.5 plus 1 to go, starting to look threatening.
He's got time on his side here to get these moves done. Looking at them through sector 1, Brooks 14.58, Stansfield 14.52. Here's Archie Forber trying to take 7th position away from Benedict Davies. Down the inside into Ozies, perfect. Brilliantly done. Really, really impressed with Archie today. He's on good form, the best round he's had so far this year in the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Hope you're enjoying the racing at home and at the track. Thanks to our sponsors once again, FastR.
Nice bit of driving there, actually, from Archie Forber and Benedict Davis. Trading positions there quite neatly. And I think we just saw again, we saw Forber just gesticulating now. Let's get to work now, because Ellingham's in front in 6th place, who's pulling them on in turn. And I think they could get involved with the leaders if they carry on as they were. We've got,
that's a change for 5th place. Ellingham now down the inside of Burbridge in the 32. How high could Ellingham get in this race? There's still, what are we looking at? 3 more laps for him to get round.
Changing the lead though, Ty Stansfield. All the hard work has paid off with 1 minute, 2 more laps to go in this one after this, with Ty Stansfield, your new race leader. Christian Brooks in 2nd, still 3rd, Brown 4th, Ellingham in 5th from Burbridge. But Ty Stansfield, who has looked threatening throughout the entire race, has got through to the lead, just trying to break away now from Christian Brooks. In 2nd position, down to Ashby they go. Stansfield, you see the car on the edge there under braking the back end, just trying to swap ends, and that's pretty much spot on when it's on the edge of control. Got it about right there.
Changes for 16th and 17th further down the order. Ollie Henwood and Benjamin Southgate have both got past Hugo Gilbert on the last lap. That's big send down the inside from Stilp. We saw him do that earlier, and this time he has pulled it off for a net gain, up to 2nd place.
That took some serious commitment through into boot. A very difficult place to make a pass and make it stick. So Stilp with an aggressive but fair move, I would say. This could all benefit, of course, Ty Stansfield, but time running out. I think next time will be the last lap. Jacob Stilp now clear in 2nd place. And I think he almost felt they needed to get past as quickly as possible to have a shot at Stansfield for the lead.
You really do have to put your kart on the line when you pull off that kind of move, and that was very well done by Jacob Stilp. Took Christian Brooks by surprise. Brandon Matchell, by the way, has got past Benedict Davies for 8th place. Ellis Bourchier, who we saw have the spin earlier on, is back up to 13th. Vishal Patel has followed through. They've both got past Archie Garlick there. Last lap board about to go out then for Ty Stansfield here at Whilton Mill. Has not had a race win so far this season in this championship. Best result so far was 3rd in Heat 1 during round number 3. Can Ty Stansfield close this one out? He had pretty much a 2nd in hand over Stilp. Still got to keep pushing. We've already seen Stilp pull off 2 moves into the latter part of the boot. If there's any chance of him doing it again, he will go for it. There he is in the number 42. This is looking pretty good for Ty Stansfield. Down the back straight. Just got the boots to negotiate for one last time in this heat. And as I say, the X30 Seniors have had to be very, very patient. But it's Ty Stansfield who's going to wait longest for the win. He takes the heat ahead of Jacob Stilp. Christian Brooks 3rd. Jordan Brown, another strong result, finishes 4th. Lucas Ellingham takes it from the back to 5th place in that heat. I imagine he will have pole position for the final. Caelan Burbridge, Archie Forber, Brandon Matchell, Benedict Davies and Nathan Amos, all with strong results there in the top 10. Alex Johnston battled through to 11th ahead of Thomas Massarella, Ellis Bourchier, Vishal Patel and Ollie Henwood. Benjamin Southgate does finish the race this time in 16th. 17th for Kieran Ragg, Hugo Gilbert, Thomas Pugh and the top novice Curtis Louis in the top 20.
3 karts with issues in that race, finishing off the lead lap or retirees. Archie Garlick, Mason Weir and Martin Auger.
Yeah, and a very good race there, I'd say, for Ty Stansfield. Took some brave moves on the opening couple of laps to get through to the front and control the race from the front from a fast finishing Jacob Stillcorn and stay there, and still having to settle for second place. Brooks in third from Brown. Lucas Ellingham with a good fight through to 5th position, of course, our winner of the first heat. And I think sometimes, Andrew, that's what it's all about, you would say, is if you're starting quite back in the field, Ellingham there finishing in 5th, it's about getting a decent position and a decent shout ahead of the final.
Absolutely. We'll see that final for X30 Senior later on in the afternoon. It'll be our penultimate race of the day. We move on, though, to our final heat, our final 8 minutes plus 1 lap race, and it'll be the second appearance of the day for Senior Max.
Here we are then with our final heat race of the day before we go through to our finals later on. This is the Senior Max heat number 2, and this is how they line up. Jamie Rogers on pole from Ethan Ling, Harry Canham 3rd, Sean Berry, Luke Wooder, Joshua Taylor in 6th position, 7th for Joshua Pickford, Jaden Neil Holder in 8th, Mikey Austin and Hayden Carter in 10th position, 11th for Lucas Ivers-Kevius and Archie Elliott in 12th position, 13th for Rob Ellis, Elliot Pickard in 14th, Johnny Elliott and Kyle Dunford in 16th place, Tommy Edmonds in 17th place, Joshua Valance 18th position, 19th for Catherine White, Harrison Crook in 20th, Millie Hart, Alex Jackson and Jay Lewis rounding out the 23 driver field. And once again, of course, if you're not familiar with this, there's the variable grids throughout the day. So the drivers who started towards the front in Heat 1 starting towards the back in Heat number 2. And quite a few drivers who are very competitive, battling for the lead in the first heat earlier on today, are starting very far back in the field. So like we saw in that previous X30 heat, it's a case now of just trying to battle through the field, stay out of trouble, and get yourself a strong finish ahead of the final, rather than going all guns blazing, trying to be the hero and take the victory necessarily.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's there's a job to be done. Yes, the points are important for the end of the year, but in the context of today, it's the final and getting a good grid position for that final. Hello to Bradley Philpott once again, who's watching Johnny Elliott from a barbecue. I hope you're not on it, Brad. That sounds uncomfortable.
Shout out as well, actually, to DW Media. That's in David Whitehouse over at fullback today on the camera work relief, and nice compliment for the commentating team and to Alpha Live as well. So shout out to DW Media. Bradley Philpott's in trouble, we believe, looking at the social on here, getting huge trouble from the missus, but worth it to support Johnny.
I just say, stop sitting on the barbecue, Brad. That's not where you're meant to be. So this final heat of the day.
Are top drivers allowed to have barbecues? I presume they are nowadays still, aren't they?
Yes.
Be right, wouldn't it? So here we go, then the final heat race of the day before we're through to our finals. Honda Cadets coming up next with it'll be 10 minutes plus 1, that final, very shortly. But we have the issue of the final heat race to get back underway with. Very slow around that final corner. This could be quite a tight start. Here we go over the line, but here's a full start. Real bunching on that final corner there now. Sometimes it's a case of trying to hold the pack up as much as you can and break away, just timing that. But one or two drivers would appear out of position. So here we go, back round again for another of the warm-up laps, you would say. Sighting laps ahead of the grid. Rolling start for all of these race groups, with the exception, of course, of the Honda Cadet, which is a standing grid start.
Talking of Catherine White, James on our production team has just reminded me, one of the races of last year, everything that Alpha Live covered, was Catherine starting 33rd in a race in the British Championships here at last year. She was the only driver on wet tyres in rainy conditions and won the race from 33rd. Now, that obviously isn't the order of the day because it's fully dry at the moment, but it does show that Catherine can pull through a field.
I love it when that happens. When you get somebody, if you get the timing right for those tyre choices, and it's like you're almost like in a different vehicle, aren't you? A different kart altogether.
Here we go then. 8 minutes on the clock. Final heat for Senior Rotax Max. Good start from Jamie Rogers in the 59 at the front of the field. Ethan Ling following there in second place. They've converted those front row positions into first and second place as they go through Christmas Corner. A couple of karts off towards the back of the field, or just straggling behind a bit.
Bit of trouble at the back there, going through into Oblivion for the first time. Looking towards the back with Harrison Crook, Jay Lewis. One or two just seem to get in each other's way there.
Yeah.
So that's what the hold-up was there. But they all seem to be still on the track. Catherine White, the driver who was talking about, caught up in that one as well. So looking to get back amongst the leaders. Oh, was getting close there with the E of Luke Wooder.
Yeah, Harry Canham going round the outside there in the number 52. Somebody's already out the race. I think it might be Johnny Elliott, judging by the suit that just crossed the camera. Yeah, Johnny Elliott in the X-Karts machine is out of this race and didn't even see the end of the first lap. Down the inside goes Wooder on Canham. That's good for third.
With the, I hate to sound like Sam Matterface on ITV and be jinxing everything, we've had Southgate having a bad start and Pickford, of course, having a difficult time as well, so we don't want to say much more about that.
That's all right, as long as you don't tell people to break employment law, I'm sure you're absolutely fine. Rogers still leads then from Ethan Ling as they go into the boots. It looks like these two working together at the moment, conscious of the charging Luke Wooder, who didn't have a good first heat.
This is where, of course, Andrew, can get a bit tactical in karting, because Ethan Ling, the racer's instinct, of course, is to try and battle through, get through into position, but the last thing you want to do is start to pull yourself back into these chasing guys up the hill towards Christmas Corner now. So you might say, like you say, Ethan Ling might just want to hold back here and just work with the race leader Jamie Rogers, just to try and pull themselves down the track, because Luke Wooder and Harry Canham look strong just a little bit further behind.
They do indeed. Sean Berry's having a good run here in the number 69 in 5th place. Tommy Edmonds is starting to come through the order as well. I can see he was up 2 positions last time around. Carl Dunford has gone purple in sector number 1, so look out for the 66, currently in 13th position.
It appears that Catherine White was perhaps one of the victims of that incident on the first corner, still down in 20th place. Have a look at the lap charts when they go through and see how White, the winner of the first heat, of course, has recovered. Not by very much, still remains in 20th place, but Harrison Crook, 72, we should see coming through very shortly, has recovered well. Rob Ellis coming through the field as well, number 46, as Joshua Taylor moves into 5th position. Harrison Crook, though, 72 on the charge, but winner of the first heat, Catherine White, still way down towards the back of the field.
And I think there was a move for 4th place as well by Taylor on Harry Canham. We'll confirm that in a few moments' time. Rob Ellis trying to work his way through, and down the inside of Archie Elliott takes 10th place. Good move by the championship leader, and Tommy Edmonds is now on the scene, so this is 1st and 2nd in the championship, fighting their way through together.
Yeah, Tommy Edmonds, another driver who's having to start towards the back of the field, and I think he is just trying to stick with Rob Ellis at the moment, to get through the field together almost, as we've still got 4 minutes 40 plus the 1 lap remaining, still a bit of time to go. There is White, a nice move down the inside into Christmas Corner, down the inside of Alex Jackson, so that'll be up to 18th position. So Catherine White, after a bad start to the race, hasn't really got going just yet, but showing signs of recovery here, just starting to make her way through the field. The next driver ahead, I believe, will be the 72 of Harrison Crook, Elliot Pickard in there as well. So winner of Heat 1, Catherine White, still with some work to do here, but fighting, starting to get through the field.
Yeah, and mustn't panic at this stage of the race. There's still a good amount of time to go, and with points on the board from race number 1, there is a chance to get further up the order. Here comes Ethan Ling, though, down the inside, takes the lead away from Jamie Rogers. Another textbook Christmas overtake.
Yeah, spot on there, and Ethan Ling just starting to make a move now, trying to pull away at the front of the field, pulling along the 59 of Jamie Rogers. And I think Ling knows that Luke Wooder and Joshua Taylor are starting to close. There they are, just a little bit further behind as we race down towards boot once again. Rogers trying to fight back, but there's nothing going just yet as they make their way through boot. On the stern here as Ethan Ling round the final corner, closely followed by Jamie Rogers. Over the line they go. And let's have a look and see what Jamie Rogers can do as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. Through Oblivion they go. Ethan Ling, your race leader, knows that Rogers is there. And again, we see how much speed and aggression it can carry through Christmas Corner. Ethan Ling not deviating from the racing line at all and holds on to the lead.
Got to keep working together, especially with Luke Wooder charging them down at the moment. And it's got, oh, that's a big first sector from Luke Wooder. 2/10 quicker than I think he's done before, 14.67. So he's just chipping away at this gap ahead of him. Jaden Neal Holder, by the way, is up 2 positions that last lap. Has got past Sean Berry and I think Harry Canham as well, who's also been overtaken by Hayden Cater, so a bit of movement there in the second half of the top 10. Lucas Ivaskevicius has unfortunately lost 4 positions. He's down to 14th, but here come the leaders up to Christmas Corner. 45.11 last time around from Luke Wooder. In fact, all top 3 are in the 45.1s.
And only separated by less than a second, 9/10 of a second between the top 3. Rob Ellis, incidentally, breaking through into 7th place, fighting through the field quite well. Tommy Edmonds still down in 10th position. But Ethan Ling and Jamie Rogers with just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, potentially coming under pressure here from the E in 3rd position. Luke Wooder, Joshua Taylor just a little bit further behind, but here come the leaders. Ethan Ling trying to break away with Jamie Rogers. Luke Wooder, oh, trouble here though. That's 66 of, that's just on the edge of the top.
It's going to be Carl Dunford. Carl Dunford and Harry Canham have come together. They were running around 12th position, but they won't be any more.
Back on track, so it doesn't affect the running of the race. Both drivers okay and back into the reckoning. But good news, of course, for the lead novice. Alex Jackson, 47, up to 16th position now. As we cut back to our leaders, warning there for Harry Canham. So the stewards obviously deciding he was at fault along with Kyle Dunford as
they're both
equal.
Yellow card for both of them. Down the inside goes Rogers, retakes the lead with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go.
And does well there to make the move stick as well, because he compromised his exit of boot. So nice move there from Jamie Rogers, back into the lead.
But that cost a lot of time relative to Luke Wooder. There he is in 3rd place. The orange and green shoulders on his suit. He took nearly half a second out of Ling on that last lap.
This, of course, will benefit Luke Wooder in 3rd place. He'll be loving this, watching the 2 leaders start to do battle, because he's thinking, this is my chance now. We've got 2 laps to go, realistically. I could close up and get involved in this one. Here we come back into boot once again. It looks like Rogers has got enough at the moment to hold on to the lead, but let's see what Ling can do through boot. He might close up under acceleration. Wooder is right there. We are going to have 2 laps to go as this is turning into a 3-way fight for the lead. Through oblivion they go. Taylor just a bit further behind. I tell you what, I love how much speed these drivers can carry into Christmas Corner. It's a great part of the track.
Harry Canham has come into the pit lane, is out of this race. 10 seconds to go on the clock. Jamie Rogers still leading from Ethan Ling, but Luke Wooder continuing to close in and just creep towards these 2 leaders. Will he have enough time to have a shot to get some more positions? Catherine White has got past Mikey Austin for 13th place. Harrison Crook likewise on Alex Jackson for 16th. There's another driving standards warning for the number 66 of Carl Dunford. Final lap then. Jamie Rogers. Can Jamie hold out here in the number 59 and take this race victory?
Looking out for Luke Wooder in 3rd place as they make their way towards Christmas Corner for the final time. Both drivers aggressive into that top corner. Heading down towards Ashby once again, this downhill braking zone. All those karts right on the edge there as they make their way through the right-hander. And Luke Wooder still retaining that 3rd place and still keeping that pressure. Oh, it was a small mistake from Ethan Ling. The back end just stepped out, and that might be enough to give the win to Rogers. He's still got to get through boot, but a small mistake there from Ethan Ling. But look at it, he's right back on there though, coming into boot for the final time. Jamie Rogers round the final corner, and here he goes over the line. So Jamie Rogers takes the checkered flag. Ethan Ling 3/10 of a second behind in 2nd place. Luke Wooder in 3rd. Joshua Taylor, Sean Berry, Rob Ellis, Tommy Evans in 7th. Joshua Balance, Archie Elliott, Hayden Carter into the top 10 on that final lap from Lucas. Ivaskevicius in 11th place. 12th for Catherine White, Mikey Austin, Harrison Crook in 14th from Elliot Pickard. Jay Lewis, the number 21st novice in 16th. Joshua Pickford, Alex Jackson, Millie Hart, Kyle Dunford rounding up the field from Jaden Neal Holder. I believe the 2 drivers left on the track, but that was fine margins there. Just a small mistake from Ethan Ling at the end. He was unlucky not to get back in there, but Rogers taking the flag.
Absolutely, and we'll see their final later on in the afternoon with the final race of the day. And we are shortly going to move into finals racing. If you are in the paddock, you're listening to the commentary, enjoying the racing, a favour to ask of you. Obviously the competitors doing a great job out there. If you could share the stream ahead of the finals on the social media platform of your choice. So we've got the links on Facebook and on YouTube, so share them out on your pages and let your friends and family know at home that the finals are about to begin. Let's get these drivers the publicity that they deserve. So if you can do that ahead of the finals, that would be absolutely fantastic. Drivers coming in then from the Senior Max second and final heat. We're going to take another short break on the commentary here from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Next out on circuit, the first of our finals for round 4 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Kart Club Championships. Honda Cadet will be kicking us off.
Here we go then for the first of our finals at round number 4, and let's have a look at how they will line up. Oliver Majeski, the driver who's been in top form today, leads them away on 72 points from Kaiser Raymond in second, Mayan Patel third, Joshua Bagembi in fourth, Charlie Wolfett in fifth, Hayden Gray in sixth, seventh is Finley Lyons, Theo Champney in 8th position, 9th is Jake Schulz, Adam Hill, Victor Hansen and Alessio Lamalfa in 12th position. 13th Max Fallon, Riley Thatcher, Sebastiano Tezeo in 15th, Harry Platek Holland, Daniel Butcher, Laurenio Martin in 18th place, Noah McNicholas 19th from Callum Wilson, John Richardson, Sebastian G, Jensen Walker and Logan Giles in 24th position. And of course, again, if you're new to this, of course, with the Whilton Kart Club, those points on there, that effectively is the combined score of the first 2 heats, which determines their starting position for the final race of the day.
60 points available in the championship for a win in a final. Final victors so far this season. Joshua Smith took rounds 1 and 3. Round 2 went to Theo Champney, and neither of those drivers at the very sharp end of the field here today, either through results in the heats or attendance. So a good opportunity here for somebody to be a first-time winner in this season. Could it be Oliver Majewski, who had a good chance going into round 1, but finished that race in 11th place? Could it be championship leader Joshua Bagembi, who so far this season has finished second in each of the 3 finals? He's had very good consistency.
One to look out for as well, of course, who didn't have the best of second heats, is the kart of Theo Champney.
Yep.
A bit further down than he wanted to be, down there in around 7th position. So he's the one with that kind of Nardo grey helmet a bit further down. So a bit of work to do as the drivers get into position. Starter seems happy, so it looks like we're good to go for the first of our finals. It's 10 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the race groups, starting of course with the cadets. And here we go, drivers ready, watch the lights. Lights out, and away we go.
Good start from Majewski there from pole position. He's alongside Ryman as they go through turn 1, but Ryman fights through into turn 2 and takes the lead, but loses it straight away. Joshua Bagembi has got the run up to Christmas Corner. There's a lot of jostling in the middle of the pack. Mayan Patel's had a great start as well, he's up to 2nd place.
And Majewski there crowded out good and proper, coming out of oblivion.
And he's off. No, sorry, he's not off. It's one of the JDR machines. It's the 63. Is it going to be
Max Fallon, I believe.
Yeah, Max Fallon, who's had a really up and down day, and I think it's going to be a down here in the final.
Patel's second now, and Bagembi leads, but the unfortunate Majewski there crowded out somewhat. He was lucky to stay on the track, actually, losing a lot of time there. Now down to 5th place. And Kaiser Raymond battling for that lead as well. He loses out as well, but Bagembi with a fantastic first lap there leads. Patel in second. Riemann fighting back though at the end of lap number 1 as they cross the line. This, of course, 2 of the top drivers then having a bad first lap, dropping down into the edge of the top 5. This opens up what could be a fantastic race.
Indeed, it's a longer race. Will play out differently to a heat. Down the inside goes Charlie Wolfett, takes 3rd place away from Kaiser Raymond.
who instantly loses fourth to Oliver Majewski. Majewski's still in this. Top two trying to break away.
Yeah, look at Patel in second. He's not too bothered about battling for the lead at this stage, just chasing Wigembe along. There they go, the top two just trying to break away. So Joshua Wigembe 52. And I think at the moment Patel would be wise here just to the two to work together, really try and break away, because here we see another battle here as he goes through again, number 40. Losing a bit of ground on the two leaders. There they go around the final corner, and the 55 of Theo Champney. A great start for him as well, fighting through the field.
Yeah, he said to watch out for him, Chris, and he's there in the mix. Alessio Lamalfa just caught sight of there in the middle of the pack, fighting with Victor Hansen. Hansen takes that 11th place last time around. Callum Wilson also on the move, is up to 16th place in this race. Harry Platek Holland, top novice, started in the middle of the pack due to strong results earlier today. Continue to do a good job with those novices, and 15th at the moment.
Majewski, the number 40, fastest driver coming into the final here. Getting into third position now, and that's great news for him, just trying to break away from this battle for fourth, headed by the number 83 of Kaiser Riemann. And down the inside into boot goes the 95 of Charlie Wolfett. Riemann shuts the door, and now we see Wolfett trying to fight back, but again there's the 55 of Champney. Brave move down the inside into the final corner, and the unfortunate, I think that was Hayden Gray, will come off worse there. Finley Lyons getting through as well. Majewski with the fastest lap of the race, number 40, now on the tail of Mayan Patel in second.
Yeah, going for it down the inside, and a little bit of pot to pot there. Majewski is through, takes second place.
You have to be brave there, I think, because Patel looks strong into the corner, and I would say that's a hard but fair move, but now he's through to second. Patel looking to tag on to that second place man now and try and keep away from this great battle for third place. Fourth now, of course, is Raymond, Wolfett, Champney, all these drivers in there looking to get involved with the leaders, and a warning there for Majewski, so the steward's just keeping an eye on him. Yeah,
down the inside as well goes Hayden Gray there in the number 6, gets past Finley Lyons in the number 9. Over start finish they go. What is the gap? 0.8 of a second for Wigembe ahead of Majewski, and there's more bad news for Max Fallon, who's had a spin down at Ashby. It's got going again.
Not the race he would have wanted, but Joshua Wigembe, great start for him. He's had this fantastic first lap, got his way to the front very early on, and now trying to break away from Oliver Majewski, the informed driver, and perhaps you would say the favourite for this race, in second place.
Yeah, based on performances last week at Clay Pigeon for rounds 3 and 4 of the 2021 Super 1 Series, I think that would be right, and he's gone very quickly in the first sector as well, taken a tenth and a bit out of Wigembe, very evenly matched in the second sector. A reminder for those around the circuit and watching at home, 1st of August, not that far away. In fact, a lot of karting streams coming up for you here at Whilton Mill. There'll be the next round of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. We'll talk about that in a moment, because Theo Champney's about to go down the inside of Charlie Wolfett here. This is over 5th place. Wolfett fights around the outside, really good stuff.
Again, this here, Andrew, it's great how much speed they can carry into Christmas corner and hold on to the position. The driver in front there, very aggressive into the corner, taking the line.
Hayden Gray, upper position, has got past Theo Champney through Ashby Corner. So that's Gray up to 6th place now.
I think at this stage, looking at Joshua Wigembe, the race leader, it's just a case now of just putting the foot flat to the floor, focusing on the track and not just going for it now, because he's got the track to himself. Just needs to try and break away from Majewski in second, and fairly even on pace at the moment.
Poor Charlie Wolfett and Theo Champney. Well, Theo Champney's been shuffled down there, lost positions to Hayden Gray and Theo Champney there.
Look at Wigembe, the leader, just trying to break away as Riemann. Oh, a bit of a nudge there on Patel. Bit of an accident. I think both drivers going for the same bit of track, and now Riemann clear in third. Majewski closing up now on the race leader Wigembe, and of course, to coin a motor racing phrase, catching up is one thing, getting past is another. So let's see what happens in this battle for the lead.
Majewski's overtaking form has been very good over the last few weeks, and I would say, at this stage, Majewski maybe work with Wigembe and consolidate at least second place, because the likes of Raymond and Patel, and then Gray further down. And Hayden Gray is looking very quick in this race. They're not that far behind, and there's a lot of time to go. It's still over 3.5 minutes. 0.2 of a second between the two leaders. Here comes Majewski. Will the move be put in? Looking to the inside through Christmas Corner, and there's nothing Bugembi can do about that at that particular instance.
Bugembi had two options there, really. He opted to go for the speed on the outside, but Majewski had to be really strong as down the inside goes Bugembi into Ashby. Oh, and that was brave. They're going to be side by side now, and Bugembi with the outside sweep back through into the lead. So Joshua Bugembi showing his claws here, and he's showing that he's not going to give this lead up lightly. Here they come back into boot once again. This is allowing Kaiser Raymond in third position to close up. He's going to try and get involved in this battle for the lead. We have just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Joshua Bugembi, 52, holds on to the lead, but Majewski and Raymond right behind him as we go through to start the lap.
The trouble is they have lost the best part of a second in that that sequence of overtakes and re-overtakes. So the gap back to Hayden Gray in 5th place is now 1.5 seconds. This is on here, and Theo Champney's gone with Gray as well. So any of these top 6 for me, Chris, could be looking at a race win here.
Yeah, this is getting tight now. He's still got 2 minutes and 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. Any kind of a collision or
side by side again.
Close again. Oh, as Raymond has a look down the inside. This is the risk, of course, in this battle for the lead, that Kaiser Raymond is going to get involved in this one. Patel, Gray, like you say, I think, Andrew, I think any one of about 6 or 7 drivers could potentially take victory in this one. So here they come through the boot once again, and Majewski just trying to force the issue into boot. And right on cue, gets booted by Raymond, had nowhere to go, and runs into the back wheel. So I don't know what the stewards are going to make of that, but Raymond through to 2nd place, and this is great news for Joshua Bugembi, who goes through back into the lead and starts to pull away.
Yeah, a bit of a bunny hop there from Majewski. Majewski's back up to 3rd place. He's got past Patel. Patel forces Gray onto the grass. Oh, and that's a very, very wise piece of driving there from Hayden Gray.
Yeah.
Has taken to the inside, has lost positions, but that could have been a really nasty moment had Hayden Gray tried to make the conventional line through Christmas Corner. The shame is that it's going to put him out of the battle for this race win. Bugembi still leads. Raymond in 2nd place. Majewski's now back up to 3rd. Patel 4th. And then Theo Champney should still be in there as well in 5th.
And Bugembi there again, just looking to shuffle these drivers along as they make their way through towards the final lap. This is almost, you say, a peloton of drivers here at the front as we make our way through to what I think is going to be close on the clock here. I think we will go through to 2 more laps at the end of this one. Bugembi leads, and I think we'll be hoping that the drivers just take their time through Christmas Corner, but Raymond's having a look down the inside. No, he thinks better of it. Majewski, Patel and Theo Champney, who's been slowly but surely getting through the field, now in 5th place. The top 5 drivers covered by less than a second, and this could be interesting with I think this will be 2 laps to go next time round.
Raymond looking down the inside of Bugembi here, and this may offer the opportunity for Majewski to get through, but that's brilliant defence from Joshua Bugembi. He's holding on to the lead brilliantly here, and is intent on defending this one out. Gets a little bit of a nudge there from Raymond as they go through the boot. Ryman's down the inside again. Can he get the move done into the final corner? There's going to be 2 more laps maybe, or are they going to just cut the beam after? No, they've got it with 2 seconds to go. 2 laps then, including this new one that we're on. Bugembi's in the wrong spot here. He's being forced out wide. Has lost 1st, 2nd, and now he's got Mayan Patel just behind. And Theo Champney. This has turned into a classic Honda Cadet scrap here in this A final. And it's still anyone from these 5 for me, Chris.
Yeah, here they come back down into Ashby, and still wide open with 1.5 laps to go. Kaiser Raymond, number 83, still your race leader, but Majewski is now clear in 2nd place. A small gap then between them and Bugembi in 3rd. Champney and Patel looking to get involved in this scrap as well, but a 5-way tussle for the lead as we make our way through towards the final lap. Raymond guards the inside into boot, needs to block that apex of the corner to stop Majewski from getting through. Here they come down towards the final corner. Raymond holds on to the lead. 5 cars, and look at 6th and 7th. They're starting to get involved in this with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Finlay Lines and Charlie Wolford are now on the scene. Bugembi's got back onto the rear bumper of Majewski. Raymond looks over that right-hand shoulder. Oh, there's contact as they run up to Christmas Corner. And Raymond's done really well to defend that.
as they go through the biggest opportunity to overtake, but there's still opportunities remaining for the other drivers. Majewski looking down the inside into Ashby. Has he got the move done? Yes. But here comes Bagembi. Bagembi to the outside. It's the two left-handers next. Ryman's up the inside again. Majewski's got to defend. You think it's Ozius. Bagembi back down the inside. This is enthralling racing here at Whilton Mill. But there's a chance here for Oliver Majewski. He's got a kart length lead more now as they battle over second place. Bagembi back down the inside for second place, trying to make it 4 second places in a row. But the win for the first time this season in WMKC, Oliver Majewski wins the Honda Cadet final. Second place, a 4th second place in the row for Joshua Bagembi. Mayan Patel is on the podium for the 2nd round in a row as well. Kaiser Raymond was a huge part of that race, finishes in 4th. Finley Lines in 5th place, which I'm just going to look through, is a best finals result of the season so far for Finley. Theo Champney 6th, Charlie Wolfert in 7th, Hayden Gray, Jake Schulz and Adam Hill in the top 10. Victor Hansen 11th, Sebastiano Tuzio 12th. Top novice today is Harry Platek Holland, Alessio Lamalfa 14th, Daniel Butcher 15th, Jensen Walker, John Richardson, Lorenio Martin, Noah McNicholas and Callum Wilson is your top 20. Sebastian G, Logan Giles, Riley Thatcher and Max Fallon finishes off there for the 24 runners. What a race, Chris.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the 3rd place sprint to the line covered by less than 0.2 of a second between 3rd and 6th. That really was a drag race to the finish, but Oliver Majewski timing his run to perfection, and with Bagembi fighting for 2nd place, allowed him just to get away right at the right time, you would say. So that could have been any one of about 6 or 7 drivers, but fantastic driving there from Oliver Majewski, who times his run to perfection. Bagembi fighting hard. I think Bagembi a bit unlucky in 2nd place. He'll be thinking that was one that got away possibly, but fantastic driving from all of those competitors.
Absolutely. You've got to think though for Bagembi, it's another good final in terms of points for the championship. His time will come. He will win a final this year. I'm absolutely sure of it. Well, we'll see the Hondas back in a couple of weeks' time on time for the next round of the championship. Been fantastic today, but we're going to move on. Next out on circuit is the final for IAME Cadet. IAME Cadet final time, race 18 on your schedules. Max Mason on his 10th birthday has pole position. Kian Amy alongside on the front row. Sukmani Kira and Levi McGrath will start this final from row 2. Enzo Butterazzi and John T. Restrick on row 3. Liam Welsh and Henry Clark start on the 4th row of the grid. Donald Stratton and Aston Brown on row 5. Simeon Stone completes the 11 kart field.
Just a shout out for asking what time the last race is going to be, because we are running a little bit behind schedule. I had a couple of stoppages earlier on today. It was scheduled to be getting underway about 3 o'clock, so we are about 45-50 minutes behind schedule. So one would think we'll be wrapped up today by around 4 p.m. touch wood, of course, hoping that there's no incidents in the finals. We're just hoping for some good, clean, spectacular racing. You would say that the favourite going into this race will be the 71 of Max Mason, but certainly the likes of Kiana May, Sukmani Kira, and possibly Levi McGrath had some bad luck in the 2nd heat, could well be a factor in this race as the flag drops, but no, that's a full starter immediately. We saw Mason signalling to go round for another lap. As I say, trusting there's no more stoppages, hoping to take you through the afternoon's action through to about 4 p.m. today. And of course, plenty of racing still to go. Of course, it's Wimbledon today as well, if everyone's talking about the football, but I've got my AB on here in the commentary box. I think I've been, what do they call it, brainwashed by the advertising, I think. So Max Mason leads them round once again. We were just saying there, I think, Andrew, you would say that Max Mason on paper would be perhaps be the favourite for this one, but I wouldn't write off Kira, Amy or Levi McGrath, who had that bad luck in heat number 2. This could be a good race. It's
a final. It's a one-off race in terms of what proceeds in the next 10 minutes. From heats you can bounce back from a bad heat, but it's all on the line in the final, and yeah, it can all
Be very, very different when we get to these longer races.
I think
Looks
Max
like
Mason wants to get them going, doesn't he?
No, that's going to go around again.
Start. I don't think Mason was too happy there. He was just gesticulating again. He wanted everyone to stay in formation. And
a couple of eagle-eyed viewers maybe wondering why were the points equal between Mason and Amy. Reading out that grid, there was a penalty actually for Max Mason in the last race, plus 5 seconds, which changed the results. So Key and Amy won, was classified as the winner by 0.1 of a second last time around. So that gave them a first and a second each.
one to look out for, I think, as well here is Levi McGrath, of course. He had that bad heat race, but it wasn't a fantastic result in terms of position. He was only 7th, I would say. It was still a great achievement, but he really had to fight hard and work hard for that 7th place, and I think that would give him confidence going into this final as well.
Absolutely. So this time we are under starters' orders. The 71 of Max Mason, the 46 of Cian Amy. And this time away we go. The time has been reduced, so it'll be an 8-minute plus 1 lap final. Like a heat then, Max Mason gets a good start. Heads up to Christmas corner in the lead. Sukmani Kira has already got up into 2nd place. Good start from her.
Nice move down the inside there from the 86 of Donnell Stratton, one of our leading novice drivers, who's had a good afternoon so far, battling with some of the leading group. Max Mason with a good start then from Amy Kira in there as well. McGrath up to 4th now from Butterazzi. So you would say the top group of drivers here who've been looking threatening in the heat races all got away well, staying out of trouble, but Max Mason with a great start there. And we'll have a look at the lap charts when they make their way through, but he's got a nice jump on the rest of the field.
Has indeed. Round 2 finish lap number 1 then in this shortened IAME Cadet final. Max Mason leads by 0.6 of a second ahead of Sukmani Kira. Cian Amy there in 3rd place. Bit of a gap back to Levi McGrath there in 4th. Enzo Butterazzi currently the top running novice. Just to note there is a missing transponder possibly. Again, contact between Simeon Stone and Henry Clark there. The driver I'm looking for is Liam Welsh. The 88 has been having transponder issues throughout the day.
We did see him a moment ago. That's in there. Or was that Stratton? No, that's 86. That's Stratton, isn't it? Starting to put the pressure there on the 67 of Johnny Restrick. Restrick guarding the inside line into Boot as Stratton has a look at tagging on. They're going to try and go for the outside sweep through Boot. Here they come to the final corner, and there we see Stratton with that tighter exit from the corner, but not quite close enough to go for the overtaking move as they cross the line with just a shade over 6 minutes plus 1 to go. So the final, of course, has been reduced in time because of those 2 full starts effectively. So it works effectively, you would say, can work against the drivers because they'll get that time taken off the race itself. As McGrath makes a nice move there on the inside of the very impressive Enzo Butterazzi, who again fights down the inside.
Yeah, takes 4th place back off Butterazzi, who'd claimed that position the lap before. Butterazzi currently the top running novice. You can see out there on circuit. Liam Welsh was due to start this race, by the way, in 7th place. So if we can get a shot of an 88 going round there, to confirm whether the Kart is in the race or not. As I was saying that because that Kart is not registered on timing all day. It's down the inside. Butterazzi, brilliant stuff through the boot there. Has got through.
Yeah, some great racing there, Andrew, I would say, between those 2 drivers. They've given each other a bit of respect out there as well. They're not cutting each other up as Max Mason, the race leader. Oh, there's the 88.
There's the 88. So unfortunately, Liam Welsh did not take the start. Thank you, guys. Thank you for getting that shot to confirm that sadly the 88's day.
Have a look who comes out best. I think that's going to be McGrath that holds on to that position. Now the risk here now for Enzo Butterazzi and Levi McGrath is that the chasing pack, headed by the number 86 of Donnell Stratton, are starting to close up. Stratton looking strong here. He's coming under some pressure from Henry Clark, but I'm sure Stratton has only eyes for the drivers in front of him. Just a shout out here about the 1 minute reduction. That's basically because of the full start. They effectively lose a lap because of the full start, so it does mean the race is a bit shorter. They will get time cut off per full start, so we have got a little bit less race time in this IAME final. But look at this now. This is turning into a great little battle now as the 82 starting to put the pressure on of Henry Clark. And Stratton still in there as well. Max Mason just pulling away. The birthday boy extending the gap to 1.8 seconds. But all the action is down here into Ashby as McGrath having to fight hard here now as Henry Clark really starts to put the pressure on. He gets past Danelle Stratton, who still looks threatening. And now, of course, the battle for the novices could be on here because Danelle Stratton's coming to the field and could potentially be putting the pressure on Butterazzi, and I think may have taken the position. We'll have a look in a moment. So, yeah, looking quite good, Andrew.
Indeed, and it is a good battle, this, for the novices, as Clark nips down the inside of McGrath there, gains another position. Can mean a lot to these young drivers. It may be the first time they've been competing for a trophy of some description, and in fact there has been a change at the top of the novice rank. So Butterazzi's been shuffled backwards, and Donald Stratton in the blue kart there, the number 86, is now your leader. Great move down the inside of Levi McGrath there.
That was brave into Christmas corner. Of course, these drivers carry a lot of speed into Christmas, and Stratton just seems to be picking up the form, picking up the pace as the race goes on. He started strongly in the midfield, starting to make his way through the field now, and looking to put one hand on that top novice trophy today is Max Mason.
Change for second place. Kian Amy's got past Sukhmani Kira there, going into the boot. So the number 46 back up to second place, and a new personal best as well, 53.22, but 3.4 seconds is the gap up the road to birthday boy Max Mason.
And that almost feels like a lifetime sometimes in kart racing. 3.4 seconds, Max Mason just keeping his eyes down the track. There he goes, the race leader, putting in some good consistent laps, trying to break away from the rest of the field as the battle still rages for second position, with Kira and Amy battling away. So it's still the number 46 of Kia and Amy in second place. Sukhmani Kira trying to get through in third. The 44 just hovering on the back wheel, trying to get the exit speed as they run down in towards boot. And Amy guarding the inside line. Kira fighting back, getting close through boot as Max Mason leads them over the line. Here comes the battle for second place, and round the corner they go, and still Kia and Amy that leads the way, but Kira looking threatening in third. We've got 1 minute 43 on the clock, heading up towards the finish now. And at the moment, barring disaster, Max Mason got things under control, but all the action now for second place, still pretty close behind these drivers as they battle for fifth position. In particular, of course, the lead of the novices. But down the hill they go, and again, look at Kira all over the back wheel of Amy, just trying to find an opening, trying to find a way through here with 1 minute 20 plus 1 lap to go. And Kira just on the back wheel, and this battle for second place is getting pretty tight.
It is indeed, and all the while this is making Max Mason's position at the front of the field even more secure. What a birthday present this would be.
Oh, that's interesting. Just looking at Mason crossing the line, I think he will get through just before the clock goes. It's going to be tight actually, but he'll be hoping he can get it. He can just cross the line after the timer runs down, so he can bring it home then, can't he?
Yeah, just left out a little bit. That's what he needs to do. And
you've got the confidence, of course. If you know where you are on the track, you could potentially do that. If you know your position, perhaps just ease off a touch. And
I'll refer to the incident that I saw last week. I still won't name who it was. But what I will say is, it was a senior. It was a senior. It was a driver who, you know, probably had a good few experiences of that kind of situation. They got it wrong. So in a way, just do the old Colin McRae.
Keep it flawed, basically. I mean, we see a similar thing in motocross sometimes, a similar rule in place with the timer, and sometimes you do see riders kind of manage their pace a bit to cross the line after the clock goes to zero, but usually, well, look at Mason, that was right on cue there. We see he goes through 2 seconds on the clock, so...
And actually, to be fair, I don't think he would have been able to work that one back. If he'd, you know, jumped on the brakes to wind off those 2 seconds, he probably would have lost more than 2 seconds and then would have been swallowed up by Amy and Kira, but no matter.
Yeah, just as easy to keep on going, isn't it, I think, and worry about your own race. He's leading now by 5.3 seconds, which, of course, Andrew, in karting terms, that may as well be a full day, really, at the front. It's quite a big gap by karting standards.
Still got to get it home, though.
Yep.
And Sukhmani Kira on for a personal best result.
Max Mason, though, into the boot for the penultimate time in this IAME Cadet final.
And looking around here as Mason goes round to take that last lap, a bit further back, Donell Stratton running well in 5th position. He's actually pulling away from that little group ever so slightly from Levi McGrath, Restrick, Rotax and so forth. All the novices having their battle, but Max Mason all being about him in this final heat race, or this final of the day, of course. Been unfortunate not to take the double in the heat races with the penalty, dropping into 2nd place, but making amends here in the final. And at the moment, IAME just pulling away slightly from Sukhmani Kira. So it looks like IAME is going to take 2nd place, but certainly Kira in 3rd is not giving up. Henry Clark and Donell Stratton, the lead novice, just a little bit further behind.
And Donell Stratton, having had a great race there, I think we'll be very pleased with that effort. But here comes Max Mason round the final couple of corners. It's been almost a perfect day and a very, very good 10th birthday for Max Mason. Max Mason wins round 4 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club IAME Cadet Championship. And big celebrations over the line there for IAME in 2nd and Sukhmani Kira on the podium in 3rd. Henry Clark is 4th. Donell Stratton is your top novice there in 5th. And a battle to the line as well. Look at this. Who's going to take 6th place? It's going to be Jonty Restrick. Enzo Butterazzi 7th. Aston Brown 8th. Levi McGrath 9th. Simeon Stone finishes in 10th place. But what a day for Max Mason. He'll remember this one for a long, long while.
I have to say, Andrew, I love the enthusiasm of the cadet drivers.
Yeah.
Well, you always see them when they're racing to the line there, even if you're looking further down there, Aston Brown, Levi McGrath. These guys are battling at the back of the field, but they're still punching the air when they cross the line there. Overjoyed with their race positions, even right through the field. But here's Max Mason just going to post-race scrutineering. IAME and Kira 2nd and 3rd. So just explain again, Andrew, this sort of procedure that takes place after the race. They don't just go straight back to the paddock, do they? Just give the karts a very brief once-over once they leave the track.
They do, and that's taken care of by the scrutineers here, all running to the Motorsport UK rules. And the very vast majority of times, everything is perfectly okay.
Don't those engines sound raspy as well as the Army engines, the air-cooled. I'd love to see an air-cooled engine sometimes. It's so fundamentally simple as well. You can pretty much strip the whole thing down in 10 minutes. With the old Mako engines from the 70s and so forth, they're brilliant, brilliant bits of kit.
Well, the IAME Cadets we will see for the next round of their championship on the 25th of July. All of their races you'll be able to follow here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And we wish them the best of luck in that round to come. We're going to move on, though, from the cadets. That's them done for today in terms of racing. And next out on circuit for their final will be the X30 Mini class. Final time for X30 Mini, race number 19 on your schedules here today at Whilton Mill. Morgan Hill has pole position. Fred Green joins Morgan on the front row. Finn Leslie and Riley Bishop are on row 2. Lucas Field and Freddie Lloyd start this race on row number 3. Amelia Pennington and Jack Hobson. Good positions there for this final, starting on row 4. Charlie Mills and Jack Owen Drawbridge will fancy their chances from row 5. Thomas Cucurullo, Yeoman's winner of round 1, starts this final for round 4 on row 6 alongside Joshua Jones. Jack Mowat and Jensen Pugh are on row 7. Luke Fleming and James Kell on row 8. Charlie Locker and Ashton Wiggins start the race on row number 9. It's an 18-kart field. And a quick shout out over on the Facebook page at Double Dash Big thanks to Winifred Cucurullo, who's given the page a like. If you've enjoyed the commentary and you're on Facebook at Double Dash click that like button. It really does help us out. Very interesting final this, Chris.
Yeah, we've got about 5 points covering the top 3 or 4 drivers. This could be wide open. I think the first couple of laps can be very important. These drivers just need to stay out of trouble. Let's hope for a clean start as they cross the line. Looks good to me. I think we are good to go. Yep. So Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie, Lucas Field We have seen one or two confrontations in this class throughout the afternoon, so this first lap, I think everyone just wants to get through cleanly and avoid trouble on this first half lap. Very competitive into Christmas Corner for the first time, but looks like Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie and Lucasfield, Fred Green, all starting strongly.
They are indeed. Leslie particularly, a very good start from the second row of the grid. Field looking down the inside of Leslie there. And Riley Bishop's had a good start as well, and he's down the inside and he's gone for third place. Riley Bishop fighting back there is in the mix for this final, but Morgan Hill has got a decent lead out front for the end of her first lap of this race.
Yeah, here we go, and the two heat winners, first and second place as they cross the line for the first time. Riley Bishop with a good start up to third position. Lucas Field and Fred Green right in there as well, as again we're just looking at the drivers looking to work together and stick with the leader. But 15, Fred Green, nice move down the inside into Christmas Corner on Lucas Field, moves up to fourth place. And here we see Riley Bishop and Finn Leslie here, I think, Andrew, just working together, trying to close back up with the race leader.
Yeah, unfortunately Lucas Field is looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment. You can sometimes see this in sprint racing because he's just been overtaken again. He's lost out to Jack Hobson and Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans. This can be identified sometimes if you're in a tight pack and one driver at the front of the pack, so the second in line, overtakes the one first in line. Everybody else then goes, right, well, if they can do it, so can I. And someone, in this case, Lucas Field, gets shuffled down the order. Here are your leaders: Hill from Leslie, Bishop, Green, Hobson. Jensen Pugh there defending from the number 21 of Amelia Pennington for 11th place.
Whether it was just a driving error, I'm not sure, but Lucas Field, the back of that kart, just seemed very twitchy, and it just almost seemed very oversteery through the route there. I don't know if it was just the driver making a mistake or something, but it didn't look comfortable. I don't know if there's some sort of a mechanical issue. We'll find out, of course, as the race goes on, but Lucas Field, the kart, just didn't look right on that previous lap.
No, he's having a bit of a tricky time out there. He's starting to lose a bit of pace relative to this top six. The pace at the front of the field very, very high. Morgan Hill 47.92, Leslie 47.87, Bishop also sub 48 at the moment, and they're trying to break away from the driver there in the number 6, Jack Hobson.
Everyone just trying to almost hold position through Christmas Corner, trying to catch up with the leaders. Here they come down towards Ashby once again. Morgan Hill, nice and neat. Nice outside sweep from Ashby as Finn Leslie and Riley Bishop charging away. And number 15, Fred Green, looking strong, closely followed there by the 86 of Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans. As looks like, well, we were talking about Lucas Field a moment ago. Looks like he's recovered the pace and still looking strong in 7th position. Here they come around the final corner, and they really are carrying a lot of momentum going wide onto the curbs there. And if you've never driven here at Whilton Mill before, if you hit those curbs on the outside, you know when you hit the rumble strip on the motorway, it times that by about 50, and that's it's a bit rough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a new curb that was laid towards the back end of 2020 down the inside. Here comes Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans, and this is really good stuff from the driver in the number 86. Had a tough time through the heats, but is starting to show that sort of form here in this final that won him round number 1.
It's getting close here in this battle as we look at Jack Hobson. And Morgan Hill setting the fastest lap of the race last time round, 47.64, but the pace is very close at the front of the field. Here they come into the final corner, and of course we were talking about the outside line. Now this curb on the final corner demands respect as well. It is of course to regulation, but if they hit that on the apex, that will really wreck your lap time. As we saw a contact warning there for the 77 of Lucas Field, who we were talking about a moment ago. It just seems to have dropped a bit more pace as well. I wonder if there is a mechanical fault there or some sort of issue with the kart.
Oh, yeah, the rear end of the kart looks completely out of shape under braking.
You got a contact warning there, so I think he is just playing defensive here, doing whatever it takes to hold on to positions. But something doesn't appear right with Lucas Field, but he's still continuing in the race.
The rear axle of that kart just does not want to sit down. I do have sympathy with him in that regard. It's a frustrating position to be in.
Joshua Jones, your leading novice, just behind that little group as well, as we look at the number 60 of Jensen Pugh up to 11th place. Actually, no, 10th position now, I believe, as they cross the line. Yes, indeed, Jensen Pugh up to 10th place. And the man on the move here is the number 86 there, right on cue. Cucurullo-Yeomans up to 4th place. getting past the very impressive Jack Hobson, so the 86 running very strongly as we move into this final.
And there's still a good amount of time to go. 5 minutes. Over 5 minutes if you include the +1 lap that'll be at the end of the race once time has expired. And Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans, as I say, won the first round of this championship. Was strong in round 2 as well, but didn't have a good final. And finished in 30th place, and then was it absentee for round number 3. So this could really be a return to form and point scoring in these finals.
This X30 Mini final running very close pace here. Everyone lapping consistently in the 47s at the moment. Morgan Hill and Finn Leslie. Riley Bishop just a bit further behind in third. Less than 9/10 of a second covering the top 3, so still with 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go in this final, still wide open. All eyes are on that little battle for 4th position there. Yeomans, Hobson, Green and Lloyd all very close as well, so 4th through to 7th place. I think here, Andrew, they might be wanting to work together, just try and push each other along, because those 3 leaders at the front, they're by no means over the hill and gone, are they?
No. If we can work together, keep working together, because inevitably the top 3 will start trying to overtake each other in the latter stages. An opening could open up.
Oh, Jack Mowat's dropped some positions a bit further down as we go through the boot, presumably. Yeah, look at this 4 here now. We've got 3 minutes 20 plus the 1 lap remaining. And they are starting to ever so slightly close up on the leaders. Finn Leslie, incidentally, with the fastest lap of the race, 47.24, but we are talking very fine margins here as 4th through to 7th place start to close up on the 3 leaders. So 3 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and potentially here we could be looking at a 6-7 driver battle for the lead.
Well, it's neutrals, we definitely hope so. It'll make for an exciting end to this race. Coming up here at Whilton Mill, if you're waiting for the finals of any of the following classes, you're in the right place. Minimax up after this, Junior Max and X30 Senior following that up, and then our 2 senior categories as well, X30s before Rotax Max. So keep it locked here.
It's getting a bit tasty of a 4th place down the hill there, wasn't it? Looks like Hobson's made the move on Cucurullo-Yeomans. Now, they want to be careful here, these guys battling for 4th place, don't they? They don't want to battle too much, they just need to keep on going and catch up with that top 3, as they have been doing.
Fred Green is currently the fastest driver out on circuit as well, the number 15, a 47.19 last time around. 2 minutes to go. Morgan Hill still leads here in X30 Mini. Best result in a final so far this year was 10th place in round number 1. Morgan Hill has won finals in different categories before here at Whilton Mill. Another driver who has come through the ranks.
Tell you what here, Jack Hobson in 4th place is tantalisingly close to Riley Bishop in 3rd on the number 32. Just not quite close enough to go for a move just yet, but he just seems himself closing up. We're only talking a few hundredths, a few tenths of a second maybe here and there. He's just gradually closing up on Bishop in 3rd. These 4 drivers really need to push each other along now and try and catch up with the leaders with 1 minute 20. Still a bit of time to go in this race as Morgan Hill holds on to the lead. Looks like, oh, trouble there for the 84. That's a bit further down. That was Joshua. Oh, lead novice has gone off, so that will mean that Luke Fleming, the number 14, who we might see in a few moments, will take the lead in the novices. Finn Leslie hanging on in there in 2nd place, trying to find a way through past Morgan Hill, but not trying too hard at the moment. This race still finely poised. They may well get through before the clock turns to 0, so they would run for another lap if that is the case. And still that battle from 4th through to 7th place, closing, just staying there within striking distance of the 3 leaders as they make their way to his boot once again. We've got Morgan Hill with Finn Leslie right on the tail in 2nd place. Leslie just losing the back end slightly, doesn't lose much time though as they make their way around the final corner. 30 seconds to go in this race, so we're going to run for 2 more laps as Morgan Hill crosses the line. Leslie 2nd, Bishop, and 4th through to 2nd, still as close as ever.
Yeah, Hill and Leslie have really put the hammer down over the past lap or so. They've broken that gap away from Bishop. Bishop now falling into the clutches of Hobson and Cucurullo-Yeomans there. Freddie Lloyd not too far behind as well. Pushing on well. Fred Green fighting with him. 1.5 laps to go then. Morgan Hill, there in the red, white and blue helmets, racing for Jack Dex Racing, leads ahead of the Croc Promotions driver in the form of Finn Leslie. They're going to go on to the last lap then. And Hill's looking fairly comfortable at the moment. He's soaking up this pressure from the 29.
Yeah, doing very well. He's led pretty much the entire race, and Morgan Hill 22. Winner of the second heat, of course. Well, this is, of course, heat 1. Leslie versus heat 2. Hill, as Leslie has a look down the inside. Oh, he's made it move into Christmas, but oh, he overcooked it there. Way too aggressive into the corner and loses out on the exit. So Hill back into the lead, but Leslie is still there. And this, of course, will open things up in the battle for third place as well. So Morgan Hill back into the lead. Leslie in second. Bishop still third, but coming under some real pressure from Hobson down the inside. Oh, he just got squeezed out on the apex, and that leaves him vulnerable on the exit, leading into boot.
Well, what a race. It's been tense. It's been fast, but Morgan Hill comes round the final corner to win here in X30 Mini. He takes round 4 of the 2021 FastR WMKC X30 Mini Championship. Finn Leslie, second place today. A fantastic set of races, and he improves on the third place that he scored in round number 3. Maybe next time for that next step to first place. Riley Bishop, third place, has been impressive all day. Jack Hobson, 4th. 5th for Freddie Lloyd, 6th for Fred Green, 7th Thomas Cucurulo Yeomans. Lucas Field fights through to 8th place, and as I say, that kart did not look happy at all. I rate that result for Lucas Field in those circumstances. Jack Owen Drawbridge 9th, Jensen Pugh 10th, Jack Mowat, Amelia Pennington, Luke Fleming, Charlie Locker and James Kell were in the top 15. Joshua Jones had that issue there, finished in second team, meant that Luke Fleming was your top novice. But Morgan Hill takes the final victory in X30 Mini. He'll be very, very pleased about that, and that will be a bit of a statement to the likes of Aidan Hassan and Macaulay Bishop as well when they hopefully return to this series. Jack Hobson will be happy there, I think, with 4th place. By my calculations, he should be championship leader at the end of today.
Some pretty good racing out there, and Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie. He gave a shout out there, of course, to Lucas Field, and I think that was it wasn't the battle for the lead, of course, but he's done well to bring that back in 8th place. I think something did seem amiss with his kart there. Wasn't handling very well, so good to bring it home into the top 10, and all in all, a very entertaining final.
We will see the Minimaxes again. We'll see the Minimaxes out next. The X30 Minis we'll see in a few weeks' time. We're going to move swiftly on to the next final, which is Minimax.
Minimax then about to get underway for their final. Let's have a look at how they line up. Damien Barris-Haggett will lead them away with the number 27 on 68 points from Ben Crossley. Oliver Smith in 3rd position. Max McParker 4th, Devon Nolan and Ronnie Coburn in 6th position. 7th for Nathan Traverse, Finn McIlwraith in 8th position. William Ray in 9th, Callum Ghosh in 10th position. Michael Dalton and Oliver Smith in 12th place. Connor Dolan, Harrison Morrow, Edward Rose, George Barker, Johnny DeMoncus and Josh Cook in 18th as we make our way around the final few corners straight to the start. And here we go. Is that going to be clean? 10 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Looks like a good start, and away they go. And it looks like Barris-Haggett has taken the lead. 28 up to 2nd. Oliver Smith getting around the outside of Crossley as they make their way through on the first time. So, yeah, good clean start as they make their way back down towards Ashby for the first time. And Damien Barris-Haggett, the driver to beat in the first race, of course. McIlwraith, who won the delayed heat number 2, still in there as well in about 8th position. So real variety here, but Barris-Haggett trying to break away. However, look at this battle of a 2nd place as Crossley has a look down the inside of Oliver Smith. They make their way through boot for the first time, and still in there as well is number 54, Devon Nolan. Good clean start to the race, very fast-paced first lap there. Let's have a look at the rest of the top 10. McIlwraith up to 5th position, McParker in 6th place, Traverse Ray. Ronnie Coburn, not the best start there, drops to 9th position, and Callum Ghosh running out the top 10, but all the competitors getting through cleanly on the first lap. And we are in for a very closely fought Mini-Max final here as they make their way down towards Ashby. Barris-Haggett continues to lead the way. Crossley, Smith, and Nolan right in there as well. And Ben Crossley starting to put the race leader under a bit of pressure now. The number 5 on the 27 of Damien Barras-Haggett. Here they come up towards boot once again. Oliver Smith and Devon Nolan not too far behind. Here they come round the final couple of corners. Barras-Haggett leads the way. Crossley second. The top 2 just starting to pull away slightly from the third of number 28, Oliver Smith. Devon Nolan, McIlwraith, Traverse making their way through. And incredibly close in the top 10 as you get a contact warning for the 38 of Oliver Smith. A bit further down, as down the inside now goes the number 5 of Ben Crossley. Nice move into Christmas corner and takes the lead from Damien Barras-Haggett. But this race, I think, is far from over. 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in the race. So Oliver Smith down in 11th place in the midfield, receiving a contact warning on that second lap, but the race goes on at the front. It's very close here as Crossley has a quick glance over the shoulder. Barras-Haggett still very much in there. Very quick into boot there goes Crossley. And here we see the number 28 of Oliver Smith starting to put the pressure on the second place man now. So Oliver Smith looking to get involved in this battle for the lead. Ben Crossley breaking away, and Oliver Smith incidentally fastest lap of the race, 48.06. Here they come into Christmas corner. Barras-Haggett determined not to let Crossley get too far away, as McIlwraith up to 4th place now from Devon Nolan. Nathan Traverse in 6th place, William Ray, Max McParker, Callum Ghosh and Oliver Smith, despite the contact warning, breaking into the top 10. But this is looking very close here because Ben Crossley getting the lead on the previous lap and just trying to break away from Barras-Haggett in 2nd place, Smith in 3rd. Here come the leaders up towards boot once again. Crossley just trying to break away from Barras-Haggett, but at the moment the top 3 pushing each other along quite nicely. Around the final corner they go, Andrew, and this Mini-Max final still wide open.
Yeah, it's as I expected before the start of this race. A very high quality field, all going through the courses of their seasons. And Oliver Smith there. I think Oliver Smith is possibly the driver with most to lose. And will maybe take things a little bit calmer. He had the best point position of those attending today.
Yeah, it looks like Barras-Haggett now starting to take the fight back to Crossley. At one stage looked like he's going to try and break away at the front here, but Crossley now coming back under pressure from Barras-Haggett, who looked very good, especially in that first heat race, was strong in heat number 2, so you would say perhaps is the favourite on today's form, but certainly I'm sure Ben Crossley, the race leader, will have other ideas as they cross the line, and Crossley right on cue setting the fastest lap of the race, but not for very long because Devon Nolan in 5th starting to pick up the pace. And well, here we are, 1.8 seconds covering the top 5 there, Andrew. I think this one is still fairly wide open.
Yep, Conor Dolan has got past George Barker for 14th place in this final. Devon Nolan, as you say, is the fastest driver out there in 5th. So again, this one could all close up in the second half. But there is your leader, Ben Crossley, with Damien Barras-Haggett right on his tail here. Best result so far in a final for Barras-Haggett of the 2 that he's competed here at Whilton Kart Club 2021. 6th place last time out.
Everyone just taking it, I wouldn't say taking it easy, but no one looking to make a move too early with this race, still with 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Crossley, Barras-Haggett and Oliver Smith still finally poised in that top 3, as Devon Nolan just starting to ask questions here of Finn McIlwraith as they make their way back down towards Ashby. Nolan not going for the pass just yet, and look how aggressive McIlwraith is there under braking into Ashby. I love watching that when they see the back end stepping out right on the edge of control. Very neat indeed, but Devon Nolan is not put off there, keeps the concentration levels up, keeps on pushing, and Nolan up to 4th place now. He was the fastest driver on the track, so Devon Nolan looking to get involved in this battle for the lead here, Andrew, as the leaders make their way through. Crossley still your race leader.
Very intriguing situation going on. We'll see what the sector times are like next time around. Barras-Haggett is very strong in a straight line, which is, I don't think that's the first time I've said that this season. Crossley, though, is stronger in the second sector, which, you know, you've got a bit more, you know, it's a bit more technical. You've got the downhill aspect into Ashby here. You see, once again, Barras-Haggett is really closed in through sector number 1. Can he stay with Crossley through sector number 2? It means overall they're very even on pace, but they've got different characteristics to their driving styles, which means for Barris Haggett at the moment, it's very, very difficult for him to overtake it. Yeah, again, Crossley, a good tenth and a bit quicker than Barris Haggett through sector number 2, and then they're very, very even through sector 3.
This is the great part of a race. You see, some drivers are stronger on one part of the track, others on the second part. Sometimes it can be, I'd say, just fundamental driving skills or preferences, but what Barris Haggett might be doing,
will be playing into
setup
that
as well. You would wonder perhaps if Barris Haggett can maybe look at what Crossley's doing in that second part of the lap as well, that second sector, just try and steal his lines almost and just stick with him in that second sector. That could be important for him.
They're dropping Oliver Smith though at the moment, who won the final a few weeks ago for round number 3.
This is a nice little battle on the edge of the top 10 here with Nathan Traverse, the 67, holding off William Ray, 14, Callum Ghosh, Oliver Smith, and the 87 of Max McFarker right in there as they make their way through boot. These drivers on the edge of the top 10, all battling strongly. As 88 there with Callum Ghosh parking the cart on the apex there, forcing everyone else to go wide. There's a contact warning there for Ghosh actually, so I think that didn't quite come off the way he wanted it to. And another one for Oliver Smith as well.
Big chance for Damien Barris Haggett. For the first time in a while, he was quicker than Ben Crossley through the first sector. There they are. This is the key one through sector 2 now, especially these two left-handers. Can Barris Haggett stay in touch with Crossley? And again, we've mentioned it already a few times today, Chris. Setting up the move to Christmas, in effect, I know it sounds bonkers, but starts here. It starts in the boot.
Yeah, let's have a look at what Barris Haggett does here, because he gets the exit speed out of boot into the final corner. And yeah, he's just ever so slightly close. The gap just over 0.2 of a second. They make their way through oblivion on the run-up now towards Christmas corner, and Barris Haggett looking strong on the run-up here. Is he going to make a move this time? No, he just follows him round Christmas corner. And like you say here, Andrew, he just seems to have nailed this second part of the sector. That's his first sector there for Barris Haggett, actually. 15.1. So the pace is starting to pick up here. And like you say, I think Barris Haggett might just have learned on that second sector there and just seeming to put the pressure on now.
And the other key bit, they are pulling away still from that number 28 with Oliver Smith at the wheel. 0.2 last time around, the gap now 1.4 between Damien Barris Haggett in second place and Oliver Smith in third. But look at it, he's really close now. That is a fantastic third sector from Barris Haggett. Now what does he do here? It's a new fastest lap of the final, 47.06. Does he back himself to go for the move here on the run up to Christmas corner? Ben Crossley checks over his shoulder. No, he decides to keep working with Ben Crossley. He's going to leave this to the last lap, perhaps.
Yeah, because third and fourth aren't too far behind. I think there, Andrew, like you said, that was a move that was in place at the start of boot section. He seemed to sacrifice a bit of entry speed into boot. And Barris Haggett coming back very strongly down the straight. Right back up there with Ben Crossley. So let's have a look at the clock here. Still, I think there's going to be 2 more laps to go in this one. It'll be interesting to see now what Barris Haggett does again. He just seems to drift a bit wider into boot. Very quick out of the corner though, and right back on him. So here we go, 2 laps to go. Let's see what Barris Haggett can do this time.
Mac McFarker has got past Callum Ghosh for 9th place. Connor Dolan similarly, he's got past Michael Dalton for 13th. A minute change for 3rd. Devon Nolan has got through. 2 laps to go here in the final in Minimax. Watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. We keep sharing the stream out there on the social medias, because these races are going to get better and better as the rest of the afternoon goes on. Change back for 3rd place. Looks like Smith has got ahead again of Nolan. McElwraith still there in 5th. William Ray has got past Nathan Traverse for 6th as well. And here comes Devon Nolan again. So Devon Nolan back into 3rd. What's happening at the front of the field? We're on to the last lap now. 0.1 of a second between Crossley and Barris Haggett. And with the speed that he's had up the straight, surely this time Damien Barris Haggett is going to go for a move. Crossley goes to the inside, defensive. Good defensive driving, what you'd come to expect from a driver who finished in the top 5 at the British Championships levels in Minimax last season. Good defensive line into Ashby again. This is where Crossley is strong, but will continue to defend. He's got to get checked down. Oh, he just got down there in time ahead of Damien Barris Haggett. Damien Barris Haggett, if he wants this final win, is going to have it to give it the big one through the boot. Not there on the initial entry. I think Ben Crossley's got this, but he's got a line down the inside, side by side round the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but Ben Crossley takes it
by 0.08 of a second, ahead of Damien Barras-Haggett in second place. Devon Nolan does, in the end, get third. Oliver Smith fourth, fifth for Finn McElroy. That's a great drive from Finn. William Ray in sixth, Nathan Travers seventh, Oliver Smith in the 38 in eighth, Callum Gosh ninth, Ronnie Coburn in 10th place. Mac McFarquhar faded towards the end there, finishes in 11th. Woody Radford 12th, Connor Dolan 13th, Michael Dalton and George Barker are in the top 15. Wilf Butler, Sasha Bagley, Josh Cook and Ollie Naylor wrap out the 19 runners. Josh Cook was your top novice.
And notably there, the last place driver, Ollie Naylor, only 20 seconds adrift of the leader. So that was a very closely fought race, very competitive. And again there we saw Damien Barras-Haggett. He just seemed to sacrifice the speed going into boot and then very quick going into the final corner. I think he had that move lined up, but Ben Crossley had enough in the bag. 0.08 of a second there. Very close finish and a very exciting finish to Minimax.
For Ben Crossley, well, what a win that was for the number 5 seed nationally. Very, very strong race. Do make sure you keep sharing the stream. We've got another final coming up. We'll see the Minimaxes again for round 5 in a couple of weeks' time. But we'll wave goodbye to them and welcome out onto the track. Junior Rotax, their final is up next. Let's have a look at the grid for race 21, the Junior Max final. Max Lee has pole position, Spencer Brown alongside on the front row. Bobby Rosier and Benjamin Ballou start this race on row 2. Ollie Kerr and Dan Sabula are on row number 3. Ollie Stevens and James Jackson have work to do from row number 4. Jack Cooper and Murphy Aldridge on row 5. Ronnie Smith and Rory Burke on row 6. Lexi Belk and Jessica White start on the 7th row of the grid. Ronnie Mansfield and Alexander Adams-Acton are on the 8th row of the grid. Ollie Ward and Miles Dawn on row 19. Noah Hadley and William Young are due to start on row 10. Jensen Mason and Freya Belk row 11. Luke Ringham and Jacob Jukes on row 12. Riley Brown and Alex Warnaby on row 13. Jacob Rhodes and Alfie Bray on row 14. Jensen Giles and Ben Cook on row 15. It's a 30-kart field.
And I think this first lap will be very important indeed, hoping for a clean start as they make their way around, or 1 or 2 dropping possibly there. I think that will be a full start. Yeah, we're going to go round again. So that will effectively reduce the final to 9 minutes plus 1 lap, one would imagine, because of course we have that full start. So we're back under controlled conditions. You would say the drivers just 1 or 2 towards the back there, getting some more heat into the tyres, will get back into position very shortly. So this, of course, Andrew, ramps up the pressure, doesn't it?
Just a note, I don't think we have Noah Hadley in this race. I did have a quick pop down whilst he was being tended to and asked those involved in the team, is he okay? I think in the general sense, yes. He was a bit banged up and scraped, so and I imagine the Kart was in a fair amount of pain as well. But I don't think we have Noah Hadley for this final, based on there being 29 transponders running around there.
I suppose walking wounded is the word, really.
Yeah.
So he's not seriously hurt, but let's have a look again. As again the pressure ramping up here. We've got to get a good start this time. Around the final corner they go. Ooh, looks a bit better this time, and I think we're okay. And it looks like we're still under the. They have opted to let them go for the full 10 minutes as well.
Yep, running to a level of schedule that means they don't need to take time off, but that's a good start for Max Lee. Will lead through Christmas Corner for the first time. And all of them trying to get themselves sorted at the back end of the field.
Through Ashby then for the first time, Max Lee, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Brom and Benjamin Ballou, all nicely placed. So some of the big hitters, you would say, running strongly, although the 22 of Oliver Kerr goes a little bit wide on the run through Rosiers, heading up towards boot once again. Max Lee, your race leader. Right on the tail is the number 49 of Bobby Rosier. Around the final corner they go, over that rumble strip on the outside line. Rattles the fillings out the driver's teeth there, but really running strongly in what's a 29 driver finale here. Riley Brown notably on a run, number 53 in the midfield, up to 20th place. As Ballou looks down the inside, getting close here at the front.
Yeah, so Ballou passed Brown there for third place. Brown's been in this situation a few times before, being a Honda Cadet champion. And they've got a bit of a gap actually to Daniel Sabula, who's had a fairly quiet day, but a strong day. He's been putting in some top results, both heats in the top 10.
I think for Kabula there, he's up to 5th place now. This is one of those days where it's not, you know, you're not making the headlines and getting the race wins, but it's one of these days where you're just there or thereabouts, getting on those points, not really dropping any points. And this is the sort of performance that can prove vital at the end of the season as well. So we'll look out for 27, who just loses outright on cue to Ollie Stevens, but still very much in there, Andrew.
Yeah, Ollie Stevens down the inside takes 5th place. The DHR squad will like that one. Based here at Whilton Mill, of course. Another driver preparing for events later on in the month. As we say, 2 weeks' time, we are back here again for another round of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship, round number 5. That one. And then the week later, Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media back here again. You can't get rid of us, but this time it'll be for Super 1.
One driver who looks threatening here is the 3rd place, number 7, Benjamin Ballou, who was a bit unfortunate, I think, with that stoppage earlier on, that he affected his rhythm, you might say, in the heat number 2. And looks threatening here in 3rd place. He's in a good position here in 3rd. He's not under too much pressure, but just looking to ramp it up on Rosier and Lee.
Rosier looking very keen, I'd say, Chris, to get through. Looking quite racy behind the number 12 of Max Lee. Maybe conscious that there's some very strong drivers starting to come into this group, including Ronnie Mansfield. Did not have a good first heat, had a brilliant second heat, started from the second half of the field, is already up to 9th, and is the fastest driver out there on circuit with a 46.15.
Ronnie Mansfield really on the get-go here. There he goes over the line, and again, fastest lap of the race, 45.95. So look out for the number 62, who is starting to get involved. He should be just coming into shot now into Christmas Corner. There he goes, Ronnie Mansfield. And this, like you say, I think, Andrew, Bobby Rosier really does need to try and get through into the lead. As, a bit of banging and barging there on the exit into what they call the Boxing Day, of course, going out to Christmas Corner. So plenty of action throughout the field here, Andrew, and Ronnie Mansfield looking like a late threat in this race.
Yeah, I think that was Rory Burke and Lexi Belk tripping over one another, and they've lost out as a result there. Benjamin Ballou having a little nibble at the rear bumper of the number 49. Ronnie Mansfield's pace is very, very good.
Rosie now
Just
into the
see
lead.
him there, and going, in fact, there through, past Jack Cooper goes Ronnie Mansfield. So that's 7th place now for Mansfield. Here comes Max Lee down the inside of Spencer Brown, takes 3rd place. Warning for the number 31 of Ben Cook, who's in 21st position.
So Bobby Rosier, he was threatening to take the lead earlier on in this race, now starting to pull away. Benjamin Ballou right on his tail in 2nd place. We're just keeping an eye out on the 8th place driver, Ronnie Mansfield, fastest driver on the track. Ooh.
Big move from Sabula down the inside of Ollie Stevens. So that was for 5th place. And good respectful driving from the two of them. Hard but fair. This group need to keep themselves organised, because there are some fast drivers approaching them. There's Mansfield again in the 45s, on the pace of the leaders.
Yeah, and actually Stevens and Mansfield, they are still a faster pace than the drivers at the front here at the moment. Ballou just under 0.3 of a second down. Here they come back down the hill. Look out, again, right on the edge, breaking into Ashby once again. Back end just stepping out slightly, some good smooth driving. Rosier leads the way. There's Ballou in 2nd, then look at this battle here for 3rd place. Very close, Max Lee, Spencer Braun, Sabula, Stevens and Mansfield all getting involved. So here we go, and just under 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here, Andrew. This group here we're looking at, this could be very threatening in terms of the race result.
Could be indeed. Lexi Belk has got past Ronnie Smith for 14th place. Jacob Rhodes has had some good progress as well, up 2 positions past Jensen Mason and Alexander Adams-Acton, who's just received a warning for driving standards from race control.
Lead novice, actually, Jacob Jukes just a bit further behind this battle in 9th place, well clear of the rest of the novice field and running quite strongly in this final. As Bobby Rosier just starts to break away, we're only talking a few hundredths of a second here and there, just pulling away slightly from Benjamin Ballou. Just seems a bit quicker in the first sector. almost identical on pace in the second sector. So Rosier with a good, strong start to the lap as they make their way around the final corner. Rosier, 49-year-old race leader. Here they come over the lines as Rosier leads Blue second, Lee Braum. Ollie Stevens up to 5th position now, Sabula. And Ronnie Mansfield with another fastest lap of the race. Less than 2 seconds, covering the top 7 drivers.
Mansfield down the inside, takes Sabula and takes 6th place. That'll please Alfie Brooks in the chat, who's cheering on Max Lee and Ronnie Smith in this one. Down the inside of Brown goes Ollie Stevens. So Ollie Stevens on the move now. Has he held something in reserve? What are drivers doing in terms of tyres in this race as well? There's the D5 tyre situation going on at the moment for Junior Max. Round the toe of the boot goes Ollie Stevens, now in 4th place. But Ronnie Mansfield is really on the charge here. Has pulled that number 62 Kart back up through this field. 3 minutes to go. Another new fastest lap of the final, 45.61. You guessed it, it's Ronnie Mansfield once again. Ronnie Smith, in the meantime, has got past Rory Burke for 14th place.
And shout out here for Hayden Taylor, who mentions about Jacob Jukes, we were talking about a moment ago, still there in 9th position, running strongly as we watch this battle for the lead, which is really starting to hot up now. Half a second covering the top 3 last time round. Ollie Stevens, Spencer Braum, Ronnie Mansfield and Daniel Sabula all in there as well. Jack Cooper just a little bit further behind as we look at Benjamin Ballou coming under some real pressure now from Max Lee in 3rd. Round the final corner they go, and Bobby Rosier is still your race leader, but the gap goes down to 0.3 of a second between the top 3. Ollie Stevens, Ronnie Mansfield, Daniel Sabula all getting involved as they make their way to Christmas Corner. And Max Lee having a little look, but look at that though. 62 Ronnie Mansfield is looking strong in the closing stages.
He's looking very strong. He's passed both Spencer Brown and now Ollie Stevens. Is up to 4th place. Now, how does Ollie Stevens respond to this? Does he try and sit on the rear bumper of Ronnie Mansfield? Work as a quartet here to close in that top 3. They've got time with them.
Oh,
side by side, here comes Benjamin Ballou. Takes the lead of the race away from Bobby Rosier. And it looks like Max Lee's going to go up the inside as well. So the race is on fire now. Ballou to the lead. Lee 2nd, Rosier 3rd. Mansfield now up to 4th place, but rapidly approaching the top 3. There he is.
And what was important there for Ballou, made that pass going into boot on the exit. Of course, the exit speed was crucial for him. Nice clean pass and didn't really hold himself up getting past Rosier. Had a bad couple of corners there, just seemed to lose his rhythm through the boot complex and just drops a couple of places now. So I would say really now that Benjamin Ballou really needs to try and pull away, but Max Lee is not letting him get too far down the road. Jacob Jukes up to 9th place, still catching up on Jack Cooper as the lead novice battle through the field, but Benjamin Ballou trying to break away. But look at the number 12 of Max Lee. This race, it's going to be tight here, 46 seconds on the clock, so next time round will be crucial, I think, for this race. Very close indeed as we head towards the closing stages. Here they come up towards Christmas once again. Ballou a bit more defensive this time, but look at this, the top 6 drivers covered by 1.25 seconds. Spencer Braum, Jack Cooper and Jacob Jukes just a little bit further behind. Look at that though, top 6 almost nose to tail through Ashby they go. And we're going to keep a close eye on the time here as well, Andrew, because whether we're going to have 1 or 2 laps to go.
Mansfield down the inside of Lee there. Max Lee has not had a finals victory so far this season. Ronnie Mansfield has won the last 2. He's through, he's into 2nd place. Big move in the context of this race from Ronnie Mansfield. Watch the clock. Is it going to be last lap? Yes, it is. Last lap board is out then for Benjamin Ballou to take victory. The gap is 0.58 of a second. He's not going to be challenged up into Christmas Corner. Bobby Rosier is now at the inside of Max Lee. Takes 3rd place away. Ollie Stevens is still in there. Daniel Sabula and Spencer Brown. The podium positions could go to anybody. Mansfield slightly out of shape. Is that it? Is that the crucial moment for Benjamin Ballou? And kart number 47 has got a couple more corners to go. That's Hosier's done. Stevens is down the inside, takes another position. I think Brown was trying to get through as well, but into the boot they go. They're still fighting over the podium positions, but Benjamin Ballou is going to come through to win the Junior Max final here at Whilton Mill. Ronnie Mansfield takes 2nd. Max Lee 3rd. Bobby Rosier 4th on a brilliant day in the 49. 5th place for Ollie Stevens, Spencer Brown 6th, Daniel Sabula 7th, Jack Cooper is 8th, Jacob Jukes, a really impressive 9th place there, and top novice recorded over the line. Jessica White is in the top 10. Murphy Aldridge, Lexi Belk, Oliver Kerr, James Jackson, Ronnie Smith, William Young, Ollie Ward, Rory Burke, Alex Warnaby and Ben Cook are all in the top 20. Freya Belk, Riley Brown, Jacob Rhodes, Alexander Adams Acton, James Mason, Alfie Bray, Luke Ringham and Jensen Giles all finished on the lead lap. Miles Dawn retired on lap number 1. And Noah Hadley did not start, but Benjamin Ballou wins through in a very, very tight Junior Max final.
Did that very well going into the final lap there, of course. He crossed the line just after it went to 0, so had one more lap to go. Really put the pedal down on that final lap, kept it nice and smooth, and setting a 45.92 on the final lap. So Ballou looking very strong on that final lap. Ronnie Mansfield, who looked threatening throughout the entire final, perhaps a little bit unlucky. He might think one lap more and I might have been able to take that lead, but certainly Benjamin Ballou, who has been threatening all afternoon, perhaps unlucky to miss out on a race victory, but he does take the checkered flag right where it counts.
Well, Junior Max will be back for the next round in 2 weeks' time here at the FastR WMKC Championships. Keep sharing the stream. We're going to move on now to the next final, which will be X30 Junior. Kart's already rolling. Let's have a look at the grid for X30 Juniors final. Micah Taylor and Henry Gregory are on the front row. Rhys Lomax and Jude Fernahu are on row 2. Cian Geraghty and Gabriel Stilp are on row number 3. Jaden Gregg and Ben Doherty on row 4. Sam Longley and Luke Sintler wrap out the top 10. Thomas Reddy and Kian Gamio are on row 6. Zaki Hussain and Sam Baker row 7. Kira Harris and Remy Gilbert row 8. Leo Brown and Jack Collins on the 9th row of the grid. Gracie Mitchell and Luke Taylor on row 10. Jake Bell and Ben Rowe on row 11. Archie Heron and Oliver Harris on row 12. And then Dayton Coulthard will start from the back of the field.
So here they come up towards the final 2 corners for this X30 Junior final. Micah Taylor, Henry Gregory, Rhys Lomax, Gabriel Stilp, all contenders, you would say. Any one of about 6 or 7 drivers could take the checkered flag. Here they go over the line and into the first corner they go. Looks like it's a clean start. The green flag is down. They're underway. Micah Taylor leading them up the hill for the first time, trying to break away from Henry Gregory. They go charging into Christmas corner for the first time. Good clean start. Everyone seems to have got through. There we see Dayton Coulthard battling with Olivia Havis and
spinning out, and the contact there with Benjamin Rowe, and hopefully Coulthard can get going again. But it's damaged, big damage, and that will be the end of DC Junior's race, unfortunately, for today.
Seemed to catch the back of Benjamin Rowe battling for position there, and a bit unfortunate, they would say, for Dayton Coulthard, but the race goes on with the 48 of Micah Taylor leading the way. Good first lap there, as we see right on cue. Dayton Coulthard getting the mechanical flag, so he'll have to go into the pits. Taylor leads, Gregory second, Stilp up to third. Lomax fourth, Doughty in fifth place, Sintler, Gregg, Longley, Thomas Reddy and Sam Baker, a good start, breaking into the top 10.
No, indeed. Oh, 2 JDR carts off, and it's Gracie Mitchell and Archie Heron. So Gracie Mitchell to the left of your screen, Archie Heron to the right. And I want to say that's the same 2 JDR carts that were off in heat number 2 as well. I may be wrong, but that's not the first time we've unfortunately seen JDR machines on the side of the track in X30 Junior.
Unfortunately, they get back going again, so we've got a good, clear track as the race goes on. So Taylor leads, trying to break away now from Henry Gregory in second place, and looks like Stilp up to second place now. Stilp up to second, Gregory drops to third, Rhys Lomax and Benjamin Doughty rounding out the top 5. Luke Sintler, Jaden Gregg, Sam Longley, Thomas Reddy and Sam Baker rounding out the top 10 as Doughty has a look down the inside into Christmas corner. And there we see the classic thing, too aggressive almost, and you lose on the exit speed.
Yeah, overcooked it there on the entry and was very lucky to not ride over the top there as well. 8 minutes to go. We've basically got a heat to go now. Already so much has happened. Down the inside, there goes Doherty. This time does get past Rhys Lomax, but here comes Luke Sintler. in the number 7. So apologies, no, that's the number 73 of Kian Geraghty. We've got a transponder issue out there. Yes, I think we do. I think we're missing Kian Geraghty on timing. Don't worry, Dayton Coulthard is in the pits and unfortunately out of this race. Hasn't had much luck in finals over the past few weeks. I'm sure that luck will turn around in due course. And mechanical flag as well. The second mechanical flag of the race, this time to Luke Taylor in the number 74.
Surprising there as well that Gracie Mitchell and Archie Heron, neither of them picking up a mechanical flag. There was a bit of damage to those carts.
Yeah.
They seem to be okay in terms of, certainly don't look pretty, but certainly safe to continue in the race as we look at the 74 of Luke Taylor.
I'm hearing broken silencer again, so that may be what the mechanical flag is out for on the number 74. And yeah, I think there was a significant piece of exhaust and silencer missing from that kart when we saw that shot. Well picked up by the guys. Micah Taylor there, starting to come under real pressure now from Gabriel Stilp. Another mechanical flag, this time the number 3. As gets Stilp down the inside, goes for the move on Micah Taylor, forces him on the grass. And Micah Taylor gets back on circuit, will not be happy about that at all.
Let's see what happens there, because that was a late move into Ashby. It's a very brave corner to try and make the move stick. So Gabriel Stilp takes the lead. I'm sure that Micah Taylor will not be happy with that one, but that was just a bit unfortunate. Henry Gregory up to second place here. They come round the final corner. So Stilp, your new race leader, mechanical flag for Luke Taylor. So problems here for quite a few karts in this final here. The mechanical flag going out several times, and Gabriel Stilp, well, I think we haven't seen anything from the stewards there, so it looks like that move has been counted for the lead. Gregory second, Micah Taylor recovers to third, and here we see, Andrew, this is where the move happened last time.
Yep. Henry Gregory not close enough to try something similar. I think he just caught Micah Taylor off guard. I don't think there was any
malice
intent
there.
in there. No malice at all. It just caught the 48 by surprise.
The way that corner's set up as well, I think it's, if you get caught out, you're going to go onto the grass because it's so off. It's a bit of an off-cambered exit there and very easy to get spooked almost. So it looks like certainly the steward seems happy with Stilp and he holds on to the lead.
Reece Lomax having a good race here again in 5th place. You're seeing further back there. There are 2 drivers fighting over 3rd place. Benjamin Doherty has a little look. Tries to take that position. The slots back into 4th place. Kian Gamio is in the pits. Luke Taylor is in the pits. So that's both of our mechanical flags that were still out there. Contact. So yes, there's been a contact warning to Gabriel Stilp. That will have been for the move on Micah Taylor. There is Taylor. Doherty going up the inside into, that is a great, great example of getting a move done on the entry to the boot from Benjamin Doherty.
And there you see, just getting their front wheels in there going into the boot, really. It's aggressive move, but perfectly clean.
And it's one of those where you've got to be really careful as you merge back onto, to the right, because you don't want to then, there's another mechanical flag. This time it's Jack Collins, the number 10. You can get alongside and run through the first initial part of the boot, but it's actually where you want to then get it back across to the right, close off that move before you get to the toe. And that's what can be really tricky sometimes to get right.
So it's easy as well for the rival driver to get the exit speed as well. As we look at, there's the number 10, that was the one with the mechanical issue.
Yeah, and that's not lost its silencer yet, but it's making a break for freedom.
Here we see the number 12 then of Gabriel Stilp. Nice wide sweep on the outside line there as we see the technical defect, the what they call the meatball, number 10, Jack Collins, as they cross the line, and still just trying to pull away from Henry Gregory in 2nd place. Benjamin Doherty still in 3rd with that very close battle there. Micah Taylor, Reece Lomax and Jaden Gregg making their way through 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. As yet again another drive then, of course, Jack Collins picking up the mechanical flag. It seems to be some loose bodywork, and I can hear a silencer, a very loud running kart out there above the hum of the 2 strokes. And here we see then the number 28 of Benjamin Doherty running strongly in that 3rd position. Here we go, and look at the 48 Taylor there, just taking a wider sweep. Marshall, a bit brave there. Gabriel still leading the way then, Gregory. Now that would have been a bit of a shock there for Stilp, but he continues through in the lead and the gap down to 0.2 of a second.
two drivers to break away from Doherty and Taylor behind, who are not slow drivers themselves. Jack Collins is now in pit lane and becomes the sixth retirement from this race.
Cian Geraghty as well, of course, dropped out on the first lap as well.
I'm going to correct myself there. No, it is the fifth, because Cian Geraghty isn't showing on the time he was running, but as far as I'm aware, he is still circulating with the transponder issue. Keep an eye out for 73, the bright yellow helmet. In fact, there he is, 6th place. Just tucked up behind Rhys Lomax.
Gabriel Stilp then still your race leader, number 12, Henry Gregory. These two just seem to be trying to pull away from this battle of third, as down the inside goes Rhys Lomax. Neat move into Christmas corner. Makes it stick as they make their way down to Ashby. The two leaders go through. Stilp leading, Gregory second. And still this battle of third. I think here, Andrew, the two race leaders just trying to push each other down the track and get away from this battle of third. Benjamin Doughty desperately trying to pull away in this battle of third place, with Micah Taylor, Rhys Lomax and Jaden Gregg all in there. Cian Geraghty also involved, of course, the 73. There he is, just at the back, the Dayglow yellow helmet. You'll pick him up on there. Still leads from Gregory, 1.5 minutes to go. The gap just under 0.3 of a second.
Difficult position this for Doherty. Has a check over the shoulder to see where Rhys Lomax is. Just doesn't quite have the pace at the moment to live with Stilp and Gregory. Still needs to keep pushing, because if there's any sign of vulnerability, Lomax will be through, Taylor will follow through, and Geraghty will be there as well in the yellow and blue helmet, number 73. 1 minute on the clock then for the X30 Juniors in their final. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Round number 4, Andrew Mather and Chris Sora on commentary duties for you here today.
Further down the field, actually, a good battle of 16 between Jake Bell and Benjamin Rowe, the two leading novices. Look at the timing charts there, you'll see only a few tenths of a second in that little midfield scrap, as well as Gabriel still holds on to the lead through Christmas corner. 30 seconds on the clock as they make their way back down towards Ashby for it's going to be close. I think it may well be the penultimate time. So still leading, Henry Gregory pushing on in second place now, keeping that pressure on as they make their way back towards boot for what I think will almost certainly be the penultimate time. This is going to be close though, I think, Andrew.
Yep, keep an eye on the clock. We saw this earlier in the day. We've had some very close calls. Here comes Cian Geraghty back onto timing now. 1 second, so it will be 2 more laps. 2 more laps then for Gabriel Stilp to hold this one out. Henry Gregory still there in second place. Ooh, I thought he was going to go for it then, but it elects to just stay in the wheel tracks. Question from Tekken Games, why did Jack Collins get pitted? It was a loose silencer, so he got the meatball flag. And he's not the only one in this race, there's been quite a few of them. Down the inside goes Gregory, goes for the lead of the race, he's got it. Stilp is on the curb. There's a little apologetic hand there from Henry Gregory, but he went for the move into Osies and he's taken the lead.
Aggressive move there from Henry Gregory. We would say that was fair as well. And Gabriel Stilp in second place. Can he fight back? As this time we go on, of course, to the last lap. Still a battle of third place, though. Rhys Lomax, Micah Taylor, Benjamin Doughty all in there as well. So Henry Gregory timing that move to perfection now as we go into Christmas corner for the final time. And still Benjamin Doughty looking strong, but Henry Gregory there, a brave move, I would say, Andrew, but makes it sticky. It was a hard but aggressive pass and leads with half a lap to go.
Yep, he's not home yet though. He's got to keep these lines right. He's got a bit of a gap back to Stilp there. The fight for third place going on still as Lomax looks down the inside of Taylor there. Cian Geraghty's still involved. Doherty fights back. They're going to be pot to pot as they go through. They're tangling up with one another. That's going to give Geraghty the chance, but Henry Gregory comes around the final corner and takes it on the line in X30 Junior ahead of Gabriel Stilp. Micah Taylor fights back onto the podium in third. Rhys Lomax and Benjamin Doherty are in the top 5. Jaden Gregg 6th. Sam Baker 7th. Leo Brown 8th. Apologies, we've got to count Cian Geraghty back into it. So Cian Geraghty was 6th. Jaden Gregg 7th, Sam Baker 8th, Leo Brown 9th, Saki Hussein in the top 10, Sam Longley, Luke Sintler, Thomas Reddy, Remy Gilbert and Jude Fernahu were your next 5 down to 15th. Kira Harris 16th. Benjamin Rowe, the top novice there. All 3 novices coming home inside the top 20. Ben Rowe, Jake Bell, Gracie Mitchell, who had the spin early on. Oliver Harris, the third of the novices. And then we reset ourselves back to where we should be. That's the top 20. Jack Collins, Cian Gamio, Archie Heron, Luke Taylor and Dayton Coulthard were all retirements. And I don't think I've seen that many meatball flags in a race before, at least not for a while.
That's a bit strange there. Quite a lot of mechanical issues in there. Of course, we saw Dayton Coulthard picking up some accident damage on the first lap, but everyone else seemed to be some sort of just genuine mechanical issues. Shout out to number 31 at the back there. Benjamin Rowe had a good battle with Jake Bell to take 16th place and lead from the novices, so action throughout the field. But like you say, Andrew, quite a high rate of attrition in that one, which seems very strange for a sprint race, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Absolutely, but you know what I'm going to say. The X30 Juniors, we will see in 2 weeks' time for round number 5 of this FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. We're going to roll on now to the next final, the first of the seniors. It's X30 Senior out next.
Penultimate race of the day, it's the X30 Senior final. Lucas Ellingham leads them away from Christian Brooks. Archie Thorber in 3rd, Jacob Stilp, Ty Stansfield and Jordan Brown in 6th place. Brandon Matchell 7th from Nathan Ames. Alex Johnston, Archie Garlick rounding up the top 10 from Thomas Mazzarella. Benedict Davis in 12th place. Caelan Burbridge from Ellis Bourchier. Vishal Patel, Mason Weir, Hugo Gilbert, Oliver Henwood in 18th place. 19th for Benjamin Watts from Curtis Louis, Thomas Pugh, Benjamin Southgate, Martin Auger, Cameron Coombs in 24th position. 24 driver grid on to this penultimate race of the day. This is the Senior X30 final, and Lucas Ellingham, the driver to watch this afternoon, leads them round the final corner. You would say on paper perhaps the favourite for victory, but certainly I would say 4 or 5 drivers could well be a factor for victory in this one as well, as we see the premix floating in the air. When they come onto the main jet very shortly, of course, around the final corner they go. Lucas Ellingham leads them for Christian Brooks, and here they go over the line.
This one is not going to be easy for those at the front of the field. 10 minutes on the clock and counting. Good start for Ellingham. Will lead out of turn 2. Christian Brooks has had a good start as well. Archie Thorber has held on to 3rd. Jacob Stilp already looking like he's going to try and go around the outside. 2-3 wide in places as they go through Christmas Corner, but it's another clean start from the X30 Seniors.
Archie Thorber looking good on the first. Oh, there's a bit of banging down the hill there towards Ashby. 1 or 2 wheels perhaps touching, but nothing serious. They all just about get through Ashby okay. There was some wheel banging there, but right on cue. There's carnage here in the midfield. 58 in trouble there, Ellis Bourchier. I think they've locked wheels. 36 in there as well, Nathan Ames. Mechanical flag for Archie Thorber, I think, who picked up some damage as well. Here we see the kart minus the rear bumper, so that's going to be a mechanical black flag, you'd almost say, there for Archie Thorber, effectively out of the race. But trouble there coming out of, it was some real bar banging, you would say, coming out of the Ashby corner. Alex Johnson also picking up a mechanical flag. There's a driver there as well, we saw pick up some damage. So 2 of the front runners effectively out of contention, Alex Johnston and the number 14 of Archie Thorber. So a dramatic start in the midfield to this X30 Senior final. Good news, of course, for Lucas Ellingham and Christian Brooks, who will lead the way. Archie Thorber, I don't think he's aware he's got that damage. He gave it right on cue, puts the hand up, he knows he's out of the race. And there he goes, Archie Thorber, minus the rear bumper, it appears, into the pits and out of contention.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Archie. He's been brilliant today and deserved far more than a lap 2 retirement in the final. He'll hope to have better luck next time out. His best result in the final remains 11th from last time out. 8 minutes and 12 seconds to go. What can anybody do about the pace of Lucas Ellingham here? 1.24 seconds was the gap at the last count. He's a slight bit up as well through sector number 1 over Christian Brooks.
What this has done here as well, Andrew, had quite a messy start in the midfield to this X30 Senior final. If we look at some of the splits here in the midfield, the back of the field really has split away at the end of that first lap. The midfield dropping away as we look at
Ty Stansfield going past Jordan Brown, and not for the first time today, a very good overtake from the number 22.
certainly knows where to put that car throughout the afternoon, like you say. And Ty Stansford up to 4th place, 3.2 seconds covering the top 4 drivers. Jordan Brown having a look, but Lucas Allingham extends the gap to 1.43. Notably here, though, Christian Brooks almost identical on pace in the first sector. And I don't think he can write off Brooks just yet.
No, still a long way in this race to go. And we have seen some mechanical issues out there today for different drivers. Vishal Patel going very quickly at the moment, currently the fastest driver out there on circuit in 10th place. Hugo Gilbert got past Martin Hauger. We're on helicopter watch again. Just getting ready for Silverstone Grand Prix next week. Was it the Silverstone Grand Prix? I was often the most busy or busiest active place for helicopters in the country when it's Grand Prix weekend.
Yeah,
I may have pulled that out of nowhere.
We never know. There might be a couple of recce's going on because, of course, Silverstone is only about 25 minutes down the A5. You go past Toaster and turn off, you're pretty much at Silverstone. I was down in Cornwall recently, and some of these recce's, even like the Jets were doing ahead of the G7 summit. They had, it could be, well, you never know. Of course, we've got some rather established spectators here as well this afternoon, so it could be one of them making their way away from the track. You never know. Lucas Allingham leading, though, by 1.6 seconds. Jacob Stilp in 3rd. Stansfield remains in 4th as we look at the 48 Archie Garrett and Brandon Matchell. So again, we've got some pretty top drivers here. Only about 4 seconds of drift, looking to get involved with the leaders as the race draws to its conclusion.
Vishal Patel improving again, is now up to 8th place. It's quite strung out though at the front of the field, such as the pace from the leaders. 10 seconds down to 12th, but then out beyond for everybody else. There is the number 48 of Archie Garlick. He's had a quiet day, I feel, Chris.
Yeah, Garlick's still there in 6th place, looking threatening, but part of the problem here for these drivers is we had quite a messy first lap to this race, and these guys towards the edge of the top 10 already dropping behind the leaders. So good news, of course, for Lucas Allingham and Christian Brooks, who's still hanging on in there in 2nd place, just over 2 seconds of drift. But these guys in the top 10 just trying to battle back towards a position, you might say, to battle towards the lead at the end of this race. But things quite messy at the start of the race, and certainly playing into Lucas Allingham's hands here.
2 seconds is now the gap. Ty Stansfield is your fastest driver onto the circuit, 45.15. But look how close it is, Chris, on the timing. You see here in the commentary box. All of the top 4, 0.02 of a second separating them in terms of sector time through sector 1 there.
Yeah, it's starting to establish itself into quite a strong rhythm, this X30 Senior final. 63 there, Benedict Davis, just having a peek on the 21 of Mazzarella. Mazzarella gets back through as well. Here we go, back towards our front runners. Jacob Stilp in the number 42, just hanging on to the back there of Christian Brooks. Ty Stansfield, who won the 2nd heat earlier on today, starting to close up on the top 3, and Stansfield, fastest lap of the race, 45.05. So we're getting very close to the 44s in this closing part of the X30 Senior final. This Whilton Mill circuit looking in perfect condition, and some very competitive lap times out there.
Who else is fighting out there on circuit? We're just having a look at Brandon Matchell here. Archie Garlick's 6th place is what he wants. They're pulling away from Vishal Patel behind. I say they're pulling away. No, they're not. Patel is quicker at this stage by 1/10.5 over that last lap, back with the fight for 2nd place, and there has been a change in that battle for 2nd place. Jacob Stilp has got ahead of Christian Brooks. Ty Stansfield just behind.
Ty Stansfield looks strong in that 4th position. This is, I think this is quite a rare occasion in these finals. For the first time this afternoon, we've seen a driver start to run away with it slightly, as Lucas Allingham lapping the 26 of Curtis Louis and leads by, let's have a look at the split when they go through, 2.6 seconds. So still closing up slightly. Of course, as we know in racing, Lucas Allingham 2.67. It looks a fair gap out there, but one mistake and you would say the chasing pack would be right in there.
One mistake or one issue out of his control. It's been seen here before at Whilton Mill. Obviously we don't hope that on Lucas Allingham, as he thoroughly deserves to be in this position. That's the number 26 just moving out of the way of the leaders. Good respect of the blue flags.
Curtis Lee pretty much on his own at the moment, so it's just a case of holding line, letting those leading group of riders get the group of drivers get through. Lucas Ellingham then, 99-year-old race leader, around the final corner they go. Let's have a look at the split. They make their way through. There's second place still, and the gap goes up a bit now, so Ellingham pulls away slightly. Ty Stansfield though, 22, up to third position, and just trying to put the pressure on the second place driver, 42 still. Here's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Brown Garlick and Brandon Matchell, the number 88, right in there as well. Vishal Patel, Thomas Mazzarella and Benedict Davis rounding up the top 10. But Ty Stansfield just trying to keep that pressure on as we look at the 48 of Garlick, closing up on the number 80 of Jordan Brown, making their way up towards boot once again. Now let's have a look and see if we can get a pass here as 48 Garlick having a look down the inside. Takes it nice and quickly around the outside of boot and taking the sweep into the final corner. But Jordan Brown holds on to 5th position.
Does indeed. Just the one race after this to go, which will be your Senior Rotax final, but battle going on here for second place. Ty Stansfield desperately trying to get by Jacob Stilp there, who I think realises that second is as high as he's going to get in this race, so he's defending for it like his life depended on it. This is great racing once again at Whilton Mill, and down the inside, Christian Brooks is going to go for third place there and get it. Really nice move once again from Christian Brooks, and that gives Jacob Stilp a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit.
Yeah, Stilp there, we just saw him looking over the shoulder. It's not out of nerves or anything, he's just looking to see where he was on the track. And as we switch back again there from Ty Stansfield through boot, Jacob Stilp with a slight advantage there, of course. He's got a clear track and run his own line, just trying to pull away. As we look at the clock, I think next time round they should be through before the timing loop goes, so it will be the last lap next time round. Ellingham leads the way, the gap goes up to 4.2 seconds. All of the action for second place, plus that battle for 5th place with Garlick as well, getting the position of Jordan Brown and Brandon Matchell. They're all very close indeed. Lucas Ellingham leads the way, but let's see if Ty Stansfield can close back up on Jacob Stilp for second place.
Good move there from Garlick, getting up to 5th place. Again, just having a very solid, if quiet, day.
Ellingham's just gone through ahead of the timing loop there, so effectively we're going to go for another lap.
Yep, 2 more laps then, including this new one just being started by the race leader. Ellingham from Stilp, Stansfield, Brooks, but here comes Stansfield again. He's not close enough going into Christmas Corner, so I'll have to wait for another opportunity. Maybe down into Ashby Corner.
Yeah,
Stilp goes defensive. Stansfield trying to get him offline. Switchback isn't quite going to be on, but he's going to cover to the inside now because he's conscious about Christian Brooks attacking again, but he's offered the opportunity. That's a mistake. Tried to commit to the move to the inside too early, and Brooks is back into third.
Yeah, Ty Stansfield always looked vulnerable there, and that means that Brooks is back through into third place. But look at Stansfield, he's very quick out of boot. He's got a nice line on that exit sweep. Of course, it is almost a two-faced corner, you might say, and Stansfield with a nice line out. None of this, of course, bothering the race leader Lucas Ellingham, who goes through Christmas for the final time down towards Ashby, and there you can see on the camera angle just how big the gap is. So Lucas Ellingham has pretty much got to just try and keep it together and bring it home on this final lap. But now it looks like, for all that hard work, Jacob Stilp has established himself in second place in the battle now on for third place between Ty Stansfield and Brooks. And look at Brooks again, he likes an inside line, doesn't he? So there we go, Brooks up to third.
Well, Lucas Ellingham into the final couple of corners now has not been any lower than second place so far this season, and he takes another final here in X30 Senior. Lucas Ellingham wins round 4 of the FastR 2021 WMKC X30 Senior Championship. Second place today goes to Jacob Stilp. Christian Brooks takes third. Ty Stansfield an entertaining 4th. Archie Garlick a really solid top 5 there. Jordan Brown's been quick all day, finishes 6th. Brandon Matchell 7th. Vishal Patel a strong run there in the final in the top 10. Alongside Thomas Massarella and Benedict Davies wrapping out that top 10. Caelan Burbridge in 11th, Oliver Henwood 12th, Mason Weir 13th, Hugo Gilbert 14th, Benjamin Southgate and Benjamin Watts were next up ahead of Ellis Bourchier in 17th. Our 2 novices, Martin Auger ahead of Curtis Louis, and 3 retirements in that race, Nathan Amos, Archie Forber and Alex Johnston. But a very good day for Lucas Ellingham, another win here at Whilton Mill. And that leaves us with one race to go. And a penultimate, maybe penultimate, request to share the stream to let folks know that we've got the Senior Max final coming up on your social medias. They are the last race of the day. They are out next.
Final race today coming up then. It's the Senior Max final. Let's have a look at how they line up. Jamie Rogers from Tommy Edmonds first and second. Rob Ellis and Joshua Balance third and fourth. Fifth for Joshua Taylor. Jaden Neil Holder in sixth position. Seventh is Archie Elliott. Catherine White in eighth. Sean Berry, Ethan Ling rounding out the top 10. 11th for Lucas Ivas Gavigas in 11th place from Luke Wooder in 12th position. Carl Dunford, Joshua Pickford, Mikey Austin, Elliot Pickard, Hayden Cater and Alex Jackson down to 18th position. Jay Lewis, Millie Hart, Harrison Crook, Johnny Elliott and Harry Canham in this 23 driver final. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Drivers now in the waiting zone and ready for this final race of the day.
Final race of the day. Hello to Nathan Cullabine on YouTube. Shout out to Joshua Taylor. Best of luck from his other dad. He will understand who it is. And because they're sat on the dummy grid, Joshua might have just heard that. Good starting position here for Joshua Taylor. 5th on the grid. Inside of row number 3. Definitely has a chance of a podium here, I'd say.
Never really been, when I've raced here before at Whilton, I've never been too sure if there's any particular advantage on one side or the other. You would say possibly that outside line, you got perhaps the more rubber on there, possibly.
Yeah.
It does seem, I always found it seems fairly even. It all seems to almost balance itself out because you've got that run through Oblivion heading towards Christmas Corner, and by the time you get there, I think it is fairly even. It's quite a quick start here, I think, at Whilton Mill as well. There's no real first corner that you're screaming into and then hard on the brakes as such compared to some other tracks. It is quite a fast start and a fast third of the lap, you would say. So I think it's always fairly even at the start of the race.
Yeah, I tend to agree that I think the key run up to Christmas Corner, getting in a good position for Christmas Corner is that important bit on a start round Whilton Mill. Just whilst we're on a slight pause, big thank you to everyone who's supported the event today. It's been great to have another big entry here at Whilton Mill, so thank you to all the drivers, all the teams, all the parents, the guardians, the mechanics for turning out these beautiful machines to race with us here today. Do hope to see you all back in 2 weeks' time for round number 5 of the championship, which will be streamed once again with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Won't be myself on that day. I'm at Silverstone for former student, but Howard Mitchell will be making his first outing of the year for Whilton Mill Kart Club. So that's the, let me get this right, let me add me 11th and 14th together, the 25th of July. So you can follow all of that here on Alpha Live, so make sure that if you are at the circuit or watching from home that you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Karts rolling out for their formation lap. Last race of the day, Senior Max final, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Jamie Rogers starting from pole position, won the second heat. Tommy Edmonds has been very strong throughout the day though. And Rob Ellis, this is the first time we've seen him at the front of the field because he had 2 kind of middle of the grid slots in his heats.
Let's see, of course, how Catherine White gets on as well, who had a checkered flag in the first heat. Didn't get the best second heat, so only starts in 6th as the flag drops. Good, clean start. Yeah, we're good to go. And Tommy Edmonds, second place as the 59 Jamie Rogers gets a good jump on the field. And, oh, nice move there down the inside for Catherine White. Whether that move came off, I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. But, trouble further back there with a 69, I think, or 60s. Yeah,
69 of Sean Berry, and I think is the number 12 of Mikey Austin involved in there as well. That's a real shame for Sean Berry. He's been strong today, but the final has gone wrong immediately on the run through Christmas on lap number 1. So
Rob
Jamie
Ellis.
Rogers leads. Rob Ellis, yeah, as you say, is right there, 3rd place.
Those two not really letting the leader get too far away. Jamie Rogers really pushing hard at the end of that first lap as a warning goes out to Luke Wooder. Driving standards there, the E down in the midfield. Perhaps might have been an issue with that collision on the exit of Christmas corner. Tommy Edmonds and Rob Ellis then pushing hard. Joshua Valance, Jaden Neil Holder, Catherine White remains in 6th place. That move didn't come off into Christmas corner on the first lap. Somebody in trouble on Ashby. That's number
Mikey
12.
Austin. Mikey Austin, who was involved in the incident on lap 1, has made it down to Ashby and is out of the race.
So we're looking to get that kart cleared by the time the leaders come round next time. Jamie Rogers trying to pull away from Tommy Edmonds, and Rob Ellis pushing hard in 3rd. Just behind we've got Joshua Valance, Jaden Neil Holder, Catherine White and Ethan Ling all right in there as well. So Rogers over the line, just under half a second from Tommy Edmonds, Rob Ellis, Joshua Valance incidentally fastest lap of the race with a 45.52. Catherine White, Ethan Ling and Jaden Neil Holder in 7th place. Taylor and Ivers Kavicius in 9th. Archie Elliott running up the top 10. But Tommy Edmonds just starting to nibble away slightly at that gap between 1st and 2nd place. Green number 23, Rob Ellis, Joshua Valance and Catherine White up to 5th position as Jaden Neil Holder drops to 7th. But look at Rob Ellis pushing along there. Tommy Edmonds, who holds on to that 2nd place, and we'll have a look at the gap as they go through, Andrew, between 1st and 2nd place. Still pretty close.
Is indeed. In fact, this top 6, 2 seconds covering them at the moment. Trying to break away from Neil Holder and Taylor in 7th and 8th. Lucas Ivaskevicius having a good run so far. He's up in 9th place. Luke Wooder has just taken 10th place away from Archie Elliott.
And actually there as well, look out for Ethan Ling, the number 31 in 6th place, fastest lap of the race, 45.1 last time round, starting to close up on Catherine White. Another driver perhaps who was a little bit unlucky not to take the checkered flag earlier on today, as Rob Ellis just starts to put the pressure on Tommy Edmonds. But I think here, Andrew, perhaps not pushing too hard because they both want to catch up with Jamie Rogers, the race leader.
Do indeed. Another lap goes by. 4 down for Jamie Rogers. 0.68 of a second is his lead over Tommy Edmonds there in 2nd place. Rob Ellis pushing along, and Ethan Ling just having a little look and to think about trying to move past Catherine White for 5th place. Luke Wooder's progress continues. He's now past Lucas Ivaskevicius for 9th. As down the inside, was that Ling going for the overtake? Yes, it was. So Ethan Ling up to 5th place, past Catherine White. Contact warning for Harrison Crook. The 72 currently in 15th place.
Let's have a look at Ethan Ling now, who's made the move stick then and gets up to 5th place. Not much of a gap between this, just 2 seconds covering those top 6 drivers at the moment. So this is a critical part of the race, you would say, as Jamie Rogers tries to break away. Now this could be important now to Rob Ellis making the move on Tommy Edmonds. So I think now Ellis has decided to go for the pass. We've still got 5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Rob Ellis getting through to 2nd place and trying to break away from this battle now, as Ethan Ling looking very strong. Nice move out of Ashby there. Gets past Joshua Valance and down the inside of the Tommy Edmonds there almost, but has he made it stick? Not quite. Oh, that was close indeed. So Ethan Ling really getting to work down the inside in boot. Rides the curbs, but almost makes it stick. Now, has he made it stick around the final corner? No, he hasn't. Edmonds fights back. This is great news, of course, for Rob Ellis. Clear now in 2nd place, but 1 second adrift as Catherine White picks up a contact warning flag. Rob Ellis, let's have a look. 1 second the gap last time round as they go through. Well, very close indeed here, Andrew.
Yeah, White and Wooder close to one another coming off of Christmas corner there. And I do wonder with Rob Ellis, he was in very good form last weekend at Clay Pigeon, as down the inside of Edmonds goes Ethan Ling side by side, and Ethan Ling is coming through whether Tommy Edmonds likes it or not. Joshua Valance has nipped through as well in all of that. Very nice stuff from Joshua Valance. But going back to Rob Ellis, he really impressed me. Did a lot of racing last weekend because he wasn't just racing in the Rotax Max ranks, but he was racing in the Rock category as well. All of those races you can see for Super One's visit here to Whilton Mill in a few weekends' time on Alpha Live. Down the inside goes Jaden Neil Holder on the number 23 of Tommy Edmonds.
Catherine White's gone into the pits, as you can see on your timing charts. Everyone shuffles up a position, so that's a shame for White, who took the first heat win earlier on
Edmonds
today.
off.
Oh, Edmonds on the grass. It was a bit of bad luck there for Edmonds on the previous lap, of course. He's pushed wide in the corner there by Ethan Ling and just dropping like a stone here. I don't know if he's picked up some issues with the kart, maybe the handling, but Edmonds, who looked very strong at the start of the race, just seems to be losing pace and dropping positions here.
Yeah, he does indeed. Let's have a look at those times at the front of the field. Very even. 45.02 for Rogers, 45.04 for Ellis. They are all quicker, though. Both quicker than the rest of the field. I was saying that. Ethan Ling's pretty close, 45.06. As down the inside there on the 45 goes the 86 of Hayden Cater. Good move there from Hayden Cater. And that's him past Ivaskevicius and into the top 10.
So this is looking good so far for Jamie Rogers, leading by just under a second from Rob Ellis, who's keeping that pressure on in second place, pulling away now from the back of the third as Ethan Ling tries to break away from Joshua Valance. And here we see the close battle here as Jaden Neil Holder, Luke Wood just a bit.
Oh, and that's going to be off.
That's a Link. Oh yeah, the unfortunate 72. Harrison Crook. They've tangled together effectively there. Both drivers looking a bit dejected, you would say.
Yeah, that was a bit of a clumsy one. And it takes Lucas Ivaskevicius and Harrison Crook out of this race. Bad news for Johnny Elliott again. Unfortunately, he is out of the race. Catherine White's out of the race as well. So Catherine White has come into the pits. I don't know if we'd noted that one.
Yeah, she was down the previous lap. So this is good news, actually, for some of these guys in the midfield. Joshua Pickford had a difficult start to the day, up to 12th position. Alex Jackson, Jay Lewis up to 13th, 14th. So we've had quite a few drivers dropping out of contention. We had that incident last time round. So some of the midfield guys throughout the day, certainly now, I think, Andrew, looking on for a good finish in the final.
Absolutely, 2 minutes 20 to go. 0.89 of a second is the gap between Rogers and Ellis at the front of the field. Ellis was ever so slightly quicker on that last lap. Is he just holding something in reserve here? Novice battle, by the way. Jay Lewis leading it ahead of Alex Jackson and Millie Hart. Millie Hart stepping up here today to seniors, was last weekend racing in juniors. Was also a big factor in one of the craziest races. We mentioned Catherine White and her 33rd to 1st at British Champs last season. We had a very similar one last weekend on the Alpha live stream for Super 1, where two drivers, Holly Woolley and Millie Hart, did exactly the same thing. Put the wet tyre on at exactly the right time, to the extent that they won by a lap over the rest of the field.
I think it's safe to say as well, Andrew, now in the final stage of the last race of the day, we can't be commentators cursed and say the weather has done its part today.
No, the weather's been absolutely brilliant today here at Whilton Mill.
We really aren't
this again for 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, we're not going to get a thunderstorm in the last 5 minutes, surely. So Rogers looking strong here. Now, Rob Ellis, though, a few tenths quicker last time round as we look at the 75. Jaden Neil Holder, Joshua Taylor, Kyle Dunford all in there. Back towards boot they go once again. Rob Ellis just keeping that pressure on as Jamie Rogers goes through, sets the fastest lap of the race, pulls it back up to just under 1 second. But the pace between first and second as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner, still pretty close. Here we see Jamie Rogers, and there is Rob Ellis in second place. It's going to be tight on the clock here as they make their way. I think they will get through before the clock goes to 0. So it's going to be 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. Jamie Rogers leading the race, has a decent gap at the front. But here we are, Andrew. Look out for the number 46 of Rob Ellis, who is certainly not giving this one up and still could yet be a factor.
He's not giving it up, but Jamie Rogers' pace here in the latter stages of this race has been absolutely fantastic. He's dug deep, held a bit in reserve maybe. 44.95 last time around, and this lap's not pretty bad either, 45.04, but Ellis responds back. It's still in the balance. 0.87 of a second is the gap between Rogers and Ellis. There's Ethan Ling on your screens, 3rd place. Looking fairly comfortable at the moment, clear of Joshua Valance and Wooder. Down the inside goes the number 66 of Carl Dunford. That's another position for Dunford, past Joshua Taylor for 7th.
Rob Ellis in second place, number 46, just chipping away ever so slightly on Jamie Rogers. A few tenths here, a couple of hundredths there, you would say. And certainly not giving this up. He knows there's 2 laps to go. It's Rogers, you would say, is maintaining a very good pace at the front, but Rob Ellis really pushing hard in second place. Here they come with 1 lap to go, and again Rogers picking up the pace, but Ellis just that little bit faster Whether he's going to get close enough to go for a pass on this final lap, I don't know. I think Rogers may have enough in the tank, but certainly Jamie Rogers, your race leader, as they make their way down towards Ashby for the final time. He can't afford to put a foot wrong here on this final half lap because Rob Ellis really keeping that pressure on. But Jamie Rogers, here we go with half a lap to go, Andrew. He looks strong.
He does look strong, has led this race perfectly from the start and responded to that pressure from Rob Ellis when it started to come in. Round the boot for the final time in the final race of the day. Jamie Rogers from pole position wins round 4 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Senior Rotax Max Championship with a great performance ahead of Rob Ellis there in second place. Ethan Ling finishes in third place. That's good form ahead of Super One's visit at the end of the month on the 1st of August. Joshua Vallance in 4th, Luke Wooder in 5th, Jaden Neil Holder in 6th, Carl Dunford 7th, Joshua Taylor 8th, a good result for the number 78. Tommy Edmonds maybe a little bit disappointed with 9th, was running up in second place in the early stages of that one. 10th place for Hayden Cater, and Joshua Pickford, Archie Elliott 11th and 12th. Jay Lewis, the top of the novices, in 13th ahead of Alex Jackson, second of the novices. Elliot Pickard in 15th. Harry Cannons had a tough day, finishes in 16th. Millie Hart was the last of those to finish on the lead lap in 17th. And quite a few retirements from that race again as well. Lucas Ivaskevicius in 18th. Harrison Crook, there's a collision between those two. Johnny Elliott was 20th. Catherine White, bad luck for Catherine in 21st. And then Sean Berry and Mikey Austin retired on the first lap of the race.
And so the race begins now. Everyone making their way home for an 8 p.m. kickoff, you would say, I think, for a lot of people in the paddock.
Absolutely, and we wish the best of luck to the England national football team in their final against Italy in Euro 2020. But that brings an end to the racing here today at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for the 4th round of this FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship season. If you hadn't established already, we are back to our normal schedule of every 4th Sunday of the month for round 5. So the next round of the championship will be here on Alpha Live on the 25th of July. If you haven't already, do get your entries in for that one. And if you're not down here for the racing with us, we do hope to see you in the comments and have you watching from home. Do make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and click that notification bell for all the latest updates. Chris Sora alongside me in the commentary box, thank you very much, mate, for all your help today. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you for the first time in quite a while.
It's been a while, I think. Yeah, great to join you again, and has been a great day's racing throughout all of the race classes today. I think another shout out has to go out to the marshals. We needed the medics a couple of times today, so thanks to the medics and all the officials and staff here at Whilton Mill for all their hard work. Don't forget, of course, if you want to get involved in karting, visit wiltonmill.co.uk to find out about all the activities that take place at this brilliant Northamptonshire circuit. And a personal shout out for myself here, if you're interested in the British mini bikes, we'll be back here in August, of course. And next week we go all the way down to the very scenic Pembury circuit, which I'm looking forward to. So I'll be back on Alpha Live next week on 2 wheels this time.
Double Dash Motorsport Media is on a week out the office next week because a certain Mr. Mitchell has his salutations before his wedding, shall we say. It has both of us involved in that, but he'll be back for round number 5. If you have enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash MM on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter are where to follow us. Thank you very much for your continued support, but we're going to wrap things up here at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much, everybody, for your support. And we'll see you again in 2 weeks' time for round number 5 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Bye-bye.